Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
A desolate awakening. Why? Why is this happening? Luo Ke muttered, his face a mask of utter despair. He stood on a desolate, crater-filled landscape, facing a colossal blue sphere that hung silently in the black void of space. He was a university student from China, but after falling asleep in his dorm room, he'd woken up here. As a fan of web novels, he'd always dreamed of being a main character. He'd read countless stories of people transmigrating to new worlds, gaining amazing powers, and living epic lives. But his reality was nothing like those stories. He wasn't in a new world with a wealthy family or a mysterious old mentor. He was just here, and here was a place with no air, no life, and no hope. He quickly recognized the barren, pockmarked landscape, the star-filled black sky, and the huge blue planet hanging in the distance. He had been transmigrated to the moon. Seriously? Out of all the places to go, you exile me to a barren rock? He complained to the empty void. Give me a desert, a jungle, even a city. What am I supposed to do here? There's nothing, not even a single fart. His despair deepened when he noticed something even more unsettling. He waved his hand at a nearby rock, and his arm passed straight through it. He wasn't a hero with an intangible body or a strange power. He simply wasn't solid. He was a soul, a ghost, trapped on the moon. Just as he was about to give up all hope, he felt a strange pull from the ground below. Following the instinct, he plunged through the lunar surface and descended into a hidden cavern. There he saw himself, his physical body, lying on the ground. He was wearing the same clothes he had been wearing the night he transmigrated. Was this his body after death? He floated toward the corpse, reaching out to touch his own face. The moment his fingers made contact, he felt his soul being violently pulled inside. He blinked, and his eyes, the eyes of his physical body, snapped open. He was alive again. He clenched his fist, feeling the solidness of his hand, the weight of his arm. At that moment, a new voice echoed in his mind. A new hope. Live Q&A system has been activated. Host, Luo Ke. Status sealed. Abilities none. Items none. Seal unlocking progress. 0% to be unlocked. When the progress bar reaches 100%, the seal will be broken. Luo Ke froze. It took him a while to process the information, but he finally understood his situation. He had transmigrated to the world of the anime One Piece, a series he had been following closely. However, something had gone wrong during the process, and he hadn't landed in the main world. Instead, he was sealed on the moon. The seal meant he was trapped. If he couldn't break it, he was destined to live out his days as a hermit on this lifeless rock. The irony wasn't lost on him. He was like Otsutsuki Kagaya for Naruto, sealed on a desolate moon, but in the wrong anime universe. Fortunately, he had a system. The live Q&A system was his one chance at freedom. It would allow him to broadcast questions and a live feed to people on the blue planet opposite him. If they answered correctly, they would receive a reward, and so would he. Most importantly, if he used this system to influence the original plot of One Piece and cause a deviation in the story, he would gain the energy needed to unlock his seal. The bigger the impact, the more energy he would receive, and the sooner he could finally escape this prison and sail the seas of the pirate world. Luo Ke's eyes lit up with a newfound determination. He had been given a second chance at a new life, and he was not going to waste it. He wouldn't spend his days as a ghost on the moon. He would break the seal and take his place in the world of pirates. The calm before the storm. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, a young man in a straw hat set sail from the East Blue, beginning an epic journey. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a different kind of legend was being written. In the New World, the weather was idyllic. A massive pirate ship with a whale-shaped figurehead, the Moby Dick, sailed across a calm sea under a clear blue sky. On its deck, the Whitebeard pirates were celebrating with their daily feast. At the head of the table sat their captain, the legendary Whitebeard, a man nearing the end of his powerful life. At 72, he was a giant of a man, but the years of battle and a lifetime at sea had taken their toll. For drips were a constant presence, a necessity to ease the pain that plagued him, but they did little to stop him from drinking. Around him, the commanders of his 16 divisions and the top elites of his crew drank, ate, and laughed. The atmosphere was one of boisterous, carefree camaraderie. "Drink! Ha ha ha!" Whitebeard roared. "See if I don't drink you all under the table today." A son's devotion. Ace smiled, watching his brothers. This was the life he had always longed for, a family, a home. As this son of sin, with the blood of the pirate king Roger, he had spent his life searching for this kind of acceptance. And he had found it with the man before him. 6 months ago, Ace had challenged Whitebeard, only to be utterly defeated. But instead of killing him, Whitebeard had offered him a place on his crew, a chance to become his son. For 100 days, Ace had tried to assassinate the great man, but each attempt was met with a patient, good-natured dismissal. He was no match for Whitebeard's power, but he was slowly won over by the man's magnanimity. Finally, he had confessed the secret he believed would get him thrown off the ship. His father was Roger. But Whitebeard simply laughed it off, welcoming him into his family regardless. For Ace, whose identity had always been a source of shame and inferiority, this acceptance was everything. He vowed to take the name of Whitebeard and make him the next pirate king. Ace's strength and skill quickly earned him the position of 2nd Division commander. As he watched Whitebeard, his heart full of gratitude, the old man's sharp eyes caught his. "Ace, what is it?" Whitebeard asked with a grin. "Want to have a drink with your old man?" Ace smiled, taking the bowl and drinking it down. "Dad, you're not in good health," he said, his voice full of genuine concern. "You should drink less." "Gururara," Whitebeard boomed, feigning offense. "Am I too old to drink with my sons? Come on, you brat, let's keep drinking." Ace sighed, a small smile on his face. Next to him, a large man with a thick beard and a jovial laugh filled his cup from a huge barrel of wine. "Just drink, Ace," the man, Blackbeard or Teach, said. "It's rare for Pops to be so happy. Since you joined us, his spirit gets better every day." "Don't be ridiculous, Teach," Ace laughed, but Blackbeard insisted. "It's true. You know me, I'm an honest man. I never lie. What I say is truer than sea stone." The crew erupted in laughter at Blackbeard's theatrical declaration, and Ace toasted Whitebeard once more. But in the midst of the merriment, no one noticed the sudden, brief flicker of cunning in Blackbeard's eyes. He knew who Ace was. He had overheard Ace confess his identity to Whitebeard. "I never thought the kid would be Roger's son," Blackbeard mused to himself, his simple demeanor a cunning mask. "Interesting." Just as the laughter swelled on the Moby Dick's deck, a black, rectangular screen suddenly materialized in the sky, cracking open above the ship. An invisible web of energy spread out from the strange anomaly, trapping the entire vessel. The celebration came to a screeching halt as the crew of the Whitebeard pirates sprang to attention. As a pirate group with a lot of combat experience, the moment the crack appeared, the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were drinking immediately woke up from the banquet and took out their weapons to face the crack vigilantly. The captain of the 16th Division stood in front of Whitebeard to cover the sudden change. And when the invisible barrier shrouded the Moby D*****K, the 8th Division Captain Namor the Murloc immediately jumped off the deck and jumped up from the sea after a while. "Dad, we are trapped, and even the bottom of the sea is blocked by that invisible thing." The Muir shook the sea water on his head and said to Whitebeard. Muir's words made the faces of the Whitebeard pirates sink. The enemy actually trapped them. Is this trying to catch them all in one go? Gulala. Whitebeard stood up and pushed the sons who were in front of him away. His eyes turned to the black screen in midair, and he laughed loudly. "I didn't expect that someone would want to shoot me, Whitebeard. Since half a year the former Ace came to challenge, and I haven't encountered it again. It's really exciting. Whoever, stand up, don't hide. Let's have an upright battle." Whitebeard's face was smiling, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. This situation made him feel something was wrong, because his observation hockey had covered the vicinity of the Moby D***K, but no intruder was found at all, not even a trace of feeling. Not only that, he didn't even notice when the crack opened. He must know that his observation hockey has developed to the top level. Don't look at him drinking, but any trouble can't hide his knowledge, let alone that there was movement under his eyelids. It's not easy to come. However, what Whitebeard didn't know was that the same thing was happening all over the world when there was a shady scene in front of him. It's just that the shady screen that appeared in front of Whitebeard was nothing at the moment, but in other parts of the world, the shady screen that appeared in front of them had already shown the picture. What was shown on the screen was nothing but the current situation of the Moby D***K. People all over the world can clearly see the actions of the Whitebeard pirates at this time. On the screen, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors among the pirates, was holding one of the 12 supreme swordsmen, Sengoku, vigilantly at the shady scene in front of him. What's the situation? What happened? What picture is this? Wait, that man. Isn't that man Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the pirates? Whitebeard! Many people could not help exclaiming when they saw the scene on this screen. This man is one of the most terrifying beings in the sea right now, and is known as the strongest man in the world. How could he appear in this picture? What happened? Just when everyone was in shock, all the famous people from all over the world also saw this scene. Naval headquarters, Marineford, on the main square. Marine Marshal Sengoku and the Marines from the headquarters rushed over to discover the changes in the square. When Sengoku saw Whitebeard on the screen, his expression changed, and he quickly ordered Marine beside him. Go check it out, what's going on, who's doing the trick. Yes. The same thing happened elsewhere, New World, Paradise for Seas, Red Line. For Emperors Kaido, Big Mom, Red Hair, 5 Elders, Revolutionary Army. And East Blue. See Restaurant Barty. Luffy and the others are facing off against Krieg's gang. At this time, the picture that appeared in the air suddenly interrupted the battle between the 2 sides, and their attention was attracted by this sudden picture. Just when Luffy was wondering what it was, he saw a person in the picture suddenly couldn't help but scream. Ace! At the same time, also on East Blue, a desolate island, a blond boy looked at the black-haired boy in the picture with a confused look in his eyes. At this moment, on the Moby D***K, the shady scene in the air finally changed, and a picture appeared on it. It was a dimly lit room facing a wall. There seemed to be strange and mysterious lines on the wall. There was a shimmer of light in the dimly lit room, giving the whole environment a strange atmosphere. In front of the wall is a table with nothing on it. At this time, a figure came in from outside the screen, and then sat down at the table, facing the screen. His face was full of shadows and could not see his appearance, but Whitebeard and others could feel the other party hiding in the shadows. Eyes are looking at them. Mysterious, dangerous, powerful. Everyone was a little horrified by such sight. After looking at each other for a while, the talent in the picture spoke slowly, with a low voice, a somewhat magnetic male voice. Welcome to the Q&A live room. I'll ask questions, you can answer them, and you will be rewarded if you answer correctly. Then start asking questions now. This time you have 5 questions, and each question has only 1 chance to answer. Asterisk. Wait, inexplicable guy, why do you ask questions? We still don't know who you are. No one tells you. Should you report your family first when asking others? Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division Captain Marco said immediately. However, as soon as Marco finished speaking, he instantly felt a bitter cold behind him, and then he slammed on the deck with a bang. At this moment, he felt the bones all over his body shattered. If it weren't for the Phoenix Fruit ability, I'm afraid he would have died. This sudden change made no one expect that everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group exclaimed and looked at Marco. Whitebeard immediately pulled out Sengoku and looked at the picture with a sullen expression. He turned his head and said to Marco, Marco, how are you? Ahem. Daddy, I'm fine, I can't die. Marco spat out blood and said with a smile. Seeing that Marco was okay, Whitebeard, who knew his son had the ability to recover, turned his head and looked at the uninvited guest with caution. He still didn't find where the enemy was. He could feel that there was no one in the area in front of him. The picture was really just a picture, and there were no intruders around. However, Marco was seriously injured right under his nose, and he didn't even react, which couldn't help but shock him. "Where's the enemy? Who are you?" Whitebeard snarled in a deep voice, unforgivably daring to hurt his son. The man in the picture did not answer Whitebeard's words, and said to himself, "In a question-and-answer phase, interruptions are prohibited. 1 warning, 2 obliterations. Understand?" Talking about the man in the picture, he scratched his ears casually, as if saying that you all heard clearly. The attitude of the mysterious man couldn't help angering everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. One by one, they stared at the mysterious man in the picture. But when they wanted to say something, Marco, who was knocked to the ground, got up and reached out to stop them. He could feel that what the other party said was true, and maybe that force could really kill him just now. If even the Phoenix ability can kill itself, let alone other people. After seeing Marco's expression, Whitebeard suppressed the anger in his heart. He didn't speak, just turned his head to look at the mysterious man in the picture. He is not afraid of death himself, but his sons are behind him, and he can feel that if the other party really kills them, he may really not be able to keep them. For them, Whitebeard could only endure it. Seeing Whitebeard's submissive attitude, the mysterious man snapped his fingers with satisfaction, and then said, "Question: why did Marine Marshal Sengoku publicly execute Portgas D. Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates in Naval Headquarters? In addition, remember to add the word answer when answering and give you 1 minute to discuss the answer. Now start timing." Public execution. Hearing this question, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group suddenly felt confused. What is this problem? When did their ace brothers be publicly executed by Marine Marshal Sengoku? These pirates are lawless and unscrupulous people. Some people will speak nonsense on the opposite guy, but he was first covered by the person next to him. Whitebeard, Marco, and Ace exchanged glances. Ace shook his head. "I haven't encountered this kind of thing before, and I don't know what he said about public punishment." Marco clutched his fierce mouth and took 2 deep breaths. His injury had not yet healed. He analyzed, since it hasn't happened, then why does that guy say that? But that guy didn't seem to be teasing us, and there was no reason to do so. After the serious injury, Marco understood that if the other party really wanted to kill them, they would not be able to deal with it. It was the first time he had seen his face with such a serious and vigilant look after having been with him for so long. Even if such enemies are teasing them, they will not tease with such nonsensical things. Unless what he said is not what happened in the past, but what will happen in the future, Marco said solemnly. Marco's words immediately caused everyone in the Whitebeard pirates to take a breath. What will happen in the future? How is this possible? So clearly foreseeing what will happen in the future, this kind of thing can only be done by God, right? It's not the first time they have heard of foreseeing the future. In fact, they have heard of foreseeing the future a long time ago. There is a mermaid named Shirley on the Fishmen Island who can see the future through divination. But she can only vaguely see some fragments of the future, not sure what happened. No one can predict exactly what will happen in the future. However, the mysterious person in front of him knows the location, person, and reason. This is simply not something human can do. Could this guy be a god? Everything that happened aboard the mobile was clearly seen by people all over the world. Every word spoken by Whitebeard, Marco, Ace, and the mysterious man was heard clearly by them. Marshal Marine publicly executed the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? This is not a trivial matter. This behavior can already be considered as Marine declaring war on 4 Emperors Whitebeard. For Emperors Whitebeard is recognized as the strongest man in the world, and the Whitebeard pirate group can easily wipe out a country's power. Declaring war with such a pirate group, it is not an exaggeration to say that this kind of thing can affect the world. How could such heavy news not shock them? However, what shocked them even more was what the Pineapple Head Marco said, that the public execution was something that happened in the future, not the past. This made people who were originally surprised by the mysterious man appearing in the picture, and the inexplicable picture, could not help but exclaim, "Is that man a god?" Suddenly, Many people became awed when they looked at the man whose face was hidden in the shadow. The civilians are in awe, but those big people are not so easily frightened by others. Marshal Sengoku frowned upon hearing the news. I publicly executed Portgas the Ace. Why don't I know? Thinking that this might be something that might happen in the future, Sengoku couldn't help but be on guard. After all, it is not a happy thing that one's own future is controlled by others. Haven't you found out how this picture was made? Sengoku said to his opponents a little angrily. Sorry, Marshal Sengoku. We searched every corner of the neighborhood, and even the surrounding seas sent people to look for it. We didn't find anyone who could, and we didn't even find the phone bug for live broadcast. This thing seemed as if it had emerged out of thin air. And one more thing. What's the matter? Sengoku looked at the person who answered. Marshal, there are reports from other branches. Such images have appeared in the Sea-High branch and the Grand Line branch, and the number may be as many as thousands. Thousands of them are just his estimate, and there are only a few hundred marine branches around the world, but it is not certain that this kind of thing only happened in marine branches. What if it happened elsewhere? Thousands? Sengoku's pupils shrank suddenly. If such a thing happened in the headquarters, it could be said that someone had designed it ingeniously and carefully so that they could not find it. But at the same time, such things are created in various places in the world on such a large scale. It can be said that there is only one force in the world that can do such things, and that is Marine. However, this matter was not done by Marine. Could it be that there is still a huge power in this world that they don't know, a huge power spreading all over the world? This can't help but make Sengoku a little surprised. But he had never heard of such an organization. If there is no such power, Sengoku suddenly raised his head to look at the mysterious man in the picture. Could it be that this person is really a god? Behind Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral Akiji Kazuru and Akainu also looked at the screen with serious expressions. At first they were dissatisfied with this farce, but now, this matter must be taken seriously. Hearing Marco said that this was something that happened in the future, Whitebeard's face suddenly sank. If this is something that will happen in the future, there must be a battle between the Whitebeard pirates and Marine. Now that Sengoku has captured Ace in the future, and has announced it with such a big fanfare, the place of execution is also arranged at Naval Headquarters. With this stance, Whitebeard can only draw one conclusion, and that is, trap, Marco said. Sengoku's purpose is to save Ace than Dad. If this is the case, then Sengoku will definitely be guarded by Naval Headquarters. He wants to kill us Whitebeard pirates. Marco said solemnly. Destroy 4 emperors. This is not a trivial matter, and I chose the Naval Headquarters as the location. This is a desperate attempt to destroy the Whitebeard pirates with a loss. Gulala. Whitebeard laughed when he heard the words. Sengoku, this guy is still so insidious. He actually used my son to threaten me. Speaking, Whitebeard suddenly released an aura. This is the Conqueror's Haki possessed by the world's strongest man. If you want to fight, come and fight it upright. I haven't been afraid of anyone, Whitebeard, playing conspiracy and calculating things behind my back, Marshal Marine, but that's it. As he spoke, the confidence and aura of the world's strongest man was stunned. Pregnancy. Hearing what Whitebeard said, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group also deeply spurned Sengoku's threats with people. Hitoe, what is it? This is the Marine Marshal. The resourceful General Sengoku. This is it. Marine is a group of subordinates that flaunt justice. They say it more boldly than anyone else, and do more dirty subordinates than anyone else. Yuck. The words of the Whitebeard pirates were broadcast directly to all parts of the world via live broadcast. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku has already lost his face upon hearing these words. The other Marines looked at each other when they heard this. This is no longer an insult to Sengoku. This is a pot of dirty water, even with the entire Marine. But this kidnapping son threatened lousy really ugly. Akainu behind Sengoku snorted when they saw their expressions. What kind of ethics are there to deal with these pirates? There is only one justice for Marine, and that is to eliminate evil. So what is it to do whatever it takes? This is justice. Don't be fooled by the words of these pirates. Suddenly, Marine, who was feeling a little shaken in his heart just now, became firm again. Yes, Sakazuki Admiral. Hearing Akainu's words, Sengoku's face looked a little better, but what worries him even more is that this is being broadcast to the whole world, with hundreds of such scenes being staged all over the world. Any nonsense by Whitebeard and others is really detrimental to Marine's image. But he really can't help it now. The Whitebeard pirates is missing now, and they can't handle this scene. Now, it's all about the next development. Whitebeard spoke uprightly. The hostage-taking behavior of Sengoku and Sengoku really caused waves among the people who watched the live broadcast. At this moment, the images of the two parties seem to have changed. However, most people still stand on Marine's side. Not to mention anything else, at least it is Marine who protects them from the pirates. Although Sengoku's methods are somewhat insidious, it is also to eliminate the pirates. And they're directly hostile to the pirates. There's no doubt about it. Aboard the Moby D******, Marco opened his mouth and said to the mysterious man, "Answer. Sengoku's purpose is to lead the Whitebeard pirate group into the trap and then destroy it." After Marco finished speaking, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group stared at the mysterious man in the picture. At the same time, people in other places were also staring at this scene, not wanting to miss the picture above. After hearing Marco's answer, the mysterious man snapped his fingers again. Bingo, the answer is correct. This war is named Summit War. Sengoku mobilized 100,000 Marine elites and assembled Marine, 3 Admiral, and 7 warlords of the sea. The Whitebeard pirates encircled and suppressed. Marco let out a sigh of relief after getting the affirmation, but the next question followed one after another. Next question. Who is the biological father of Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? There is a 1-minute time limit for answering. Now the time starts. Hint, I will publish the correct answer after the wrong answer, so don't deliberately fool me with the wrong answer. Honesty is a virtue. Who is Ace's father? The people in the Whitebeard Pirates were a little strange. They suddenly realized something was wrong. It seemed that the two problems of this mysterious man were related to Ace. Could it be that he came for Ace? When Whitebeard heard this question, his face became cold. What on earth does this man want to do? Don't lie, and the correct answer will be announced if you make a mistake. This is to cut off their retreat. Ace's face became a little pale. He hated his father's name very much. It was more uncomfortable to let him name that person in the public than to make him eat shit. He gritted his teeth and said, "My father has only one, and that is Whitebeard." However, the mysterious man did not respond to Ace's words, because Ace did not add the word answer. When Whitebeard heard Ace's words, his face couldn't help but show a relieved smile. "Gulala, Ace, as expected of my son." Gulala. Although both Whitebeard and Ace said so, everyone else knew that Ace was not Whitebeard's biological son. Seeing that Ace kept silent about his biological father, they felt that there should be a story in it. Meanwhile, in East Blue Barati restaurant, Luffy looked at the pale face of Ace in the picture and couldn't help showing a distressed expression. He heard that Ace was publicly executed by Sengoku before, and he was very anxious and wanted to go to save people immediately, and then heard that it would happen in the future. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It didn't happen, and it was too late. "Wait, Ace, I will go to Grand Line to find you soon." And now, Luffy knows who Ace's father is. They grew up together, and Ace's face changed drastically when he mentioned the name. Who is this brat? What are they doing? Lousy is not interested in knowing who the kid's father is. Who is playing these tricks? Krieg spit out. Luffy glared at Krieg's words. In Naval Headquarters, on the big square, Marine hero Garp suddenly showed a terrible expression on his face when he saw this scene. Ace was raised by him, and he kept hiding his identity from others. Unexpectedly, he would be exposed in public in this large court. Garp can imagine what dangers Ace will face after Ace's identity is exposed. Garp couldn't help clenching his fists, who was behind him. In front of Garp, Sengoku didn't notice Garp's anger, and his attention was drawn to Ace's face. A series of things were related to the pirate Ace, which made him start to explore the young pirate. The identity of Ace's father? Sengoku looked at Ace's appearance, black hair, about 20 years old, from East Blue, Logia Marineford ability, and it is said that there is Conqueror's Hockey. Wait, Conqueror's Hockey, brunette, 20-something, East Blue. Sengoku's eyes widened when he saw Ace's face. Could he be? Seeing Ace's pale face, Whitebeard smiled. Ace, you don't need to answer this question. Just let me explain it for you. There's nothing to hide, and you don't need to worry about him so much. No matter who your biological father is, it can't change the fact that you are my son. You will always be my son. Whoever it is, just come to me if there is anything. A Whitebeard are waiting for you. Since the other party made up his mind to expose Ace's identity, so what did he say? He wanted to see what medicine the other party was selling in the gourd. What about Roger's son? If you want to take action on his sons, you have to pass him first. Whitebeard looked at the mysterious man and said loudly, Answer. Ace's biological father is One Piece Gold Roger. What? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help exclaiming. Ace turned out to be Roger's son. One Piece Roger. Anko Mud. I really didn't expect it. Who would have thought that Roger's son would become Whitebeard's adopted son, and they became brothers? Roger did what all the pirates wanted most, found the One Piece, and won the throne of the Pirate King. Unexpectedly, the son of such a man would get along with him day and night, but they didn't know it. Ace is a little overwhelmed. He doesn't know how his brothers will react when they know he is Roger's son. He doesn't want to change the status quo of his life, nor does he want to change the way his brothers treat him because of this hot man. Attitude. In the past, as long as he mentioned One Piece Roger, all he heard was infamy, a hot man who destroyed the peaceful lives of countless people, and hearing such a father made him even more self-loathing. However, to his surprise, after hearing that Ace was Roger's son, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked at first, but they quickly gathered around him excitedly, patted him on the back, and put their arms around his shoulders. Laughed. Ace, I didn't expect you to be Roger's son. It's so miserable for us to hide it. That's right, Ace. It's so disappointing that we don't tell us about this kind of thing, and we still treat you as a brother. Unexpectedly, Ace turned out to be Roger's son, and we are brothers with Ace. So we have a relationship with Roger, the Pirate King. It's too much of a face to say it out. Hey, you're going too far. Could it be that the father's son is still killing you? Our father is also of 4 emperors, no worse than Roger. I was wrong. The surroundings were full of joy and jokes. Ace's previous mental preparations suddenly disappeared. Looking at the brothers who were not blood-related, but were like relatives, his heart was warm, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly involuntarily. Whitebeard patted Ace's head and said, We're family no matter what. Yeah. Ace nodded seriously. In midair, the man in the picture said, The answer is correct. Portgas D. Ace's father is the Pirate King Gordy, Roger. His father Roger turned himself in and his mother was pregnant. In order to avoid Marine's pursuit, she was pregnant 2 years after Roger's death. It took her life to give birth to her. Answered the right question again. The atmosphere on the Moby D **K is obviously much better than before. Not only Ace, but other people are also very moved by Whitebeard's behavior of protecting the calf, and very happy. But compared to Whitebeard's family, the family is harmonious and happy. Other places are quite different. The first is people all over the world. When they heard that Ace turned out to be the son of Roger, the Pirate King, the bad impression and pain about Roger were instantly recalled like a needle stick. 22 years ago, this man single-handedly opened the era of great sailing, which directly led to the destruction of countless people around the world. Those who had suffered because of it all looked at Ace with hatred. Unexpectedly, One Piece Roger has a son, and his son is now a pirate again. Roger has already brought incurable pain to the world. Does Ace, who inherited his sinful bloodline, still want to bring pain to the world again? Just now, some civilians who were dissatisfied with Sengoku's hostage-taking behavior turned around instantly, wishing for Sengoku to kill this sinful son immediately. Naval Headquarters, Grand Place. Garp sighed helplessly, or let this matter be exposed, and Ace, who bears the name of Roger's son, will be more dangerous in the future. Garp looked at Ace, who had a father-son relationship with Whitebeard on the screen, and couldn't help sighing inwardly. Was this your choice? Ace. Then I couldn't help complaining. Lousy pulled you so big, and I never saw you respect Lousy so much. Whitebeard made you willing to be his son with just a few words. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Garp, I'm so tired. Next to Garp, Sengoku's face was very ugly. Ace is indeed Roger's son. He didn't understand. He had already eliminated the roots at the beginning and didn't miss any pregnant women. Why are there still fish slipping through the net? 2 years pregnant? Sengoku heard this word and instantly understood why. At the beginning, Marine's raid on Batarila Island lasted for nearly 2 years. In other words, Ace's mother insisted on giving birth to the child until Marine left. Thinking of this, Sengoku didn't know what to say. But no matter what, if the blood of One Piece is allowed to pass on, it will not be a good thing for this world. In order to raise the reward of Portgas D, Ace to 1 billion, and we must not let the son of One Piece King Roger come to harm the world again, Sengoku said loudly. Ace's original bounty was 550 million Baileys, and Sengoku directly doubled the bounty. However, no one questioned Sengoku's order. After all, this is the son of One Piece Roger, and his development cannot be guaranteed to be the next Roger. Garp didn't say anything when he heard it. He was already mentally prepared for this. Ace, please ask yourself more. If it falls into the hands of Sengoku, the predicted summit war is probably inevitable. It's better not to develop. This step is not a good thing for anyone. After giving the order, Sengoku touched his chin again and muttered to himself. Ace's mother gave birth to him and died. So how did this guy survive? Where has he been living before? And why hasn't any news come out? It stands to reason that a child who is born without a parent or mother has no way of knowing the identity of his parents, unless someone knows and raises him. Garp heard Sengoku's muttering eyes and whistling erratically beside him. Sengoku glanced at Garp strangely, but didn't think too much because the mysterious man on the screen seemed to be talking about the third question. The Moby D **K midair. The man in the picture continued. Now let's move on to the third question, asking, who adopted and brought up the newborn Ace? There is a 1-minute time limit. Now the timing will begin. Hearing this question, Sengoku immediately lifted his spirits. This is what he wanted. He wanted to see that the bold guy dared to adopt the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Not only that, but also raised Roger's son to be a pirate, letting his son inherit his father's will. If this guy lets him know, he must catch this guy and send it to impel down. Sengoku's face was fierce, and murderous aura emerged from his body. The current Marine Marshal is the rare owner of Conqueror's Haki among Marines, and he is extraordinary. Garp next to Sengoku suddenly felt bad. When Garp heard asking who adopted Ace, he was suddenly psychic. Could there be something worse than this? I just finished talking about Ace as Roger's son. Now I'm talking about who adopted Ace. This shows that he was roasted on the fire. And the most deadly thing is that even if the question is answered with the wrong answer, the man will announce the correct answer. Doesn't this mean that 100% of his adoption of Ace will be exposed? Feeling the murderous aura leaking from Sengoku next to him, Garp felt bad. I'm in Naval Headquarters, and the son who adopted Roger, the One Piece King, is about to be exposed. What should I do now? Wait online urgently. Garp glanced at Sengoku, then slowly drove back. But at this time, the entire large square has been surrounded by Marine to Tuan. The best viewing area in the middle was reserved for Marine seniors, such as Sengoku and Admiral, and an area was vacant. Marine onlookers are all around. Garp's move naturally attracted the attention of others. Seeing Garp sneaking around, Akiji asked strangely, Garp, where are you going? Akiji's words immediately caught the attention of other generals, and even Sengoku turned his head to look over. Garp laughed a few times and then said, It's okay, I just stand for a long time. Activities, okay. Then he glared at Akiji. This kid was bad for lousy, but he was so good to this kid. All of them were white-eyed wolves, and his heart was so tired. The bullying movement was interrupted, and Garp could only continue to stand still waiting for the trial. Akiji was a little strangely stared by Garp and looked at himself with some doubts. At this moment, civilians watching movies all over the world have been attracted by this issue. These people who had suffered and affected during the great nautical era looked at the picture angrily. They wanted to know which guy actually allowed Roger's sinful blood to survive. Do you think they have not suffered enough? But at this time, the people of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby D***K didn't know that their every move was being broadcast live all over the world. Ace also couldn't hear Garp's heart now. They thought that this scene just happened on the Moby D***K. How could they expect that they are now doing a worldwide live broadcast? The so-called you watch the live broadcast on the boat, and the people in the live broadcast room are watching you in the live broadcast room. Hearing the third question, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates turned their attention to Ace. No one except Ace knew about this kind of thing, so he could only answer it himself. Ace does not delay. After all, the time is limited to 1 minute, and the time is limited. Anyway, no matter what he says or not, the mysterious man in the final screen will be announced. And what he said, the other party has said before, if he answers the question correctly, he will be rewarded. Although I don't know what the reward is, I can still look forward to it. Answer, Mr. Garp. Ace said. Whitebeard glanced at Ace in surprise. He only knew that Ace was Roger's son, but he never heard that it was Garp who raised Ace. The old Garp you're talking about isn't the Marine Heroes Garp Vice Admiral, is he? Marco asked hesitantly. If that's the case, then it's kind of funny. Marines searched for the orphan of One Piece, but the man was hidden by Marine Hero and raised up. In particular, everyone knows one thing, and that is that it was Garp who was the one who captured Roger the most. As a result, it was Garp who took care of Roger's son after Roger died. This friendship, could it be that you were acting in front of everyone back then? The expressions of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates were a little strange, because they were old acquaintances with Garp and Roger. Many people in the group have seen Roger and even fought with the Roger pirates, and naturally they have also been in contact with Garp. This melon is also too hot. Ace nodded. Hearing Ace's affirmative answer, everyone didn't know what to say for a while, which was too funny. And what's even more funny is that Garp is obviously a Marine. So how did Ace become a pirate? Garp, you said you're not a traitor? Garp! Marine Marshal Sengoku roared from the main square of Naval Headquarters. Sengoku looked at Garp furiously. He never imagined that the traitor was by his side. He had been looking for the orphan of One Piece for 2 years and couldn't find it, but he was hidden by his good brother Garp. You are really my good brother. Garp scratched his head. His head hurts a lot now. Ace, who cheated on his grandfather, really gave him out, although even if Ace didn't say it, he would be exposed by that mysterious man. But this pot must be covered by Ace. There is no reason. The grandson is used for education. Sengoku, listen to me, and I'll explain it to you later. Garp looked around. Sengoku also looked at it, and the surrounding Marine was also shocked by this heavy news. Their Marine hero Garp actually took in One Piece's son, which is definitely Marine's biggest scandal in recent years. They certainly did not believe that Garp Vice Admiral would be Marine's traitor. To them, the powerful, unassuming, amiable Garp Vice Admiral could be regarded as Marine's idol. They all wondered why Garp Vice Admiral did it. Sengoku was aware of this situation, and if it were true that Garp, the Marine hero, had a reputation as a traitor, it would be devastating to Marine's prestige. Not just disappointing civilians, but also destroying confidence within Marine. In order to avoid any shocking remarks coming out of the mouth of this unreliable Garp, Sengoku acquiesced to Garp's request for a private chat. I'll give you a chance to explain. Come to my office later, Sengoku said with anger. Now not only Garp has a headache, but Marshal Sengoku has a headache. He thought he already knew how unreliable Garp was, but he didn't expect this guy to refresh his knowledge again. Last time, too, when he heard that a pirate named Monkey D. Luffy beat the branch colonel in East Blue, he thought it was someone with the same last name as Garp. Then I wanted Garp to take a look, and this guy actually recognized it as his grandson. Good guy. The last grandson Luffy became a pirate without a word, and a lot of things happen in East Blue. Now there is another Ace, the son of Roger, the Pirate King. Thinking of Luffy's father, Garp's son is not a bad guy. Sengoku has been speechless to Garp. Are you really a traitor? How come there are so many monsters and monsters in your family? How did your grandfather and father act? But this is not the time to say this. The blow to the surrounding Marines is already big enough, and if you say this, they will explode in place. P.S. The third update. In addition, my heart is half cold because of the poor data. Let's get new book issue and update rules to see if there is any help. 2,000 flowers plus one more. 20 monthly ticket plus one more. 400 evaluation votes plus one more above. Akiji also looked at Garp with wide eyes. He now understands why Garp was sneaking and staring at him just now. He felt guilty. However, thinking that he was also secretly hiding Marine's wanted criminal, he gave Garp the look of a fellow man. Garp watched Akiji wink at him with a sullen look and ignored him. The relationship between the two is usually good. When Akiji was still a recruit, he was with Garp. Garp can be regarded as half of Akiji's teacher after he joined him. In this way, Akiji can be regarded as a disciple and teacher by letting go of the devil's son. And it is a coincidence that the two of them did it in the same year. Unlike Akiji's joking, Kizaru glanced at Garp indifferently, with a look of nothing. Only Akainu looked at Garp dissatisfied after hearing that Garp adopted Roger's son and snorted coldly. If it weren't for this person Garp, if it were someone else, he would have captured him with a dark hound. The waves on Marine's side have been suppressed by Garp's prestige for many years, but among civilians around the world, Marine heroes adopted One Piece's son and trained him to become a pirate. This kind of thing has caused an uproar among the civilians. They simply couldn't understand why the dignified Marine would do such a thing. Is this Marine hero a traitor to Marine? Their civilians were robbed by the pirates and suffered so much. As a result, you Marine executives actually called the Pirate King brothers and sisters, and they were still alone. The outsider is actually me? Pirate Marine is a family. This world, love. Immediate anger erupted among the civilians, who shouted for an explanation for Marine. However, in the era of no internet, this kind of anger cannot be gathered. Even if they can communicate with each other through live broadcast, there is no way to form a fishing reel, and there will be no big wave for the time being. In the picture, the mysterious man responded to Ace's answer. The answer is correct. 22 years ago, One Piece Roger decided to turn himself in. He met Garp in prison and entrusted his pregnant wife to Garp's care. Garp couldn't think of his wife and children and acquiesced to Roger's request. After Roger's public execution, Garp should promise to go to Batarilla Island to pick up Rouge's mother and son, but at this time Batarilla Island has been controlled by Marine, who came to capture the descendants of One Piece and search for all pregnant women and newborn children. So Garp had to put it on hold until Marine left 2 years later. And Garp had a chance, but when he got there, he only saw Rouge, who had died of exhaustion, and Ace, who was just born after being pregnant for 2 years. Garp then brought Ace back to his hometown, claiming that his grandson grew up with his own grandson. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates did not expect that Ace's life experience would be so rugged. The mother concealed her pregnancy for 2 years before giving birth to her. Her father died when she was born, and her mother died because of understanding, and she became an orphan directly. If Garp hadn't been sympathetic and principled, he wouldn't have survived at all. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect One Piece's son to rely on Marine to survive. This fate is really absurd, but they soon discovered a blind spot. That's why Garp adopted Ace as a grandson. Now Ace is Father Whitebeard's son again. Well, after all this time, that Garp guy is a generation older than their father. Someone asked this embarrassing question. Looking at everyone's strange expressions, Whitebeard also realized this and cursed the old Garp fox inwardly, thinking of taking advantage of Roger even after Roger died. To recognize Roger's son as a grandson does not mean that Roger is his son. Obviously, Garp and Roger are of the same generation, and they are not a few years apart in age. This old guy is really dishonest. Now he is not only a generation taller than Roger, but also rides on his head. Ace is his adopted son, also called Grandpa Garp. What is this called? Whitebeard coughed a little embarrassedly in his heart, then pretended to be calm and smiled and said, "Gulalala, what kind of problem is this? Do we pirates still struggle with this kind of thing?" Ace calls Garp Grandpa, and I call Daddy, each of which is different. And when it comes to the battlefield, he is Marine, we are pirates, and we are still enemies. Gulalala. Whitebeard's remarks resolved their doubts, but they couldn't see the embarrassment behind Whitebeard's laughter. These words also spread to naval headquarters, and everyone in naval headquarters couldn't help being amused by Garp's operation when they saw this. And when I heard that Garp was thinking of saving Ace, that his wife and children were not in danger, he understood a little more. It's normal for Garp to do such a thing with justice, but it's not normal for Garp to refuse Roger's request. In any case, the child is innocent. Not everyone is as callous as Akainu. At this moment, the mysterious man in the picture started his fourth question. Question: who knocked Garp over in Summit War and rescued Ace? This is a multiple-choice question. You have 4 choices. A. Buggy the Clown, former Roger Pirates intern. B. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Sir Crocodile. C. Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirate Group. D. Whitebeard Pirates Marshal D. Teach. There is a 1-minute time limit. Now the timing will begin. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was very happy to hear that Ace was successfully rescued, which means that Sengoku's conspiracy failed. However, when they saw the alternative answers, they were a little confused. 2 of the first 3 have never heard of it, and that crocodile is not 7 Warlords of the Sea. It has nothing to do with them, and Crocodile was the guy who failed to challenge Dad. Can this guy save Ace? Only the last option is more reliable. Teach, their good brother. I think it's D. There is no one else but Teach. Unexpectedly, Teach, you were able to knock Garp over with a single punch. Have you been hiding deeply? Who are we with whom? And hide our strength from us. Suddenly, someone hooked their shoulders and smiled at Teach. Teach is also a little dazed at this time, because he feels he is himself even when he sees these 4 options. Although he did hide his strength in order not to be noticeable, can he knock Garp over with 1 punch? He wasn't confident at this point, unless Garp let him go. But thinking that Garp has adopted Ace, it's no surprise to release him to the sea. But at this time, it is naturally impossible to expose the strength, and the past must be denied. No, absolutely not. Don't you still know my strength? If I were on the scene, I would definitely save Ace. After all, we are brothers, but we knocked Garp over with a punch. Could it be that Garp was deliberately knocked down by the release of water? Teach scratched his head and said with a smile. Everyone has no doubt about Teach's words. After all, Teach has been the Whitebeard Pirates for decades, and everyone knows how many caddies he has. A person may be able to keep it from 1 day to 1 month and 1 year, but can it be kept for decades? So everyone did not struggle with this issue. Marco looked at Ace and asked, Ace, which answer do you think is? At the same time, Garp of Naval Headquarters was pushed to the forefront because of Teach's words. In order to save his grandson, he blatantly released the water. Although Garp is a grandfather, he is also a Marine and has Marine duties. This behavior is undoubtedly a betrayal to Marine. When Garp saw the problem, he still wondered who had knocked him over with such a powerful punch, but he didn't expect that Teach directly pointed out that he would release the water. He was a little embarrassed now. If that happens, what will he do? Release water? Maybe it will, he's not sure. Although he is a Marine, he is also Ace's grandfather. Watching Ace grow up, how could he watch Ace die? And looking at the person in that option, the Teach can be heard weaker from their words and should not be able to beat him. The remaining former Roger Pirates, intern Buggy, the clown, does not know this one, but the other intern is now the redhead of the famous 4 emperors in New World. If he is the same as the redhead, then maybe he can do it. This is to be determined. Needless to say, the remaining 2, Crocodile doesn't have this strength. Luffy wants to overthrow him in 100 years. So either the clown Buggy really knocked him down, or he really let go. Sengoku also thought of this. Considering that Garp still has the title of Marine Hero, he should save him some face. Marine's face can't be lost anymore. So the opponent said, go and check. Who is this clown Buggy? At this time, brand new, the king of the meeting suddenly said, Marshal Sengoku, I seem to know this clown Buggy. Sengoku turned his head to look at Brandy and said, who is he? Brandy held his sunglasses in embarrassment and said, Buggy the Clown is a group of pirates from East Blue. Some time ago, something happened in Orangetown in East Blue. I remember his bounty seems to be 1,500. Juan Bailey. 15 million Baileys? So little? But everyone thought about it. Why is it also the person who got off the boat of the Roger Pirates? Maybe it was Luo Ke? And the other one who got off the Roger Pirate ship has become the Four Emperors. It should be reasonable to defeat Garp. Hearing what Brandy said, Sengoku felt that he remembered where he saw this incident, but he had to deal with so many things every day, and he couldn't remember the special things at all, and there were already enough things on Grand Line. Where to remember the little thief of East Blue? Go on, what else? Sengoku nodded slightly. I heard that they were defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates some time ago, and now they are missing. This sudden break almost twisted the surrounding marine. Everyone has been knocked down by the Straw Hat Pirates. What else is there to say? Luffy is still a new buggy who just went out to sea, but he can't beat it. What else does it say to knock down Garp? Crocodile was obviously unable to beat, and he couldn't beat Whitebeard on 8 poles. The name of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirate group is Garp's grandson. This person is either Garp's grandson or Teach of the Whitebeard Pirates. Conclusion: Garp is released. No wonder he doesn't remember. That's it. Sengoku scratched Garp when he heard Brandy's words. And today Marines even lost this guy. Headache. But now is not the time for Garp. Sengoku glared at Garp and said that he would be cleaning you up later. Garp smiled guiltily at Sengoku. He seemed to have really done it, and he didn't have any confidence in his heart. Sengoku ignored Garp. The most important thing now is not this matter. As Marshal Marine, he cares more about what it means behind Ace's rescue. Although this event will happen in the future, it has not happened yet. But be aware that this summit war took place in Naval Headquarters. He mobilized 100,000 Marine elites, assembled Marine, 3 Admiral, and Marine elites are basically all present. Even Shichibukai has been summoned in place. It can be said that they have assembled the strongest combat power that Marine can produce. Marine can be said to occupy the right time and place. However, in this situation, they had not held Ace and were rescued. If this is true, it does not mean that Marine is no match for a 4 Emperor. As we all know, there are 4 Emperors in New World, and one 4 Emperor is so miserable, and there are 3 others watching around. Sengoku can imagine that if this news is spread, they will hear about Marine's reality. Then they have been deterring them with strong strength before, so that they dare not take it easily, and this deterrence will no longer exist in the future. Once this balance of mutual fear is broken, there is only one left: war, a steady stream of wars. This can be very troublesome. Things are just as Sengoku thought. New World, Ghost Island, World of Nations, Kaido, and Big Mom are also watching this live broadcast. Hearing that Marine has made such a battle, they have not been able to stop the Whitebeard Pirates. I directly wonder if they overestimated Marine before. Strength. Maybe in the future, we can consider spreading the sphere of influence to Marine. In East Blue, Luffy couldn't help but feel refreshed when he heard his own name in the answer. Sure enough, rescuing Ace is such a thing. That's right, he must have done it. In addition to him, who else can beat his old man with a punch? Luffy immediately shouted to Ace in the picture, "Choose me, choose me." But his words couldn't reach Ace's ears in the live broadcast. But his words caused Krieg and Zafu to stare. This guy is so big. Can he still have a relationship with the pirates of the 4 Emperors? At this moment, Ace thought for a moment when he heard Marco's words and said, "I haven't heard of this clown buggy, and Crocodile has nothing to do with me. It's Luffy. He is my brother, but we haven't seen each other for 2 years." Luffy hasn't been offered a reward yet, so Ace doesn't know how Luffy is now. But seeing this answer, Ace still laughed. This guy really went to sea, and he also used his most cherished straw hat as the name of the pirate group. Ace continued, "I think only Luffy and Teach are more likely of these 4 choices, but with my knowledge of the old man, even if I am executed, the old man will not release Teach. Although he is my grandfather, he is also a Marine, an excellent Marine. Luffy and I have not seen him several times a year. He is either catching a pirate or on the way to catch a pirate. If there is a pirate who can let him release the water, I think there are only two, except for me. That is Luffy. No one can do it except us. Hearing Ace's words silenced everyone, and also silenced people from all over the world who were watching the live broadcast. The people who had been clamoring for Marine to give them an explanation before saw that the fire suddenly went out here. Marine, who has been catching pirates all year long, and even his grandson hasn't seen him a few times, they can't scold him at all. Regarding the release of water from their grandchildren, they believe that even an individual could not do anything to their grandchildren. This is human nature and understandable. And they felt that Garp's two grandsons went astray one after another. It may not be because Garp is always working and lacks education for his grandsons, which makes them pirates. From this point of view, the most painful thing is actually Garp himself. He is Marine, but his grandchildren have become pirates. In the end, the grandson was publicly executed, but he, the grandfather, couldn't do anything. On the one hand, it is family affection. On the other hand, it is responsibility. How can it be painful? More and more people are beginning to understand Garp. At least this is a serious and dedicated Marine. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief at this time. At least his brother is still the Marine he remembered, which is worthy of the word justice in him. Garp also showed the elder smile when he heard Ace's words. This was the first time he heard his evaluation of himself from Ace. Although Ace refused to listen to his persuasion and insisted on becoming a pirate, he still believed that Ace was his grandson. They have always been, and they are family members. As Ace said, he can't do anything against his family against anyone. But I didn't expect that it would be Luffy who saved Ace. I didn't expect that. Garp couldn't help but shook his head with a smile. At this moment, Ace in the picture also gave the answer to the mysterious man. Answer: it's C. Muggy, Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The mysterious man snapped his fingers and smiled. The answer is correct. You really deserve to be a brother. The 17-year-old monkey D. Luffy, after hearing the news that his brother Ace was to be executed publicly, went to impel down alone to robbery and rushed all the way to the 6th underground floor. However, it was a step late. When I got inside, I found that Ace had been taken to Naval Headquarters, so after a big disturbance in Impel Down, he rushed to Naval Headquarters nonstop and rushed to the execution platform to rescue Ace in the Summit War. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Luffy. The words of the mysterious man shocked Ace and the others. What shocked them even more was that Luffy went to Impel Down alone to save him. Not only that, but he also made a big fuss and came out from inside and was saved at Naval Headquarters. Is this still the Luffy in his mind? That little one. Ace felt that the Luffy in the mysterious man's mouth was completely different from the Luffy he knew. His brother couldn't be so good. In 2 years, people can have such a big change. Not only Ace was shocked, but even everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group was shocked. These two brothers are too terrible. The Ace Logia Marimara Fruit ability in front of him has the ability to sit in the 2nd Division captain when he was only 19 years old, and he has Conqueror's Haki and has the potential to be a king. As a result, there is a younger brother who is younger than him. He played back and forth at Impel Down at the age of 17, and saved Ace from the Naval Headquarters under the eyes of so many Vice Admiral and Admiral. This is what kind of ruthless people can do this kind of thing. Are these the two brothers of the Garp family? I'm afraid. Sengoku just breathed a sigh of relief and immediately sucked it back, looking at Garp gloomily. He really didn't want to say any more. Your two grandsons, Garp, are so genius. If you put them in Marine, they are entirely the seedlings of Marine Admiral, but you let them both go and become pirates. You are a rival, do you understand? Sengoku wanted to grab Garp by the neck and question him. Others also looked at Garp speechlessly. Why your grandson is so leathery. Impel Down can fight back and forth. The whole Marine was able to impel down at the age of 17, and he was able to fight back and forth and impel down managed by that terrible guy Magellan. I'm afraid there was none at all. They can't help but make complaints. Don't go out to catch the pirates. Taking some time to teach your two grandchildren is already the greatest contribution to Marine. Garp could only smile awkwardly at their gazes. He didn't expect that his grandson would still be able to show up like this. He had the same demeanor he had back then. At this time, East Blue Bereti restaurant. The expressions of Krieg and others watching Luffy and others have changed. They thought they had met a little devil who knew nothing about life and death, but they didn't expect to hit the god tier. This guy not only has the captain of the 2nd Division of the Four Emperors, but also the grandfather of the Marine hero. More than that, this guy can also get in and out in the impel down of the pirate hell. Is this TM still a person? It is a god of war. Suddenly, Krieg and his team froze there, not knowing what to do next, whether to admit it or just turn around and ran. Sanji and Tetsuo also looked shocked at Luffy, who was smirking excitedly about their glorious future. Is this kid really that powerful? At this time, it seemed that the eyes of the whole world were attracted by the 17-year-old boy named Luffy. However, the mysterious man in the picture spoke again. By the way, Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, has the same straw hat he wore on Roger's head. This sudden news stunned the people who heard this sentence. Even Ace, who grew up with Luffy, was the first time he heard about this. He only knew that the man gave it to Luffy. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be his father's hat. His father's hat is actually worn on his brother's head. However, the words that shocked them even more came later. P.S. First, ask for flowers for evaluation votes, asterisk. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This straw hat was given by a pirate when Luffy was 7 years old, and it was this pirate who led the young and naive Luffy to the path of the pirate when Garp was away. This remark immediately caused public outrage among the people. They said how the grandson of the hero Marine became a pirate, because it turned out that there was a villain from it. While Garp was catching the pirate outside, he went to Garp's house to teach him his grandson and let the grandson of Marine hero become a pirate. How vicious this guy is. Sengoku was also furious when he heard that who did this kind of thing and dared to attack Marine's family. Shooting against the family of Marine has always been a very serious and taboo issue in Marine, because the family of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr was slaughtered by the pirates. As a result, Zephyr has never recovered, which directly caused Zephyr, one of Marine's 3 admirals, to hang up and not be able to get out again. What a loss for Marine. Today's Marine executives are either Zephyr's apprentices or Zephyr's contemporaries, and they all know what happened to Zephyr. So when he heard that even Garp's grandson had been poisoned by the pirates, he was immediately furious. If not for this villain, with Luffy's talent and potential, he would surely be able to inherit his grandfather's mantle in the future and let Marine have one more powerful warrior. The Marines at Naval Headquarters were furious, and even Garp's face showed sullen anger. His 2 grandsons were both going to become Marines, but one took the pirate's way because of his father, while the other was abducted and became a pirate. That hate in Garp's heart. When he knew about it, he threw Luffy into the mountain overnight, trying to prevent Luffy from contacting the pirate again, and cut off his idea of being a pirate. But it was too late. Garp, who is that pirate? Sengoku said angrily. Garp also said annoyedly, who else is the pirate who can get Roger's hat? That's the one. At this time, the culprit who was watching a live broadcast on an island in New World suddenly got excited. At this moment, he is sitting cross-legged on the ground. His left arm is empty, and his right hand is holding a bowl of wine. Hearing this mysterious man describe him as a person who lures, the kid who is deceiving him astray, Shanks can't help frowning in dissatisfaction. "Haha, boss, now everyone knows that you seduce," lied to the child. The crew of Shanks next to him smiled and slapped their knees, not at all sad for the social death of the boss. Can the pirate's matter be called a lie? This is called inheritance. Shanks was joked by the crew that there is no shelf for the captain, and while muttering, he put the wine bowl to his mouth and took a sip. Unexpectedly, that little freak would grow to this level. Shanks couldn't help but sigh. He was surprised to hear Luffy rush in and out of impelled down. Yes, I think Luffy was just a kid who loves to listen to stories. I didn't expect that he would become a powerful pirate at a young age. Shanks, maybe he will appear in New World to come to you soon. Beckman said with a smile on his cigar. Really? I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, I hope it will come soon. Huh? In a live broadcast, the man continued. That pirate is a former Roger Pirates in turn, the red-haired Shanks who is now one of the 4 emperors. Shanks. Whitebeard couldn't help but smile when he heard the name. I didn't expect this guy to go to East Blue and something like this happened. Ace, do you know about it? Yeah. Ace nodded. I visited him after coming to New World. I thank him for taking care of Luffy. Take care of your fart. Garp of Naval Headquarters gritted his teeth when he heard Ace's words and abducted his lovely grandson to become a pirate. When we meet again, he must let this guy taste his iron fist. It was Shanks who heard that Luffy was introduced into the pirate road. Sengoku was speechless. Everything was related to Roger. Roger's son Ace. Roger's intern Shanks. Luffy is wearing Roger's straw hat. This guy is dead and still lingering. But since Shanks the Redhead did this, it can only be put aside temporarily. If it's something other pirates doing it in order to kill the chickens and the monkeys, even if he sends Marine Admiral, he has to take down those guys who dare to attack the Marine's family. But the problem is that this is the red-haired Shanks, now the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors are not the titles that the thrones of kings own by inheritance, but the real ones. Every 4 emperors is a force that cannot be underestimated at sea. If you want to take action against 4 emperors, Marine must use all your strength to deal with it. If there is no complete certainty, Sengoku does not want to easily go to war with the 4 emperors, because there are 4 emperors. P.S. Second, ask for flowers for evaluation votes, asterisk. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the unlikely event that Marine and a certain 4 emperors were both defeated, the remaining 3 would not be able to deal with it. Once Marine falls, then the order of the entire world will be over. By then, the pirates all over the world will be unscrupulous, and that will be hell on earth. So now the 4 emperors and Marine maintain a delicate balance. Neither side will easily break it. That's good. Congratulations on your successful answer to the 4 questions. I didn't expect the 4th question to be answered correctly. Now, there's the last one left. As long as you answer the question correctly, you can get the reward for this answer. The mysterious man said and clapped his hands. However, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group did not show a happy look, although the mysterious man kept saying rewards. But the words of an uninvited, suddenly appearing guy who didn't know his true face and purpose made them feel uneasy. And what worries them is that this person doesn't seem to have actually appeared from the beginning to the end, but they are trapped and seem to be slaughtered unilaterally. This feeling is very unpleasant. They only hope that things can be resolved after answering the questions and not cause unnecessary casualties. Hearing that the mysterious man is about to ask one last question, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates and people from all over the world who are watching a live broadcast are looking at the mysterious man intently. I want to hear what unknown information will come out of this guy this time. Then next is the last question. Question. In the Summit War, Ace, who was successfully rescued by Monkey D. a Luffy, finally died in order to save Luffy. For options: A. Marine Admiral Kazan, codenamed Akiji. B. Marine Admiral Pagliasolino, codenamed Kizuru. C. Marine Admiral Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu. D. Whitebeard Pirate Group, Marshal D. Teach. There is a 2-minute time limit. Now the timing will begin. As soon as this problem came out, the entire audience was in an uproar on the Moby D*****K. Not only that, people all over the world who were watching the live broadcast exclaimed. They thought that Marine's action had failed, but they never thought that in the end the criminal bloodline of One Piece Roger would be ended here. Does this mean that Marine has won this war? Naval Headquarters. Garp's face is sinking. Ace is dead. In order to save Luffy, died at Naval Headquarters? There is nothing more overwhelming than this. I was happy before Luffy rescued Ace, but later Ace died in the hands of someone else to save Luffy. Who on earth did it? Garp listened to the mysterious man uttering the 4 options, and suddenly looked at Marine 3 Admiral, Akiji, Kizuru, and Akainu next to him. 3 of the 4 options are Marine Admiral, and the other is from the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates kill their own people? How is this possible? the stone was hammered, and the person who killed Ace was among the three. The three of them were slightly startled by Garp's angry eyes. It was indeed scary for the old guy to start his anger. But they're not ordinary people. As Marine Admiral, they have never seen any battle. Well, it's terrible. Don't look at me like that. Kizaru slapped his mouth, pretending to be scared. Akiji spread his hands, somewhat innocent. Garp, we don't know what will happen in the future. Humph. Kill a pirate if you kill him. Even if you take him as a grandson, that won't change the fact that he is Roger's son, and he is also a pirate like Roger. He deserves to die. If it were me, I would kill it. Akainu looked at Garp without concession and said coldly, Garp, you have to remember that you are a Marine. Listening to Akainu's murderous words, Garp turned blue and clenched his fists inadvertently. Sengoku shouted angrily next to him at this moment. Enough! Garp, are you not embarrassed enough? Is it because they will kill your grandson in the future, and you will kill them ahead of time? Sengoku's words awakened Garp from the announcement of his grandson's death. He turned his head and stopped looking at the three of them. He was also dazzled by the news just now. This is not a simple prediction. From the previous question, they can basically confirm that although the mysterious man has a mysterious origin, there is basically no fallacy in what he said. They are not sure about the future, but the secrets of the past that no one else knows except their client have been proved to be true. This has to make them believe that things about the future are also real and will happen. On this basis, Garp heard that his grandson would die at the hands of one of the three. How could the anger in his heart be restrained? However, after being scolded by Sengoku, Garp came to his senses. In any case, no matter who the three of them killed Ace, it was not wrong for Marine to kill the pirate. The only mistake was that Ace was killed as a pirate because he was not strong enough. P.S. Third, ask for flowers for evaluation votes, *. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even he himself killed a lot of pirates. Does he want to atone for it? After sobering up, Garp didn't take anger at them anymore, but thought about two questions. How could Ace be caught? And who of the three of them killed? In the future, let Ace stay away from that guy. Garp couldn't figure out how Ace got caught, but he probably got caught alone. Because if Whitebeard is there and wants to catch Ace, it's basically like going to war directly, and there's no need to wait for Summit War. So it must be that Ace was caught without Whitebeard's knowledge, and then forced the Whitebeard pirates to save people by public execution. Hopefully Ace will not go it alone anytime soon after realizing this. In addition, among the three people who killed Ace, according to Garp's understanding of the three, Kizaru is an old fried dough stick. He can't do things that are not good, and he can't do things that are too troublesome. For such a guy, Garp didn't think Kizaru would try so hard to kill Ace. As an old fritter, his correct approach should be to grab Ace, hand it over to Sengoku, and take the bonus without any trouble. As for Akiji, based on Akiji's friendship with him, he does not believe that Akiji will kill his grandson, but as Marine, it is natural to catch them. So if it is Akiji, he should only catch Ace and Luffy. Then there's only one answer left, Akainu. This ruthless guy who eradicates evil. He doesn't care who his opponent is, as long as it is the evil he believes. He will eradicate it at all costs. He's also the only guy in Marine who doesn't give him face. And it can be seen from what Akainu just said. Garp glanced at Akainu. It seems that it should be him. Others probably guessed who made the move. Looking at Garp and Akainu with some caution, ready to fight. Fortunately, Garp just glanced at Akainu and looked away, and Akainu also snorted and looked at the live broadcast. And in East Blue, Luffy lost his mind after hearing the bad news, and Ace was killed to save him. How could this be? For a moment, Luffy was dumbfounded. The Krieg gang next to him had given up on fighting Luffy. This guy is terrifying, with Marine Vice Admiral Garp behind him, and two of the four emperors are related to him. Krieg seriously doubted that if he killed this guy, he wouldn't even survive tomorrow. An eagle eye of the 7 warlords of the sea has chased him from the Grand Line to the East Blue, not to mention the horrors exist. As for why he didn't leave now, that's because he wants to continue watching the live broadcast. There are too many secrets hidden in it. If he hadn't watched the live broadcast, Who would have thought that Roger, the pirate king, has a son, and the grandson of the marine hero is a pirate, and the four Emperor Shanks kidnapped the grandson of the marine hero to become a pirate? Everyone is waiting for answers. Meanwhile, the mood on the Moby D***K is a little off. Ace first felt unreal when he heard that he was going to be killed, but soon he realized it could be true and he was going to be killed. And Luffy is 17 years old this year, which means he's going to die this year, if that's right. What feels like to know your own death prophecy when you are alive? Feeling that the surrounding atmosphere was wrong, Ace squeezed out a smile and said in relief, "Don't do this, everyone. Am I still alive? Even if they want to kill me, they have to catch me first, and now that I know that, it's no wonder they can catch me." Ace's words made everyone feel relieved. Yes, this is just a prophecy. Now that they know this, how can they make this kind of thing happen? Ace, don't worry. If someone wants to attack you, they will walk over my body first. Yes, we are the Whitebeard pirates. If you want to take action against our brothers, first ask us if we agree or not. Whoever dares to touch Ace, we will kill him first. The atmosphere on the boat was instantly in love. But Teach feels a little weird. He vaguely felt that the mysterious man was targeting him. Obviously, he is the most unknown person on this ship, but he was asked twice in a row. Once is the problem of saving Ace, and once is the problem of killing Ace. He couldn't figure out how he could appear as an option on the completely opposite subject. This is also outrageous. Of course, similar to Marine's thoughts, the Whitebeard pirates didn't take the option of Teach to heart. After all, they both belong to the Whitebeard pirates, and they're all Whitebeard's adopted sons, and it is impossible for them to attack their own people. Father Whitebeard has a rule that no one can do anything to his family, even his own. They directly used Teach as an option to make up the number. The people around saw that Teach's face was not very good, so he smiled and said, "Teach, don't take it to heart. This shows that Marine's people did it. 3 of the 4 options are Marine Admiral. Isn't it possible that Marine Admiral did it? No one could be the one who killed Ace, right? Of course, besides, Teach can't beat Ace. No one can beat Teach, haha. Haha, that's right, that's the reason." To this, Teach can only smile and nod, thinking that he has something to do with him. Don't drag him into it. He has no interest in these things. He only cares about one thing. The fact that Teach was in the options didn't attract much attention, but the 3 Admiral above made them more concerned. Whitebeard's face darkened, but he was not relieved by the words of his sons. The killing of Ace was definitely not good news for him. The Whitebeard pirates tried their best to rescue Ace and failed, which was a huge blow to them. It is foreseeable that many people in the Whitebeard pirates will die in this rescue operation of Ace, and the losses will be heavy. If this future is real, then this war is clearly not what Whitebeard wants to see. He couldn't afford such a painful price. He also thought of the 2 questions Garp had in mind: how Ace was caught, and who killed it. At present, Akainu is the most likely to kill Ace among the 3 admirals. This guy is a mad dog and has the most murderousness. But how did Ace catch Ace? He couldn't understand. He could only make up his mind that Ace would not leave his side in the future. This is related to the safety of the Whitebeard pirates, and we must be cautious. The Whitebeard pirates are not afraid of fighting, but they also don't want to be tricked into the enemy's trap. Every son is his cherished family, and he doesn't want any of them to be killed. After thinking about it, everyone actually has the answer: Akainu. There is no disagreement on this answer. Whitebeard said to the mysterious man, "Answer, C. Marine Admiral Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu." Correct answer. The mysterious man said affirmatively. In the Summit War, Ace did die at the hands of Akainu. The moment he was about to kill Luffy, Ace stood in front of Luffy and was punched through the stomach by Akainu, and died at the age of 20. When a mysterious man answered affirmatively, everyone did not show any happy expressions, but rather solemn. Because Ace is 20 years old this year, which means that this Summit War will happen within this year, in the near future. They now have no information other than that Ace will be publicly executed by Sengoku, Ace's background and death in Summit War. They don't know how Ace got caught or how the Summit War ended. Knowing that the Whitebeard pirates will have a big disaster, they are not happy at all. Anyone who knows that they will fall into other people's traps in the future will not be happy. Whitebeard looked at the mysterious man and asked, "How did Ace get caught? How will the Whitebeard pirates end up in Summit War?" Whitebeard's words immediately caught the attention of everyone watching the live broadcast. Marines such as Sengoku and Garp all took a deep breath. This was related to the order of the future world. They could even imagine what crazy things Whitebeard would do when Ace was killed, and the strongest man in the world couldn't help alerting them. But the mysterious man did not answer his question. "I refuse to answer. This is my home court. I ask questions, you answer. This is the rule, unless I'm willing to say there is no comment." The mysterious man snapped his fingers. "The 5 questions have been answered. Congratulations for all of you who answered correctly. According to the agreement, I will give you corresponding rewards. But before that, there is one more process to go through." The mysterious man spread his hands and made a welcome gesture. "Let me welcome friends from all over the world who are watching this live broadcast, and welcome you to watch this live answer question." This made everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates a little stunned. Friends from all over the world? They looked around and saw no one else. Then they saw the picture in midair and suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. I just heard a voice in the air and continued. "You guessed right, this live broadcast will be broadcast simultaneously in all corners of the world, including East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, Grand Line, Red Line, etc. Nearly billions of people around the world are watching this live answering question. This time, the Moby D **K was selected as the answering stage, and all members of the Whitebeard Pirates Moby D **K were selected as the answers. 5 questions were asked, and all 5 were correct. Congratulations to everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates didn't mention how brilliant the expressions on their faces were. In other words, have they been seen by billions of people for their every move and every word they said? Although none of the people present were shy and introverted, they didn't know it at all when they thought that so many people were watching their performance. A feeling of shame arose spontaneously. They can only be thankful that they have not done any shameful behavior just now. Otherwise, this will truly be a world death. Don't think that pirates don't care about face. In fact, pirates care about face most. Whoever dares to let them lose face, they dare to let them lose their lives. Why do they compete for the title of One Piece? Why should they compare whose bounty is higher? The main reason is that this is an honor for them, an honor that shocks the world. The others are okay, but Ace's face is a bit colorful, because the questions just now are basically related to him. His life experience, his past, and he will be publicly executed in the future. All sorts of things have been picked up. It's okay for everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates to know this kind of thing. Everyone is brothers. But even so, let him show these things to his brothers. It also made him do it with sufficient psychological preparation and courage. But take these things out for people all over the world to watch. This allows Ace to have everything about himself to be dissected and then placed on the chopping board for others to appreciate, give pointers, and judge. 20-year-old Ace feels that he has endured pain that he shouldn't be at his age. Just listen to it. And Ace's head burst into flames, his entire head burned, and the flames were burning. How can everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group not know how Ace feels at this time? This is completely embarrassing. This performance of Ace was also broadcasted to all parts of the world simultaneously, and everyone was delighted to see Ace's reaction. Although this guy is Roger's son, he is still a shameful young man. It's a pity that he is a pirate. Garp laughed out loud when he saw his grandson behaving like this. Real grandpa. In contrast, Whitebeard's reaction was much more calm, not only because he had seen more scenes, but also because he was 4 emperors, and what 4 emperors panicked like. This face couldn't be embarrassed. But when he was shocked by the live broadcast information, he immediately realized that there was a more serious problem than shame. That's the exposure of Ace's life experience. Garp's adoption of Ace also came to light. Also, the people at Marine knew that they knew about Summit War, and they lost the opportunity. In addition, this matter is also known by people from other forces, so the future situation will be more complicated. Because if they know that naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates are going to fight, those who want to profit from it will certainly not miss this opportunity. Need to think carefully about future actions. Whitebeard thought to himself. Ace also reacted at this time. The identity of his son, Roger, has always been known to all over the world. Now I don't know how many people are scolding him as a son of sin. If it were before, he would definitely not be able to accept this. But after Whitebeard's acceptance and the approval of the Whitebeard pirates just now, it is not so difficult for him to accept it. But it was Garp's thing that made him even more concerned. Garp, as Marine, because of him, now that he helped Roger to raise his son, has been exposed, which must be very serious for Garp. Marine heroes have colluded with One Piece, which is already a betrayal, let alone adopting One Piece's son in private. And what would they think of Garp when this kind of thing is known by the public? He is Roger's son, carrying the blood of sin and insulting helplessness. However, Garp, who has kept his career in his life and upholds justice, is not guaranteed, which makes Ace feel a strong sense of guilt. The flame on Ace's body disappeared instantly, but the whole person was lost, and the whole person was covered with a layer of haze. Whitebeard understands how Ace feels now, but the incident has been exposed, and there is no way to recover it. The key now is why the mysterious man on the opposite side did this. And what purpose does he have? What is your purpose? Whitebeard asked. Purpose? I don't have such a thing. The mysterious man smiled and shook his head. I just want to simply broadcast the answer. Lie to you. Everyone who is watching the live broadcast simultaneously complains. Doing this kind of thing has also attracted people from all over the world to participate. Is this TM simply something that can be done? And who is involved in this live broadcast? Roger's son Ace, for Emperor's Whitebeard, Marine Hero Garp, Marine Marshal Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral, for Emperors with red hair, 7 Warlords of the Sea. Basically, throwing these names individually can cause a lot of disturbance at sea, and now they are all involved. Summit War, Naval Headquarters, and the Whitebeard Pirates War. This degree of war can already be said to be world-class. Among them, each point is a simple matter. This guy also said that it is a simple single live broadcast. When they are 3-year-olds, everyone sneered at what he said, but he didn't bother to continue entangled at this point. Before the awards are issued, I have prepared a video for you to enjoy. The footage in the video is related to the content of the question you just answered. If you are more concerned about the content of the question you just answered, please don't miss it. The people who had just expressed their disbelief in the mysterious man's nonsense were instantly attracted by the images in his mouth. Although they have learned some future things from the answers just now, the amount of information is too little. Everyone was shocked to hear that he could provide a picture of the future. Foreseeing the future is already a magical, outrageous, and incredible ability. And now this guy has even made an image of the future for them to see. Could this guy be a time fruit capable person, able to travel freely between the future and the past, recording all this from the Future Summit War, and then returning to the present to show them these things? However, this idea was thrown out of their brains when they were born, because if such a person really existed, it would be terrible, and they could not imagine that such an outrageous person existed in this world. Although it is impossible to figure out the origin of this mysterious man, the video clips about these issues are what they want to see most now. Because this is a world-class war, from the war of the century between naval headquarters and 4 Emperors Whitebeard. Such a scene is rare in this life. On one side, Marine's strongest combat power is assembled, and on the other side is the strongest man in the world. What kind of battle would it be like? For a while, whether it was a commoner, aristocrat, a pirate, or Marine, they were all attracted by this upcoming video of the future. At this moment, the picture suddenly turned black, and the mysterious person inside disappeared. Everyone, what's the situation? How did the chain fall at a critical time? And while they were waiting anxiously, the mysterious man who came out of the live broadcast room, that is, Luo Ke, was operating his system to play the video at this time. That's right. It was Luo Ke who broke into the Whitebeard pirate group suddenly, trapping them and letting them answer the questions. When Whitebeard and the others were drawn into Luo Ke's system of answering questions, Everything here was controlled by Luo Ke, so he was able to easily suppress Marco and give Whitebeard and the others a good start. By answering questions, influencing the world, and then gaining the energy to lift the seal, this is his true purpose. It's just how this kind of thing can let them know that mystery means being powerful, and also means fear and awe. Therefore, Luo Ke's face is shrouded in the shadow of the system. The more they can replenish their brains, the better, as long as they can disrupt the rhythm of the world. Luo Ke put the already prepared image on the shady curtain. This was edited through the system from his previous impression of One Piece, and then processed through the system is no different from reality. Luo Ke naturally would not show them the episode of One Piece, which is not in his interest. Editing, arranging, planning purposefully, and releasing them at the right time will affect the characters in the pirate world, and then affect the development of the entire pirate world. This is what his Black Hand lurking in the pirate world needs. In layman's terms, he wants to be a rhythmic marketing account in this pirate world. Ace's death was just an appetizer. Luo Ke did not release all the heavy news at once. Short-lived things will soon be forgotten. Only by constantly appearing and deepening the memory will it attract more and more people's attention. Compared with the death of Ace, he still has more heavy news in his hands to bring rhythm. They don't know what their expressions will be when they see the ending of Whitebeard, who are still shocked by Ace's death. When everyone eagerly and anxiously waited for the shady video to be played, it finally lit up after tens of seconds of darkness. The first thing that shows up is the title of the image, part of the image of Summit War. Part of the image. Is there a more complete one? Without waiting for them to think about it, real pictures followed one after another. What caught their eyes was a magnificent marine base. Dozens of marine warships lined up neatly with the base wharf, with Marines standing on them, waiting one by one. As the picture progresses, from the half-moon-shaped port inward, there are densely packed Marine troops. One by one, they are burly spirits, symbolizing the justice cloaks of Marine officers, and almost everyone has one. This means that most of the people standing here are the elites of Marine. It can be seen that Sengoku has basically gathered all the elites of Marine that can be transferred from Marine. They can even see outstanding giants in the queue winning. They're also dressed in blue and white Marine uniforms and cloaks of justice. One by one was awe-inspiring, guarding the front line like giant gate gods. However, even with such a large team gathered, each Marine's face showed unconcealed dignity, seriousness, and tension. Because they know that this time they're going to deal with the most powerful man in the world for Emperor's Whitebeard. His powerful ability can even destroy the world. Can they really kill this terrifying pirate here this time? No one has this certainty. The awe-inspiring and tense atmosphere in the video can be felt even by people watching outside through the screen. Seeing these, they really realized that what the mysterious man said was true. This summit war will really happen in the future. Naval headquarters and Whitebeard pirates really go to war. And it's all shown in this image. At this moment, no one doubts the authenticity of what Luo Ke said, because everything presented in the image is so real. Is this the scale of Summit War? The people watching the live broadcast thought to themselves. At this time, a more important person appeared. They were the 7 warlords of the sea, and 5 pirates with different temperaments and clothes from the surrounding Marines stood in the center of the queue and lined up. Different from the tense and serious atmosphere around Marine, their faces were full of confidence, jokes, drama, and indifference, and they were full of the aura of a strong man. From left to right are Stormcoin Bear, Moonlight Moria, Heavenly Yikshada Flamingo, Hawkeye Myhawk, and Empress Hancock. Their appearance suddenly raised the emotions of the people watching the live broadcast to a higher level. Even the 7 warlords of the sea gathered this time, which shows the intensity of this war. Marine took out his underwear, but Sengoku and the others frowned because 7 warlords of the sea had 7 people, and now there were only 5 present. Sengoku couldn't help being a little annoyed. Crocodile, Jinbei, these 2 bastards. If he didn't obey orders at a critical time, what did Marine keep these 2 guys doing? I said it long ago. These pirates are unreliable and should be eliminated. Akainu next to him said with a stern expression, "Well, it's not like you don't know about Jinbei's relationship with the Whitebeard pirates. It's normal for him not to participate in this war. But what happened to this guy Crocodile? I was very confused just now. Why is Garp included in the options for defeating him?" Akiji said aside, "Who knows what happened? The disobedient Shichibukai has no need to stay." Akainu said coldly. Even so, Sengoku did not order to remove Crocodile. After all, a suitable Shichibukai is not so easy to find, and it is not easy to decide if you are not sure why. Meanwhile, on the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta, Crocodile himself was watching the live broadcast in his hometown Yudi, and when he found out that he was missing from the Shichibukai who played, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. And this was against Whitebeard. He dreamed of killing Whitebeard, and it was impossible to miss this war. What the hell did he do? Crocodile thought for a while, and suddenly there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be that he found Pluton? So, no more need to wink at Marine. And the picture in the video continues. After 7 warlords of the sea showed their faces one after another, the picture switched to the platform below the execution platform. 3 burly men with invincibility written all over their faces walked to the chair and sat down, tilted up. Erlang legs. They're Marine 3 Admiral, Akiji, Akainu, and Kizuru. The appearance of these people suddenly made the Marines in the picture high in emotion, and the tension just now disappeared, as if the backbone appeared. Like the Marines in the video, the civilians and Marines outside the live broadcast also shouted excitedly when they saw this scene. This is the strongest fighting force of their righteous Marine 3 Admiral. Compared with the excitement of civilians and Marines, the emotions among the pirates are very solemn. For civilians, this is their umbrella, but for them, it is indeed a terrifying, powerful enemy. On the Moby D***K, the members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help swallowing when they saw what happened in this image. Marine 3 Admiral, all Marine generals, 100,000 Marine elites, plus 5-7 warlords of the sea, such an enemy lineup. Even if they're the Whitebeard pirates, their scalps are tingling, and if they want to fight such an enemy, it is impossible to do so without a determination to die. But they were not afraid of it, because they had their father there. Moreover, Marines' behavior of kidnapping their family members and threatening them has touched their bottom line. This battle must be fought. Marine must understand that their Whitebeard pirates are not easy to bully. Even if they die, they will drag you down together. And at this moment, they saw a scene they didn't want to see. Their brother, Ace, was escorted to the execution platform by a firing squad. He was covered in injuries and was handcuffed by Seastone with his hands behind his waist. 2 executioners with long execution knives stood behind him. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help even knowing that Ace would be publicly executed. How dare they do it? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was full of anger, and Whitebeard was covered with a chill. No matter the reason, it is unforgivable to dare to take action against his family. This hatred, Whitebeard remembered. In the video, under the execution, Marine Marshal Sengoku walked side by side with Marine hero Garp. Sengoku glanced at Garp behind him and asked, "Garp, can I? I'm going to tell everything." When Garp heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly. He turned his head away. "Whatever you want, I'll be down there." Immediately, the two separated. Sengoku walked to the execution platform, and everyone under the platform looked at Marshal Sengoku on the platform. At the same time, the person who was arranged a live broadcast next to Sengoku also aimed the phone bug at Sengoku, and the scene was also broadcast live to other places synchronously. Really watch the live broadcast in the live broadcast. Sengoku took a loudspeaker bug and said to everyone present, "I have something to tell you about the man Portgas Ace and the significance of his death here today." Sengoku said to Ace, "Ace, say your father's name." Everyone in the audience was a little puzzled why they were talking about Ace's father at this time. Ace's expression was the same as when he asked the question just now. "My dad is Whitebeard," Ace said nonchalantly. "No," Sengoku yelled. However, Ace's reaction was stronger than Sengoku's. He said fiercely, "I'm not wrong. I only have one dad." and that's Whitebeard. However, Sengoku didn't listen to Ace's words and said to himself, "At that time, we were desperately searching for that man's child on a certain island. We found an island called Batarilla Island based on CP's intelligence, but nothing came of it. However, there's a woman, your mother, who risked her own life to give birth to you. She gave birth to you at 20 months of pregnancy without telling the world. He also gave birth to you and died on the spot with all his strength. There's no way you didn't know this. Your father is One Piece GOLD, Roger." At this time, the screen switched to another place, and everyone also saw the last meeting between Roger and Garp in prison. In the prison, Roger, the pirate king with his hands handcuffed, looked up at Garp outside. "Garp, my baby is about to be born, but sadly, I'll be out of this world then," Roger said. Garp looked at Roger with his arms crossed and said, "Roger, what's the use of you telling me this? Of course the woman related to you will be put to death." Roger approached Garp and said, "That's why I'm telling you. The government will definitely find out my whereabouts over the past year, and find her out. The baby to be born is innocent." "Garp," Roger said loudly, "we have talked dozens of times, and I have always trusted you as my partner. You go protect them." Garp scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." "No, you'll help me. My child is up to you." There was a smile on Roger's face, a confident smile, as if he had seen through Garp. He knew in his heart that Garp was a good man, and he would not sit idly by with women and children. For Roger's excessive request, Garp's face showed a look of helplessness and dissatisfaction. People who watched Roger's torment finally figured out why Garp, the dignified marine hero, adopted Roger's son. This B************* D actually sees Garp's righteous and kind heart and moral kidnapping by relying on his knowledge of dealing with Garp many times, making it impossible for Garp to sit back and protect his wife and children. This brazen B********************. D. When everyone saw this, they also cleared away their previous thought that Garp had colluded with One Piece. What they hated even more was the D Roger, who had made so many people lose their lives and separated their wives, and even had the shame to kidnap Garp to protect his wife and children. This person is shameless. The screen turned and came to an island. A large number of Marines and CP washed up on the island. However, what they said made people shudder. Is it really on this island? Someone here sees Roger behaving like a father rather than a pirate. Check all the children born within 10 months of his imprisonment, as well as all pregnant women, and kill all those who feel suspicious. Roger's era is over. His blood must be eradicated. For a time, pregnant women and babies on the island were all infected, and I don't know how many innocent people died here. Seeing this scene, the people who were still clamoring not to let Roger's wife and daughter in their hearts just now were dumbfounded. They are all ordinary people. They have not seen much blood, nor have they killed anyone, because Roger has opened a painful era and caused them all to suffer. However, when they saw Marine, they would rather kill everything by mistake than let go of a bloody act. They couldn't help feeling a chill from their bones. This is too cruel. Even if Roger's wife and children are guilty, these innocent women and children are not guilty, which no longer takes the lives of innocent people into consideration. And today he can do the same thing because he suspects that Roger's wife and children would rather kill everything by mistake than to let one go. Then in the future, he can suspect that there are pirates among them and do the same thing. Such a cruel Marine made them gradually turn their previous respect and awe into fear. In contrast, they are more willing to accept Garp's women's benevolence, and no one wants to be regarded as one of the people who would rather kill by mistake. Of course, there are many criticisms about Garp, such as why Garp didn't explain to Roger's wife and children, so that the innocent people on Batarilla Island can be saved from death in vain. Sacrificing the Roger family can save many lives. There is no lack of people who say such remarks. However, no matter how they diverged and disputed, the only certainty was that Marine's previous image of noble injustice in the hearts of civilians began to decline. They suddenly realized that the justice Marine insisted on did not represent the justice they imagined. At the same time, Marine's face is not pretty. This act of cutting grass and roots and harming the innocent is okay in secret, but it's hard to see when it is exposed. Even if they understand that this is a sacrifice that must be made in order to eradicate Roger's blood. Not all Marines are like Akainu. In order to prevent the fish from slipping through the net, and the cruel people who killed everyone in the end. Hearing that Marine had done something like this, I felt a little bit of intolerance, anger, and shame. Sengoku's face became more and more gloomy. He gave this order, but he doesn't regret it. This is what must be done to maintain the order of the world and prevent a guy like Roger from appearing again. To say regret, he only regretted that he didn't catch Ace's mother and son, let Roger's blood flow down, and cause the current situation. However, in any case, this incident has brought damage to Marine's image and can only be remedied later. The video continues. Mother and son Ace escaped the search, and Garp took Ace back to his hometown to take care of him. As soon as the screen turned back to Naval Headquarters, Sengoku spoke loudly about the extraordinary talents and potential that Ace showed after going to sea, and the meaning of publicly executing Ace. If you don't care about you, you will definitely stand on top of the pirates of the era and start to exert your strength. So putting you to death here today is of great significance. Sengoku said loudly to all Marines, even if an all-out war has to break out with Whitebeard, I will not hesitate. Sengoku's words were immediately approved by all Marines, and the Marines of the entire Naval Headquarters uttered cheers like a tsunami. At this moment, Marine reported to Sengoku. Report to Marshal Sengoku. The gate of justice was opened without any instructions from the street, and we can't reach the power room. Hearing this, Sengoku's face suddenly turned aside. What? Suddenly, bubbles gradually emerged from the sea surface of the semicircular harbor, and then began to boil, and huge shadows appeared on the sea surface. A pirate ship with a giant whale bow and several pirate ships surfaced at the same time. The Whitebeard pirates just made their debut. On the huge Moby D***K deck, Whitebeard, with his upper body and chest covered with scars, raised the corners of his mouth and shouted to the execution platform on the opposite side with an astonishing aura. My beloved son, is it okay? Ace, wait a minute. Whitebeard's grunting laughter came from the air in the entire headquarters. I saw Whitebeard inserting Song Yunshi into the deck, leaning forward and then clenching his fists with both hands, making a violent blow to the sides. Although nothing was hit, everyone seemed to see the illusion that the space was shattered. At this moment, the whole world shook, just as everyone looked around uncomfortably. On both sides of the naval headquarters, two tsunamis hundreds of meters high swept across the sky, like a canopy of waves surging over the headquarters. The entire naval headquarters is shrouded by it, and it looks so small. Thousands of tons of seawater will instantly smash the entire naval headquarters. Everyone who was watching the video never expected that the opening of this summit war was so popular. For Emperor's Whitebeard actually created such a formation when he shot. Is this monstrous tsunami really something human can do? Is this the so-called for Emperors? Everyone swallowed involuntarily. This level of battle was beyond their imagination. Most of their memories of fighting still remain in the physical fluctuations of people, where they use guns, swords, and other weapons, or attack at close range or long range. However, this ability to turn hands for clouds, cover hands for rain, move mountains, and fill the sea, and even maneuver a tsunami, is no longer something mortals can possess. Already have the power to destroy the world. This destructive power is comparable to a god. Is this the real strength of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard? People all over the world couldn't help but open their mouths. Sengoku and other Marine generals also watched this scene seriously. They already knew about Whitebeard's strength, so they were not particularly surprised. What they care more about is that this image is a kind of reference material for them. That is to say, if they really have a war with the Whitebeard pirates in the future, how they should respond. In other words, this is their simulated battle, and they have to obtain enough intelligence in it to deal with real wars that may occur in the future. And for some other big people, what brought them excitement, Kaido, Big Mom, Doflamingo, they looked at this summit war with excitement and let them see the relationship between the strongest man in the world and Marine. War. Who will be the real winner? Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group yelled in excitement when they saw that the old man had made such an impact. As expected, let's let those bastards in Marine see how powerful the Whitebeard Pirates is. Take the lair of these despicable Marines and see what faces they have before shouting in front of us. Dare to attack the Whitebeard Pirates, but it will cost your life. However, in the video, just after Whitebeard rolled up the monstrous tsunami, the next second, a man leaped from his seat and appeared in the air. You just heard him say something softly, "Ice Age." In an instant, a biting cold air radiated from him, and 2 ice ridges emerged from his hands and stretched towards the hundreds of high tsunami in naval headquarters. Just a few seconds later, the huge wave, hundreds of meters high, was frozen in this way. In an instant, the naval headquarters, which was still a summer island, suddenly became a winter island. The naval headquarters are surrounded by icebergs hundreds of meters high. Not only that, even the sea surface of the half-moon port was condensed into a thick layer of ice, and the fleet of the Whitebeard Pirates moored on it was frozen on it. A crisis that almost flattened naval headquarters was easily resolved by Marine Admiral Aokiji. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief to see that they were watching the video here. Fortunately, they're a Marine, 3 Admiral on Marine. Although Marine's behavior of killing 1,000 by mistake just now made Marine's image in their hearts decline. But they knew very well that if Marine were to lose in this war, the consequences would be unimaginable. Without the restriction of Marine, then this world will be completely the world of pirates. Then the whole world will definitely be bloody, and ordinary people like them will inevitably make the biggest victims in this chaos. So in any case, they are all on Marine's side. When they saw Aokiji's move to defuse the terrifying attack easily, they couldn't help taking a deep breath. Fortunately, their side was not bad. They were shocked when they saw Whitebeard's ability to shake the world and the earth as soon as the pirate took a shot. And what frightened them even more was that there were 3 more in this world like Whitebeard. There are so many terrifying pirates in this world. How can the lives of ordinary people like them be better? What's wrong with this world? You should treat ordinary people like them this way. Fortunately, there is Marine Admiral sheltering them. I don't know who said it, and more people in the crowd started to cheer for Aokiji. In the image, Aokiji rushed towards Whitebeard after freezing the tsunami. Several ice spears appeared in front of him and shot at Whitebeard. However, before Aokiji's ice spear approached Whitebeard, Whitebeard punched Aokiji in the void, and the illusion of shattering appeared. In an instant, the bodies of Ice Spear and Aokiji began to collapse, breaking into a pile of ice scum. The first confrontation between Whitebeard and Aokiji was temporarily over, but this greatly boosted the morale of the Whitebeard Pirates. Since Aokiji's Ice Age solidified the sea level, it gave them a foothold on the ground. With the fight between Whitebeard and Aokiji over, Summit War just broke out. The captains and members of the Whitebeard pirate group flocked to the naval headquarters like a tide, and they launched a major invasion of the naval headquarters. The sound of shouts and shelling were endless, but it was the vice admiral of the headquarters that stood in their way, and the captains of the various divisions began the battle with the vice admiral of the headquarters. 7 warlords of the sea in the crowd shot Whitebeard with a flying slash. The huge sword energy broke through the ice and slashed towards Whitebeard, but was caught by Diamond Jaws. On the other side of the battlefield, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Division 1 and Marine Admiral Kazuru began a clash. On the platform under the execution stage, 3 Admiral was left with Akainu sitting there. He stood up and turned his right arm into lava. Then countless lava flew into the sky and smashed into the crowd of the Whitebeard Pirates like a meteor shower. At this moment, the entire battlefield was as tragic as hell. At this time, seeing this scene, everyone realized what kind of battle Summit War was. Powerful and terrible, the weak have no room for survival here. and lives will be taken every moment. This is Summit War. The process of the war was so tragic that neither the people of the Whitebeard pirates nor the Marines of the naval headquarters had expected it. Although they had anticipated it before, this war may end in a loss for both sides. However, in the video, whether it is a pirate or a Marine, their life and death are instantaneous. Before the battle started, there have been a large number of casualties among the personnel on both sides. However, the real battle has just begun. In reality, the faces of Whitebeard and Sengoku are not very good, because this casualty is a bit too big for the Whitebeard pirates, and Sengoku is also like this. He is worried that if he fights with the Whitebeard pirates, he will be killed by other seas. The thief picked up the bargain. Know that there are 3 remaining 4 emperors. Although he initiated the war, no one can be sure of the development and outcome of the war. In the future, if you want to launch a war against 4 emperors-level pirates, you must be more cautious. Sengoku thought to himself. Everything in the image, a group of people descended from the sky, from the frozen tsunami, to the vicinity of Whitebeard. When they fixed their eyes to see who it was, they were all stunned. Luffy with a straw hat, Shichibukai crocodile with a golden hook in his right hand, a clown-looking guy, and an extremely strangely dressed lady boy, and another Shichibukai, Seaman Jinbei. This combination shocked everyone, especially Sengoku, because the 2 Shichibukai who had not been called were actually here. These 2 guys betrayed us, Sengoku said angrily. I can understand Jinbei, but what is Crocodile for? Akiji looked at the video with some confusion. At the same time, Crocodile of Alabasta got up from the sofa in shock, and swear word got stuck in his throat and almost came out. Why is he showing up there at this time? Why are you still standing with these guys? Crocodile suddenly burst into a cold sweat. If it was revealed that he was standing opposite Marine at this time, then he would not want to stay in Alabasta any longer, and Marine's dismissal and pursuit would not come tomorrow. Seeing that his plan in Alabasta was about to come to an end, he didn't expect to suddenly jump out of such a link. Crocodile, who had always shown his indifference and calmness, panicked now. Fortunately, Crocodile discovered that he attacked Whitebeard the next second after he appeared in the image, but was kicked away by Luffy, wearing a straw hat. Although Crocodile was a little surprised that the kid could kick himself into the air, he was finally relieved. Fortunately, he was not on the side of Luffy and Whitebeard. As long as he is not standing opposite Marine, his plan can still proceed smoothly. Crocodile, who had just stood up, sat down again, leaned back tactically, and watched the live broadcast calmly. At this moment, everyone at Naval Headquarters also found that they seemed to be wrong with Crocodile. Since Crocodile shot Whitebeard, it was obviously not their enemy. Their attention was again on the other 2 people. Brand new, the king of the meeting, reminded Sengoku, that clown is Buggy. Sengoku nodded slightly, thinking that Luffy had made an impelled down incident. Looking at the prison uniform on Buggy, he estimated that this guy was too weak and was caught impelled down. It is estimated that Buggy was brought out by Luffy at that time. He didn't care about Buggy. Pele offered a reward of 15 million and was caught in the waist of impelled down. It's the one next to. Sengoku looked at Ivankov, the Ladyboy King, the cadre of the Revolutionary Army, and the confidant of Luffy's father Monkey D. Dorag. Unexpectedly, the Summit War Revolutionary Army also joined in. Sengoku glared at Garp again. Everything was caused by this guy Garp, Ace, Luffy, and his shameless son Dorage. This family will have to cause him a lot of trouble before they will give up. Garp recognized Ivankov's identity, too, and smiled quizzically. After Luffy kicked Crocodile, he ran towards Ace on the execution stage and directly encountered Kizaru's resistance, who had been invited to come over. If it hadn't been pushed out by Ivankov's death wink, he would have been shot directly by radium. However, before Luffy could stand still, there was another laser next to him, but this was not Kizaru's attack, but from Shichibukai Bear. The bear actually used Kizaru's trick. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. As we all know, a person with ability can only eat one kind of ability, and the same kind of ability can only be possessed by one person. The bear itself is a person with ability, and now he has the ability of Kizaru. It's not about having double fruits. However, they can all see that the bear state is not right at this time. The whole person has no expressions or emotions, just like a robot. Sengoku turned his head to look at Kizaru, who was the commander of the Marine Scientific Corps. Kizaru said leisurely, "It looks like he has completed his transformation as a pacifist." Everyone understood that this was a project researched by the Marine Scientific Corps, and the bear was probably an experimental product. However, from the point of view of attack methods, this is only to install the laser in the mouth, and it does not have the ability to use sparkling fruit freely like Kizaru. In other words, it is a strengthened gun in the mouth, which is not a real double fruit. After understanding this, everyone didn't care about it. The lower limit of this thing is high, but the upper limit is relatively low. Continue to pay attention to the battle. But on the other side, in East Blue, the stronghold of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag looked at this scene solemnly. He could feel that something was wrong with the bear now. The bear is his undercover agent in Marine and provides him with information as Shichibukai. According to Xiong's previous report, he is now participating in a project called the Pacifist. The purpose of the project is to study powerful weapons of war, which can be mass-produced without thought or feeling. This is a weapon that is attacked according to instructions. Dorag looked at the bear's merciless attack on his sons Luffy and Ivankov in the video. He immediately realized that the bear had been completely transformed at this time and had no self-consciousness. He was shocked in a cold sweat and couldn't let the bear go on. And if he continued like this, he would only sacrifice the bear in vain. There are not many cadres in their revolutionary army. Xiong can be regarded as one of the top combat power in the organization. If it is lost in this way, it will be a big blow to the revolutionary army. And they were partners in the revolution together, and he couldn't watch the bear die like this. In the video, Luffy charged all the way and was quickly blocked by Marine Colonel Hina and Shichibukai Moria while responding to a multiplayer attack. And there are 3 Admiral waiting for him in front. Ace on the execution stage saw Luffy's situation anxiously. He knew very well that Luffy's strength could not cope with such a fight, so he let him leave loudly. However, no matter how he persuaded or scolded, Luffy refused to listen, and refused with the sentence, "I am your brother," then continued to rush to the crowd of people blocked by countless enemies. People who saw this scene in the video, even if they hated the pirate, could not help being touched by the brotherhood between the 2 teenagers. It would be nice if they were not pirates. Thinking of this, people can't help but think of the past of these 2 children. Grandpa was away from home all year round because of work. As a result, they were deviated by the red-haired pirate. They should have become marine pirates. If it weren't for the red-haired be asterisk, 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 asterisk D, it wouldn't be what it is now. People who don't know the truth also count Ace as a pirate. After all, Ace is Roger's son. Red hair is Roger's crew member. Ace is in Garp's hometown. Red hair is in Garp's hometown, and Luffy is taken away from Luffy. Think about it. The problem is very big. However, before they waited long for the brothers' emotions, another heavy news came from the video. In the video, Sengoku saw that his subordinates hadn't taken Luffy, who was trying to break through, so he directly announced Luffy's life experience and asked them to kill him. He is also a harmful factor in the future. This Baiba brother who grew up with Ace is actually the biological son of the revolutionary Dorag. Sengoku, in the video, said the news, and all the people in the picture who heard the news opened their mouths. And everyone who has the same reaction as them is now watching the live broadcast in front of the video. Unbelievable expressions flooded their faces, as if they had seen the most absurd thing in the world. What did I hear just now? Did my ears get it wrong? I seem to hear the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, the son of the revolutionary Dorag. You seem to have heard it right, and I seem to have heard it too. No way. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? For a while, everyone was a little unacceptable or could not believe it. Why? Because I remember just saying that although Luffy and Ace are brothers, they are brothers. He is the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral, and Luffy is the son of Dorag. So this is not to say that Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, He is the son of the marine hero Garp. Marine hero's son is a revolutionary army? And a leader of the revolutionary army? Is there anything more outrageous than this? Lousy marine, son revolutionary army, grandson pirate. Your family's career is too rich. It's not in the same way at all. This TM can be a family. They couldn't help but recall their previous thoughts of Garp. This guy is not Marine's traitor. Your son became a revolutionary army and wants to overthrow the world government every day. When your grandson became a pirate, he was directly against Marine. You said Garp is not a traitor to Marine. They can't believe it. The play didn't dare to make up like that. Think of Garp's grandson being abducted and becoming a pirate because he is not at home all the year round. Could it be that his son also deviated from Luffy because of the same problem because he neglected to discipline him? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but vomit together. If you dare to take care of your house, the world will be half peaceful. What kind of pirates are you, Garp, taking so much energy to catch everywhere? In the eyes of civilians in this world, due to the intentional propaganda of a world government, Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is called the most evil man in the world. The difference in wind evaluation is not weaker than that of One Piece Roger. Even now it is higher than Roger, because although Roger this guy has brought great pain to the world, after all, this guy is dead. However, this fellow Dorag is still alive and is still leading his revolutionary army to do things all over the world. Almost every once in a while, they could see in a newspaper that the revolutionary army was engaged in affairs in that kingdom, provoking war, overthrowing which kingdom, and making that place smack of smoke and people's livelihood. Unless someone has witnessed the actions of the revolutionary army, most people have a bad impression of the revolutionary army. After all, as far as the newspaper is concerned, they can only accept information unilaterally. They can only see what the newspaper writes, and the authenticity of the information is limited. In addition, these media are controlled by the world government all the year round, and it is difficult for people to have a good impression of the revolutionary army. Now the two brothers, Luffy and Ace, were suddenly pushed to the forefront. One is the son of One Piece Roger. The other is the son of Dorag, the leader of the revolutionary army. Their fathers are the worst men in the world. With such a father, why didn't these two attract attention? What's more terrible is that these two teenagers still worshipped their brothers, grew up together, and both became pirates. People can't imagine how these two young men, with the blood of the Pirate King and the leader of the revolutionary army, will wind up in this sea in the future. At first, Roger alone had caused the world to suffer unforgettable pain. But now there are two more. How can this be achieved in the future? And it's not that they're unreasonably worried or fragrant, because this guy, Ace, has already proved this in the video, and the entire Summit War started because of him. Marine and 4 emperors are at war, and the other Luffy even got in and out of Impel Down when he was only 17 years old. Such a ruthless character will still be available in the future. For a while, they couldn't help but have a deep concern about the future, and perhaps there will be earth-shattering changes in the future. Compared to the panic of civilians and ordinary Marines, Marine senior management basically did not have much reaction, because they all knew that Garp's son had left Marine to become a revolutionary army, fighting against the world government. It's just that Garp is a Marine hero. If this news is spread, it will inevitably raise questions, and it can be regarded as a Marine scandal. Therefore, the best way to deal with it is to block the news so that the outside world will not know about it. Therefore, they have not announced Dorag's surname to the outside world, and only relevant personnel know that he is Garp's son. But now this information has been released in advance. Sengoku was too lazy to see Garp, and now he had to get the reels under control. There's so much going on today, especially with Garp, that any one of those things, if put on other Marines, would be enough to put them out of job on the spot, or even sent to the Enies lobby to stand trial. However, Garp is a Marine hero. After Garp participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the world government and Marine tried to eliminate the Roger pirates as much as possible in order to monopolize the achievement of defeating the then maritime Overlord Rock's pirate effect. Therefore, Garp's outstanding contribution in it was vigorously promoted, and Garp was directly shaped as a marine hero. It can be said that Garp's image is, in a sense, Marine's image. If Garp's image is stained, it is tantamount to smearing Marine. What's wrong with Garp? What's the point? What happened before is outrageous enough. And now the thing about Dorag has been exposed again. The already bad situation has become worse. A Marine hero has the son of a Revolutionary Army leader and the grandson of 2 pirates. What is this called? If people think Marine's next generation sucks, how can they trust Marine? After that, I have to quickly draw a clear line between Dorag and Marine. As for the matter of Luffy and Ace, I will leave the blame to the red hair. By the way, I arranged for Garp to have an image of unfilial descendants, an old father and an old tearful image, which highlights Marine's hard work. For everyone to abandon the small family. Sengoku came up with a solution after a few thoughts, and when the matter was over, he contacted Morgans to let him do the news. Thinking of this, Sengoku glanced at Garp again, and Garp also noticed Sengoku's eyes, thinking that this guy was blaming him again. He glanced at Sengoku helplessly and said that he didn't take the blame. Obviously, this incident was exposed because the future you yourself took the initiative to expose it. It has nothing to do with him. He is innocent. However, Sengoku ignored him and instead ordered Brittany. Pass my order and immediately issue a bounty to Monkey D. Luffy with a bounty of 100 million. Send bounties to all branches immediately. Brand New was stunned for a moment, glanced at Garp, and replied, yes. Pirates who were rewarded with a reward of 100 million for the first time were rare in this world. Especially this guy Luffy has obviously not caused any trouble at sea. At most, I played Colonel Monka in East Blue before, but this Colonel Monka also had problems and it didn't cause much impact, so there was no bounty for Luffy. But now, 100 million Bailey, although they are a little surprised, no one thinks this bounty is inappropriate. Even if Luffy didn't do anything big, it's enough to be the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Drago, not to mention the things he will do in the future. This 100 million bounty is afraid to set the highest record of the East Blue Pirate bounty. Garp's face changed when he heard Sengoku's words, but he knew there was nothing he could do about it. As soon as the live broadcast came out, the impact was too great, which was equivalent to directly putting Luffy, who had not yet developed, on the cusp of the storm. Luffy's road will be even tougher from now on. At the same time, on a deserted island in East Blue, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, also changed his face slightly and thought of this. Now Luffy has just gone to sea, and he does not have enough strength to protect himself. He had to make a trip, lest his son's life stop at this 17-year-old. On the other side of East Blue, the sea restaurant party, Luffy was puzzled. It was the first time he heard that he had a creature like his father, and he didn't know what it was in the Revolutionary Army. But from the expressions of Sengoku and others in the video, it could be seen that it was very powerful. Is his father such a powerful person? Luffy blinked out of his thoughts, and then saw Krieg's group and the group of Barty's restaurant with their eyes widening all around. They had already thought that the background of this kid was outrageous enough. The grandfather of the Marine hero, the red-haired guy to the 4 emperors, and the brother of the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As a result, another one popped up now, and his own father turned out to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Good guy, you have all the top forces in this world. Why not be so outrageous? And in the future, this kid will be beaten to the point of advancing. It is very likely that he will not be able to beat this kid. But even if he can beat it, it will be a troublesome ***. Krieg wanted to get out of the boat on the spot, and his luck was too bad. As soon as he arrived at the Grand Line, he encountered Shichibukai Hawkeye and was chased all the way back to East Blue. He lost all his men and finally managed to save a life from Hawkeye's men. As a result, he encountered such a god tier again. He was thinking in his heart, if God really wanted him to die, could he just kill him with a lightning strike? Why bother playing with him like that? But he still didn't slip away because the video hasn't been released yet. God knows what's going on behind the scenes. How can they miss this kind of thing when they are pirates at sea? Ace, is your brother really the son of that Revolutionary Army Dorag? Marco couldn't believe it. Well, I know some, But Luffy doesn't know and hasn't met his father, Ace said. It turned out to be true. It's a wonderful fate. One of your brothers is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and the other is the son of the Revolutionary Army leader Drago. It's incredible, it's incredible. Marco couldn't help but stammered. Ace shook his head helplessly. If he had to choose, he would rather not be Roger's son, not this sinful bloodline. He couldn't help thinking of Luffy. Now that Luffy's life experience has been exposed like him, he doesn't know what will happen to him in the future. Marine knows that this matter will not sit idly by. Luffy's situation will be even more dangerous in the future. It's just that he can't contact Luffy now, and he doesn't know where. I hope Luffy can be vigilant when he sees this. He's on his own, too. When Ace sees the brothers of the Whitebeard pirates being killed one by one in Summit War to save him, the self-blame in my heart can't be relieved at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was Roger's son, and if he hadn't been caught by Marine, it wouldn't have led to the Summit War, and the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't have rushed into that trap at naval headquarters to save him. It's all his fault. He didn't dare to act rashly now, so as not to harm them. It didn't matter if he died, but it would be a big sin to implicate the brothers of the Whitebeard pirates. Now I just hope that everything doesn't develop as it does in the image, and he will try hard not to let it happen. The most important thing now is not to let yourself get caught. Ace is very puzzled now. What is the reason? He'll be caught by Marine. He is not weak now, and ordinary people can't deal with him. Moreover, he is usually in the Whitebeard pirates, and no one else has the opportunity to deal with him. Shot. So who can do that? Ace was lost in thought. At the same time, in the video, Luffy kept rushing past Shichibukai's heavy obstacles and was beaten back again and again. They couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the accumulation of injuries on Luffy's body. How could this kid be so resistant to fighting? What was even more surprising to them was that whenever Luffy was about to be mortally wounded, someone would always come to the rescue, saving Luffy from danger. Luffy, who was out of danger, continued to charge forward, and he finally got to the bottom of the execution platform. However, at this time, the flying squirrel Vice Admiral rushed over and slashed Luffy with a knife. Before it was even played, Dalmesia Vice Admiral immediately added a clause and directly knocked Luffy into the air. Luffy struggled to get up from the ground, and at this moment, a beam of radium shot through Luffy's body, and Luffy couldn't get up again. At this time, a man appeared in front of Luffy, and this man was Marine Admiral Kizaru. This sudden knockdown caught everyone by surprise. It was clear that the story of breaking through thousands of difficulties and dangers just now, and the story of heroic saving brother, was about to reach the end. Why did it suddenly fall? And Kizaru, the dignified Marine Admiral, attacked a junior while others were standing up. You don't talk about martial arts. They were thinking about whether Luffy would just fall down temporarily, and then he would be knocked down like before and then get up to fight. Luffy, who fell on the ground, had no response. If it weren't for the whirring of Luffy's mouth, they would have thought the kid was dead. This is really a critical moment. There is no one around Luffy. Marine Admiral is already standing in front of him. It can be said that he is completely helpless. Ace hasn't been rescued yet, but Luffy was knocked down. What's the situation? Lord Kakuzu is down. How can you save a fart? Everyone who was watching the video was a little puzzled. Now Kizaru was standing beside Luffy. He only needed a radium shot to penetrate Luffy's heart, and it was over. Could this young man with the criminal blood of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago, fall just like that? Naval headquarters. Garp's face is a bit unpleasant. He glances at Kizaru, unhappy. You guys usually look old and don't work hard. Why did you meet his grandson Luffy so hard? Do you have any opinion on Lousy? Garp glared at Kizaru. Sengoku also looked at Kizaru, somewhat unexpectedly, and he didn't expect that of the three Admiral. The one who hit Luffy the most was Kizaru. He had always felt that this guy was not good enough and could be lazy and never work. So although Kizaru has a strong strength, Sengoku has never placed Kizaru among the candidates for the next marshal. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, this guy turned out to be the most powerful. In the video, he just exposed the identity of this kid, and Kizaru fired on all firepower and directly attacked Luffy. It seems that he had misunderstood Kizaru before. In retrospect, Although Kizaru is usually a fool, he is more active than Akainu and Akiji at critical times. Maybe you should also put Kizaru into the Marshal's candidate for investigation. After all, Akainu is too cold and ruthless, and Akiji is too lazy. The three Admiral have their own advantages and disadvantages. Although Kizaru is a bit old fritters also have the advantages of old fritters, which can be considered. Not only Garp and Sengoku, but other Marines also looked at Kizaru in surprise or admiration. Everyone knows that it is a thankless thing to shoot Luffy. The most direct thing is to offend the well-known Garp Vice Admiral in Marine. I thought it would be Akainu Admiral, only Akainu dismissed them. Unexpectedly, Kizaru stepped forward, making stereotypes and stereotypes. As expected of Polyusolino Admiral. As soon as Polyusolino Admiral shot, Luffy fell. We have to rely on Polyusolino Admiral. Then Luffy fought back and forth in front of Shichibukai and Mini Vice Admiral. It was almost impossible to die. I was defeated by Admiral in just one click. It was amazing. It would not be Admiral. Kizaru. Everyone praised Kizaru's actions. Akainu also rarely nodded in agreement with Kizaru, and was able to do so without losing the responsibility and face of Marine Admiral. In the gaze and praise of Garp and everyone, Kizaru's eyes were a little confused, but his face showed a casual smile. Well, it's not a big deal, these are not worth mentioning. But Kizaru thought in his heart, isn't this guy going to save Ace later? How did this situation escape from him? Just when everyone was waiting for a miracle to happen, or if the prediction was wrong, Luffy was killed by Kizaru. Ace of the Whitebeard pirates watched Kizaru raise his leg anxiously. The golden light brewed on Kizaru's feet, and it seemed that Luffy was about to end in the next second. Everyone watched this scene intently. For 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Kizaru's feet were already on Luffy's face, but no one came to the rescue like before. In the next second, Kizaru kicked Luffy's face straight with his golden legs. Luffy was kicked out, and Luffy was caught by Whitebeard. Question marks appeared on the heads of all the people who saw this scene. What is the situation? What happened? Kizaru kicked Luffy from the most dangerous place to the safest place? Just when they were wondering if Kizaru had kicked Luffy to death, or if he was seriously injured and was about to die. Luffy, who was caught by Whitebeard, woke up from Whitebeard's hands a few seconds later, and was still full of energy to continue the charge, but was thrown to Ivankov by Whitebeard for treatment. All the people who saw this scene were immediately dumbfounded. They didn't know how to react to this situation. Could it be that Kizaru Admiral made a mistake? I didn't expect Luffy to be so resistant. Or did something divert Kizaru Admiral's attention? It can't be Kizaru deliberately released water to send people there, right? This is Marine Admiral. Hey, he shouldn't do such an outrageous thing. At this moment, the atmosphere of Naval Headquarters is a bit strange. Marine, who praised Kizaru for killing Luffy in seconds, suddenly lost his voice. Akainu, who had just looked at Kizaru with approval, was glaring at this moment. Garp, who just blamed Kizaru for being cruel to his grandson, expressed his appreciation and gratitude to Kizaru. Sengoku covered his head with a headache, and Kizaru was indeed the old fried dough stick he knew. This guy is still unreliable. He had said that Luffy was threatening and had to be removed, but this guy even released water at this time. Kizaru said, "You are acting as an ape?" He really wants to rely on Kizaru. This guy is an old man, and he never gets in trouble. Sengoku silently eliminated the idea of putting Kizaru in the queue of the Marshal's alternate. Hunzi, get out of here. Kizaru obviously felt the change in the surrounding atmosphere. He just saw his hard work blocking Luffy thought that Sengoku had given him a bonus, and then seeing the operation he was familiar with later, this is what he would do. Kizaru didn't feel embarrassed when he noticed the eyes of the people. He looked at the image with a calm expression, as if nothing happened and saw nothing. As long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Seeing Kizaru's appearance, everyone had to silently look away. Only Akainu's angry expression was filled with anger, and Marine Admiral's face was lost by this be asterisk 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 D. But soon Akainu's face showed satisfaction, because he saw him in the video directly rushing to fight Whitebeard frontally. Marine's glory is guarded by him. In the video, the battle between Akainu and Whitebeard is extremely grand. One is Whitebeard, who owns Shock Fruit, and the other is Akainu, who owns Lava Fruit. When the abilities of both sides are activated, the buildings around them are directly hit by an obliterating blow. The shattered stone walls and hot lava will bring incurable pains casually. As soon as the two started fighting, the people around immediately dispersed, leaving only the lava, smoke, and the sound of bombing. It was enough to show the fierce fighting between the two sides. However, the faces of the people in the Whitebeard Pirates group were very ugly, because they unexpectedly found that the corner of the old man's mouth was bleeding. Not only that, there was a huge wound on his chest, and the red blood could not stop flowing out. How is this going? They didn't even see the old man being injured. Why did they suddenly become like this? What happened in the middle? Now even a fool knows that the situation is not good. On the opposite side, Marine 3 Admiral hasn't taken much action yet, let alone Marine Marshal Sengoku has been commanding from the execution stage. Their strongest combat force, Whitebeard, has been seriously injured for no reason. How should an injured 4 Emperors deal with Marine 3 Admiral? Then everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates, who were still confident that they would not lose, began to worry about the outcome of this war. As Whitebeard and Akainu go to war, the camera turns and Marco turns into a phoenix form and quickly approaches the execution platform from the air, trying to take Ace away directly from the air. However, before he could get close to the execution platform, a man jumped into the air and rushed in front of him, knocking Marco to the ground with a punch. At this time, everyone can see who this man is. He is Ace's grandfather, Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. He, who had never shown up, sat directly in the seat where Akainu was sitting and guarded the rear after flying Marco. I saw Garp put his hands in his hands and said loudly with a cold face, "Boys, if you want to get through here, just kill me first." At this moment, no one doubts the position of the Marine hero. Although he is not a competent grandfather, he is always an excellent Marine. At this time, what Ace from the Whitebeard Pirate Group said is not wrong. If you choose Teach for the 4th question, it must be wrong, because Marco had been knocked down by Garp. Even if Ace is executed, Garp will not release water to the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. Only Luffy can release the water. Seeing this scene, many people showed unbearable expressions on their faces. When a grandfather watched his grandson being executed in public, not only was he unable to extend a helping hand, but he also had to stop others from rescuing. This is really sad. Maybe this is their Marine hero Garp. Maybe only such a person can be called a hero. Regardless of whether his grandson became a pirate, his son became a revolutionary army, or something else, Garp is worthy of the word justice as far as Marine is concerned. Everyone at Naval Headquarters saw this and gave Garp their respect, because if they were put in that situation, they might not be as firm as Garp. Sengoku sighed, and he felt uncomfortable either. After all, Garp was his best friend, comrade in arms, and brother for decades, and she couldn't bear him facing such a situation. It's just that the position is different, so we must be cruel. In the video, Garp has such a good performance, so that he also saves the effort of wiping Garp's skin, and Marine's face is also preserved. Garp listened to Ace's confession in the video, and tears on his face that had always been determined. Father, younger brother, and my partner are falling down bleeding one by one. But I was so happy. I kept crying. Ace fell to his knees, bowed his head deeply, tears dripping from his forehead uncontrollably. At this point, I don't want to die. Both Garp in the image and Garp in reality have closed their eyes at this moment, and their hearts are full of deep sadness and self-blame. What makes Garp even more sad is that if such a situation really occurs in reality, he might really just look at it like this. The picture in the image is not just an image. For Garp, he is a real prediction, the last thing he wants to face and understand what might happen. Why? Why, Ace? You're going to be a pirate. It's okay to be a Marine with Grandpa and me. Garp is a little bit painful and closed his eyes. His face is full of regret. Regret that he didn't lead him when he was young in the right direction. The atmosphere was sad because of Ace's crying and Garp's silence. However, everything in the picture, Whitebeard, who was fighting Akainu, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. What worries everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group finally appeared. Whitebeard, who had just suffered an inexplicable chest injury, suffered even more serious injuries due to the battle with Akainu. Seeing the old man vomiting blood, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group wanted to come to rescue. However, Marco, who was flying over, was stopped by Kizaru, and Diamond Jaws, who wanted to come to help, was frozen again by Akiji. When they were disturbed, Akainu, who had been waiting for a chance to give Akainu a fatal blow, moved. He seized the opportunity of Whitebeard's injury to aggravate his vomiting blood, and his right hand turned into lava and punched directly against the wound on Whitebeard's chest, with the intention of furthering the injury and completely destroying Whitebeard. The lava fist hits Whitebeard's chest, and everyone on all kinds of screens can feel the heat of this fist. How could this be? Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group was stunned when they saw this scene. How could the strongest father in their hearts be knocked down like this? What happened to the previous injury? They were furious when they heard that Ace would be killed by Sakazuki here. Could it be that even the old man would be killed here by Sakazuki's hands? All of them have anxious and pale faces. If this is the case in the future, where will their Whitebeard pirates go? Seeing the Whitebeard pirates battle against Marine in Summit War, Big Mom and Kaido, who were still thinking about it before, dispelled the idea of expansion. Sure enough, Marine is still that Marine, not a behemoth that can be moved easily. Even the fellow Whitebeard can only be beaten like this. They still don't need to touch this hard rock. After all, they are just a group of pirates. Robbery and pleasure are enough. As for the overthrow of the world government and the downfall of Marine, it is left to others to worry about. I just didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to lose so badly in front of Marine. Whitebeard was seriously injured by Akainu, and his 1st Division Captain Marco and 3rd Division Captain Jaws are not Kizaru and Akiji's opponents at all. As for the others, there is nothing they can do. The defeat of the Whitebeard pirates is set. Big Mom and Kaido laughed very happily. They were also happy to have Whitebeard go to the muddy water for them. And if the Summit War really happened in the future, the Whitebeard pirates would definitely suffer a lot of vitality after this battle. By then, the turf under Whitebeard would be a good dish. First come, first served. Kaido and Big Mom are full of greed. As for Sengoku, he was relieved, and Marine's face was preserved if the Summit War won. And this also greatly demonstrates the strength of Marine, and it is also a shock to those who are young. After thinking about this, Sengoku felt that this live broadcast of answering questions was not all troublesome. Marine did not spend a lot of effort to show the power of Marine to the world. Worldwide, is there anything better to promote Marine justice? This is the justice he wants, Kuin justice in the world. It would be even better if this method could be in the hands of the master. In the video, Akainu hit with a single blow. When he was sick and killed him, Sengoku immediately ordered everyone to take Whitebeard's life. However, even though the injured Whitebeard was still Whitebeard, the Marine generals who rushed up were all beaten by Whitebeard. Whitebeard's roar sounded in the air. "I am Whitebeard." As soon as the voice fell, only Whitebeard stood alone on the ground. He was covered in blood, with a huge blood hole in his chest, and the wound was scorched, but even so, he stood there like a god of war. The surrounding Marines saw this scene for a long time and dared not move forward. Whitebeard's aura also shocked the people outside through the screen. Is this Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the sea? Everyone truly felt the power of this maritime overlord. For civilians, it is fortunate that there is Marine. Even such a powerful Whitebeard is not Marine's opponent after all. For those pirates, this not only gave them the yearning for this power, but also worried about the power of Marine. Even such a powerful Whitebeard was no match for Marine Admiral. So what would they do against such an opponent? In the video, after Whitebeard repelled the enemy, his captains gathered around him and wanted to help him. At this time, Sengoku, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw that the Whitebeard pirates were at the end of the game and was not in a hurry to kill Whitebeard, but said to the executioner on the execution platform, "Go." Two executioners armed with long knives were about to decapitate Ace. This sudden execution caught everyone by surprise. Whitebeard was seriously injured, and the captains were too late to go to the execution platform. At this moment, Ace seemed to have reached the last moment and was about to be beheaded. Even Garp closed his eyes and couldn't bear to see this scene. However, at this moment, a roar resounded throughout the naval headquarters. "Stop me!" Along with Luffy's roar, an invisible aura emanated from his body like ripples in all directions. Many Marines were swept up by this aura and even lost consciousness. The two executioners on the execution platform were also stunned on the spot. Sengoku, Garp, Whitebeard, Ace, Kaido, and other big figures who saw this scene in the video instantly realized what it was. This is the King's potential. Conqueror's Haki. Luffy accidentally used it in this extremely angry situation. Sure enough, that person's son? Sengoku murmured. Stunning the executioner won a short time, and Luffy rushed towards the execution platform in a hurry. Whitebeard also knew that they could no longer fight with Marine, otherwise they would be wiped out. Ace must be rescued as soon as possible, and then get out of here. So when Luffy charged, Whitebeard immediately ordered everyone to cover Luffy. Under the cover of everyone, Luffy reached the execution platform unobstructed all the way. The lightning of the Revolutionary Army also used his ability to build a stone ladder for Luffy leading to the execution platform. Luffy stepped on the stone ladder and rushed straight to the execution block. Just then, an enemy Luffy had never expected stood before him, the Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Is this scene finally here? Off-screen, everyone watched nervously at the scene where the grandfather and grandson met, even though they knew from the answer that Garp still didn't have the heart to attack the grandson. But at the moment, no one is blaming him anymore, because at this time, he is a Marine, but he's also a grandfather. Even a grandfather who is not very competent can't be cruel to his dear grandson. Garp fell, and the moment he shot Luffy, he closed his eyes, and then Luffy's fist hit Garp directly in the face, knocking Garp out. Luffy finally arrives at the execution block, but waiting for him here is the current Marine Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku didn't release the water like Garp. He instantly activated the human fruit, the Buddha form, and the whole person turned into a golden Buddha. The huge palm hit Luffy, and in order not to hurt Ace's side, Luffy also activated his big rubber belly to block Sengoku's palm. The impact directly shattered the entire execution platform. The ace on the platform fell as the execution platform shattered. At this moment, Sengoku ordered the Marine below to launch artillery fire on the fallen ace. After a burst of bombardment, the ground was covered with wreckage, and white smoke lingered. Everyone is waiting for the result. However, in the fog, a flame rose from the inside, and Ace pulled Luffy and rushed out of it. Fire Fist, Ace was finally rescued. Seeing the scene of the two brothers holding hands, many people from all over the world even cheered. Originally, they didn't have any affection for pirates at all, and they hated pirates even more. However, when I saw that the Whitebeard pirates were desperate for their brothers, even if they sacrificed, they did not regret it. Such courage, even from the perspective of the enemy, could not help but respect them. And Luffy risked his life, breaking through one difficulty after another to save his brother. Whether it's their brotherhood or their kinship with Garp, everyone present was deeply moved. The people who have been watching them do this can't help but be happy for them from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing that many people cheered for the two brothers, many people did not show their dissatisfaction with them, even if they didn't do so, because even if they were against it in terms of position, but emotionally, they couldn't help but be deeply shocked. However, before they were happy about it for long, they suddenly realized that this had reached the end of the fourth question, and it would be the fifth question later. The fifth is the death of Ace. This also means that the brothers who have just broken through the difficulties and obstacles to obtain freedom will soon usher in the last moment of separation in their lives, and they will be separated from Yin and Yang from now on. If they were happy that the bloodline of One Piece Roger died here before, the expressions they looked at now were nothing but sympathy. How happy Ace and Luffy in the video are at the moment and how sad they will be later. There are already many people who can't bear to watch it any longer. It feels to them like they are chasing a drama. At the beginning, the Bloody Brotherhood is about to usher in a good ending. Suddenly, the protagonist dies and becomes a tragedy. Who can stand it? The faces of the Whitebeard pirates were gloomy, and they realized that what happened next would be something they would never want to see in their lives. The outcome of this summit war may be much worse than they imagined. In the footage, when Ace is rescued, Whitebeard understands it's time to leave. So he activated his ability to break the ice, pushed the Moby D **K to sea, and ordered the members of the Whitebeard pirates to board immediately. And he decided to stay behind for them. At this moment, watching Whitebeard resolutely decide to sacrifice himself, whether in the video or in reality, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates could not help crying, and tears flowed from the corners of their eyes. "Dad, how so? We can't live without you, Dad." At this moment, no one has a heavier heart than Ace. He never imagined that he thought that his death would be the end of this summit war. But what happened now makes his heart 10 times heavier than before because Whitebeard Dad actually decided to sacrifice here. Ace clenched his teeth tightly, and he didn't feel the faint smell of blood coming from his mouth. It was all his fault. If he hadn't been caught, he wouldn't have caused so many brothers to be killed, let alone his father. Also die. It's all his fault. Ace was filled with a deep sense of guilt, and at this time a hand was placed on Ace's head. Ace looked up and found Whitebeard looking down at him. "Dad, Ace, don't feel guilty. Isn't that what my dad should do to protect his family? What's the point of my Whitebeard's life if I can't even protect my family? All of you are my dearest sons," Whitebeard said with a smile. "Dad." Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but burst into tears when they heard Whitebeard's words. At this moment, even Marine from Naval Headquarters couldn't help but respect this man. Although he was a pirate, at least he was the most affectionate pirate they had ever seen in their lives. Unfortunately, this is the enemy. Many people all over the world have been moved by the strong atmosphere of the Whitebeard pirates, and even many people have the idea of joining the Whitebeard pirates, and they will have no regrets in their lives under the command of such a legendary man. In the video, Ace understands his father's determination and willingness to obey his father's words, and he suddenly expresses his final respect to Whitebeard with a head rush. However, Whitebeard interrupted him. "Ace, you don't need to say anything. Ace, tell me one thing. Don't you regret? Am I being your dad?" Ace in the video, and in reality, said loudly at the same time, "Of course I don't regret it." There was Whitebeard's happy laughter in the air. Gulala. As soon as the screen changed, Luffy, Ace, Jinbei, and the others were escaping to the Moby D **K. However, a man blasted at them with a giant fist of lava. It's Marine Admiral Akainu. Looking at Ace running away, Akainu taunted him and declared that Whitebeard was the loser of this era, devaluing Whitebeard to nothing. This made Ace, who had always admired Whitebeard very much, stop in his tracks. He couldn't tolerate anyone laughing at Dad. However, everyone could see that Akainu was deliberately saying these words at this time to provoke Ace and let him take the bait and fight him. But Ace, who had just reluctantly bid farewell to Whitebeard, was instantly furious after hearing this ridicule to Whitebeard. He couldn't bear the insult to Whitebeard, who took the initiative to stay in order to save him. The furious Ace charged directly towards Akainu. The fire fist collided with the magma fist, but the current Ace is not Akainu's opponent at all. Ace, a Logia Marimara fruit capable, was burned. At this time, Luffy next to him also reached his limit. He saw that Ace was injured and wanted to help, but he fell to the ground because of his loss of strength. At this moment, Akainu, who had been fighting Ace just now, suddenly changed direction and punched Luffy. Luffy, who had lost his strength, couldn't react at all. He could only watch Akainu's lava fist hit him. At this critical moment, a figure stood in front of Luffy. This figure is Ace. He tried his best to rush in front of Luffy just now, blocking the lava punch for him. The rolling fist of lava pierced through his chest directly from his back, and the roaring flames were burning. Ace, who was originally a Logia Marimara fruit ability, can turn into a hole in the fierce mouth if he deliberately avoids it in advance. Even if armament haki is attached to the lava fist, it can't hit him. However, this meant that Akainu's fist would go through and hit Luffy directly in front of him. So Ace directly blocked Akainu's punch with his body, and the lava directly pierced his body. Even the Logia fruit ability, as long as the entity is hit, there is no way to recover. Akainu pulled his fist out of Ace's mouth, leaving a huge hole, and this time, he never regained his original body like before. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates exclaimed, "Ace is injured." Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. Whitebeard also looked over in disbelief. However, Akainu hits and wants to hit again, trying to kill Ace completely. Someone tried to interrupt him with a cannon, but only pierced through the lava, and soon Akainu returned to his original form. At this critical moment, Jinbei stood up, submerged the magma on Akainu's body with seawater, and stood in front of Ace alone. At this time, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates also rushed over to launch a siege on Akainu, and Akainu's attack was interrupted. Seeing that Ace was mortally wounded, Garp couldn't hold back his anger any longer. At this moment, Sengoku grabbed his head and smashed him to the ground. Garp's body was shaking, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Huh, Sengoku, you just hold me down. Otherwise, I will kill Akainu." Garp's monstrous anger towards Akainu could be felt in Garp's words, and if Sengoku hadn't stopped him, he probably would have. Yet even at this moment, he still remembered that he was a Marine. This man is respectable and heartbreaking. Outside the video, Garp looked at Akainu. His hands were covered with blue veins. When he saw Akainu punching Ace's chest in the video, his anger burned in his heart. He even thought to kill Akainu in advance to avoid this incident idea that happens. But the idea was smashed by him as soon as it appeared. He stubbornly suppressed his anger, like Garp being held down by Sengoku in the video. In the video, Ace, who was shot through his chest, seemed to have lost all his strength and fell straight to Luffy's body. Luffy hurriedly hugged Ace, and the wound on his back was bleeding uncontrollably. "Sorry, Luffy," Ace whispered. "Ace, wrap it up," Luffy said anxiously. However, Ace was unusually calm, and he said softly, "There's no way for you to take good care of it. I'm really sorry." "What nonsense are you talking about? Get someone to bandage Ace." Luffy yelled. "It's useless. I know I'm dying." "Listen to me, Luffy. If the Sabo thing hadn't happened, and your troublesome brother, I wouldn't want to live." Maybe it was really time to die, and the memories of the past flashed in front of Ace's eyes like a revolving lantern. "By the way, if you see Dayton, please help me say hello to him. When I knew I was going to die, I felt that I missed that guy." Luffy hugged Ace stupidly, listening to his last words. "But one thing I still miss is that I can't see the other side of your dream. But you must be able to do it because you are my brother." I can't shout anymore. "Luffy, let me tell you what I have to say next. And you, everyone, to this day, to this hopeless me, to me who inherited the blood of the devil, always love me. Thank you all." After speaking, Ace's mouth curled up in a nice arc, and then his hand around Luffy's neck suddenly lost strength, and he slipped off Luffy's body and fell to the ground without a sound. Only the sideways face had a peaceful smile on it. Ace is dead. In an instant, countless screams echoed in the air of naval headquarters. The moment Ace fell, Luffy's eyes lost expression, and he looked like a soulless doll kneeling in front of Ace's corpse, with his mouth open and looking up at the sky. However, at this moment, the man who killed Ace, Marine Admiral Akainu, rushed over again. Half of his body turned into lava. Thick smoke lingered around him. Holding up the lava fist that just killed Ace, hit the unconscious Luffy. "Straw Hat, you'll be next." As Akainu's voice fell, the screen stopped abruptly, staying at the moment when Akainu raised his fist and rushed towards Luffy. The sudden end of the video caught everyone who was looking forward to the follow-up by surprise. Seeing that Akainu was about to hit Luffy, Luffy had lost consciousness at this time, and had no response to the outside world due to the huge blow caused by Ace's death. If no one comes to rescue, then Luffy will inevitably die under Akainu's fist like Ace. However, all of this is unknown as the picture stops. This result is obviously unacceptable, because the Summit War is not over yet, and now Ace is dead. What will happen afterwards? What will be the outcome of the Whitebeard pirates? How would Whitebeard see Ace being killed? Will the angry Whitebeard lose his mind and die with naval headquarters? And will Luffy die here? Will Garp betray Marine because of the tragic deaths of his two grandsons? Moreover, will Akainu who killed Ace and Luffy be killed by Garp? These questions are unknown. They have too many questions lingering in their hearts and need to be answered. Seeing Ace's death, Luffy collapsed. Everyone could not help but sigh miserably. Although they had expected that the ending of the two would not be good, they did not expect it to be so tragic. Luffy desperately rushed to the execution stand in order to save his brother. Later, in order to save his brother, Ace blocked a fatal blow to Luffy. Listening to the last words of the brothers, the deep sadness remained in their hearts for a long time. This may be brothers. Even if they are pirates, people can't help but have deep sympathy for them. As for Akainu, although they were a little dissatisfied with Akainu's cunning methods, they first angered Ace and forced him to stay and fight, and then took Ace inadvertently and turned his head to attack Luffy, forcing Ace to attack Luffy in order to save his brother. Such methods are not despicable. However, in terms of position, Akainu killed the pirates. No matter how despicable the method is, it is also aimed at the pirates. They can't fault it. What's more, Marine catches the pirates for their safety. In the end, I can only feel sorry for this ending. What made them feel even more distressed was Garp, watching his grandson being killed in front of him and unable to do anything about it. How sad it was for Garp. I can only sigh that it would be great if these two boys did not become pirates, but became Marines. With such a grandpa, they will surely become excellent Marines. Then such a situation will not happen at all, and tragedies will not be staged. All this is the man's fault. People have pointed their fingers at the guy who led Luffy to the pirate road, while Garp was not there. He is the root of all evil. And the redhead at this time didn't know that he had been regarded by people all over the world as the most hated pirate in their hearts, and he seemed to be the most disgusting existence in this era after the Pirate King Roger. But the red-haired Shanks at this time can't take care of these. His face is also ugly because this ending is also difficult for him to accept, because the dead Ace is the son of his Captain Roger, and his lovely Luffy is also undecided under Akainu's fist. Both of them have a lot to do with him. Seeing them both end up like this, Shanks doesn't feel sad that it was fake. Can't let this happen, Shanks thought with a sullen face. At the same time, in naval headquarters, the atmosphere here is very solemn, because everyone feels that Garp, who has been restraining himself, is now like a volcano about to erupt, which may erupt at any time. When Garp saw Luffy lose consciousness, Akainu rushed to kill him at this time. Akainu has killed one of his grandsons, and now he has to attack the other one. Garp couldn't bear it anymore. He roared, "Akainu!" He said he was about to punch Akainu next to him in the face, but Sengoku, who had been staring at him, rushed forward and hugged Garp. Among the three, Admiral, Aokiji, and Kizu also stood in front of Akainu in an instant to prevent the two from actually starting a battle. Because it wasn't just Garp who was already a little angry and out of control, Akainu on the other side also looked at Garp without giving up. "It seems like you want to fight, and I will fight with you. If you really let these two guys go to war in naval headquarters. I'm afraid don't wait for Summit War to arrive. Naval headquarters will be destroyed by these two guys first." Kizaru and Aokiji were wary of Garp and Akainu, respectively, not allowing them to approach. "Calm down, Garp," Sengoku said loudly to Garp. "What do you tell me to calm down? How to calm down? Seeing Ace being killed by him. Luffy's life and death are unknown again. How can I calm down? I am their grandfather," Garp said angrily. "You should have known that this scene would happen if you had prevented them from going out to sea as pirates. None of this would have happened. It's not Akainu's fault. It's your fault. It's your own failure to be this grandpa." Sengoku also roared angrily. Sengoku's words made Garp froze in place. After a few seconds, he let go of his fist, and he seemed to lose his strength. As Sengoku said, If he channeled them into Marine, none of this would have happened. It's all his fault. Pirates and Marine are natural enemies. Either the pirates die in the hands of Marine, or the Marines die in the hands of the pirates. Sooner or later, Luffy and Ace will have this day. Sengoku continued. This is their own choice. They became pirates themselves, and they should be responsible for their actions. Since they went out to sea, if they were killed due to lack of strength, it was their own fault, and no one could blame them. Even if they were killed by a Kainu in the Summit War, it was all led by me, and I was the one who publicly executed Ace. If you have any complaints, just come at me. Garp, I warn you, if Ace does fall into my hands, I can tell you bluntly, this public execution, I will still do it. After saying that, Sengoku let go of Garp, as if to let Garp try to trouble him. From the beginning to the end, he is Martial Marine, and as long as Justice Cohen can be brought to the world, he will not hesitate to pay any price. But Garp can't accept this, so Garp, the Marine Vice Admiral, can't live anymore. Marine doesn't need a Vice Admiral who can't handle Marine justice and responsibility. Everyone watched this scene nervously, for fear that Garp would attack Sengoku. But the scene they feared didn't happen, and after hearing Sengoku's words, Garp calmed down, having been carried away by Ace's death and the possibility of Luffy's death. But calm down, he understands that neither Sengoku nor Akainu is at fault. If he has to say who is at fault, it is himself. His fault is not preventing Ace and Luffy from going to sea, and his fault is not making them stronger. No one can blame them for their deaths. They can only blame themselves and him. Still, it was difficult for him to forgive Akainu. Garp lowered his eyes, didn't look at Sengoku, let alone Akainu, just stood there quietly, not doing anything or saying anything, just like an ordinary old man. Sengoku was slightly relieved to see Garp like this. If Garp couldn't calm down just now, then he might have to suspend or even dismiss Garp, but it was too hurtful for Marine. The current Marine still needs Garp's combat power, and this Marine hero. All the Marines were relieved that everything was calm, but their moods were not so calm, because everything that happened in the image was the future, and the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral has now gone out to sea. Maybe this is the case. Everything will be real. Akainu saw that Garp gave up the conflict and didn't care about Garp anymore, just snorted coldly, and looked up at the picture that had stopped. In the picture, he was punching Garp's grandson, and Akainu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The bloodline of Sin must be wiped out. At the same time, on the Moby D***K, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were already crying, and they were a little hard to accept when they heard Ace's words before his death and the scene of his final death. Unexpectedly, Ace actually died in the Summit War, and was also killed by Akainu. Damn it, Akainu, this despicable guy, killed Ace by such means. I will never forgive him. Definitely give this guy a little color. Not only injured Dad, but also killed Ace. This revenge must be avenged. This matter can't be left like this. Marine actually calculated us like this. Do you really think our Whitebeard pirates are easy to bully? That's right. We can't just let it go. We can't let them attack first. We must take the initiative to attack. Otherwise, let them attack first. Then the situation in this image will become real. Dad, what do you say? We all listen to you. The Whitebeard pirates were filled with righteous indignation like a frying pan. When they knew that Marine would plot such a conspiracy against them, their anger had already been suppressed in their hearts. Seeing what happened in the video again, their anger exploded after Ace died. Summit War, Ace will die, and the condition of Father Whitebeard is also worrying. They still remember that he finally wanted to sacrifice himself to let them leave safely. In other words, in Summit War, not only Ace will die, but Dad may also die. This is basically equivalent to destroying their Whitebeard pirates. Knowing that such a thing would happen in the future, how could everyone in the Whitebeard pirates group still sit down? Doing nothing, that means waiting to die. How could they just wait for all of this to come? Whitebeard was also very angry at this time, and he did not expect that Akainu would dare to attack his beloved son, and it killed Ace in this way. When I saw that scene, the Conqueror's hockey on Whitebeard couldn't help but exude. Damn it, Akainu, right? This hatred, Whitebeard remembered. Hearing the angry voices of his sons, Whitebeard said, "Calm down. This is not the time to talk about this." Whitebeard always remembers that they are now trapped and monitored. If they really want revenge on Marine, that's not the time to say. The war between the Four Emperors Regiment and Marine was not a trivial matter. Even if we now know that Marine will take action against them, we can't talk about this kind of thing under the eyes of others. Whitebeard's words made everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group realize their current situation and close their mouths. Ace is very guilty. "Father, it's all my fault. If this happens, I hope you." Whitebeard interrupted Ace. "Enough, Ace. I don't want to listen to the following words. You just have to remember that you are my son, and we are your family. That's enough." Father is right. When the Whitebeard pirates have never admitted when they dare to attack our people, they have to show them something. Everyone said immediately. Marco analyzed, but in my opinion, there are two very strange places in this image. Whitebeard looked at Marco and asked, "Marco, tell me something." The first point is why Ace was arrested. I remember that after Ace was arrested, he was locked up and impelled down for a while, and then Marine announced that he would be executed publicly. If Ace was caught under our noses, then we would never give them so much time to prepare. So Ace probably left the pirates alone and was accidentally caught by Marine. Marco whimpered with his chin. Ace left alone for some reason. This is a weird place. There is also a second point. Why did the old man suffer a serious injury suddenly? If the old man is not seriously injured, I believe that a Kainu can't hurt him at all. If this is the case, then the entire Summit War situation will inevitably be reversed, and a Kainu will not have the opportunity to chase Ace. This is the key to our disadvantage. What happened in the place we didn't see, this is the second weird place. As long as we figure out these 2 points, I believe we will never become like in the image. Marco said seriously. Hearing Marco's analysis, everyone also felt the weirdness in it. Their Whitebeard pirates are generally group activities. No matter how they act alone, if it is a more dangerous task, it will be executed by multiple people together. It is weird that Ace is alone, but they couldn't guess why Ace would leave alone. And the second point made them even more concerned because they believed that Dad would not lose against any Marine Admiral, let alone be severely injured, and the injury was clearly a sword-penetrating injury. In the video, the 3 Admiral never fought with Dad at the same time. During the battle, Akiji was dragged by Jaws, Kazuru was fighting with Marco, and another Eagle Eye with a knife was also fighting with Foil Vista. Fighting. They really couldn't figure out who could cause such a wound to the old man, and Akainu made it clear that he was fighting with lava, using his old man's injury to cause the second injury after the wound had already appeared. Could it be that Marine still has hidden secret killers? Everyone was puzzled. Similarly, Whitebeard and their conversation have fallen into the ears of people all over the world. Soon after the end of the video, the live broadcasts from all over the world were switched to the Moby D***K. The Marines at Naval Headquarters are also thinking about the 2 weird places Marco said. The Marines all looked at Marshal Sengoku. Since Marshal Sengoku is leading this Summit War, if there is any secret killer, then Marshal Sengoku should be clearer. However, Sengoku was also at a loss. Is there any secret killer in Marine? The pacifists should be counted as one, but their performance has been shown in the video, and it is more than the best, and it is impossible to hurt Whitebeard. In addition, only Vice Admiral and Admiral in this department can come in handy. Could it be that all but 3 of them, Admiral, could actually hurt Whitebeard's existence? Sengoku's gaze swept across the headquarters' elite Vice Admiral, and they also looked at you. You look at me. Many of the Vice Admiral in this division use swords. They are not sure who injured Whitebeard, but they are very uncertain that they can hurt Whitebeard, so the scene is deadlocked. Although I don't know who it is, what Sengoku is more worried about is that now Whitebeard knows how it will react. Now the Whitebeard pirates are angry, and they seem to be reluctant to give up easily. If this matter is not done well, there may be a Summit War ahead of schedule. Thinking of this, Sengoku has a headache. If you really come to a Summit War in such a hurry, it will be troublesome. In the video, Summit War was able to defeat the Whitebeard pirates and almost completely wiped out their vitality. That was because Marine occupied the right time and place, and Ace was in his hands, which made Whitebeard dare not act rashly. However, now he has very few chips in his hand, and a hasty battle is bound to be detrimental to them. Prepare early to prevent a surprise attack by the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, Sengoku immediately issued an order to closely monitor the movement of the sea, especially the movement of the Whitebeard pirate group, and to mobilize manpower to station at naval headquarters to prevent Whitebeard's surprise attack. In Kaido, Big Mom, and other seas, they marveled that Marine's hidden strength is more terrible than they thought. Even men like Whitebeard can be injured, and they can't rely on 3 Admiral to do it. Sure enough, naval headquarters is not easy to provoke, and you have to be careful in the future to avoid getting caught. Marco's analysis hit Whitebeard's arms, and he also realized that if it were not for the inexplicable and serious injury of him in the image, otherwise Akainu would not be so arrogant in front of him. There must be something strange at this time. As for Ace, Whitebeard looked at Ace. Ace, don't leave me at this time. I want to see how these Marines will catch you. Whitebeard looked up and glanced around and said loudly, Sengoku, don't play those dirty tricks with Lousy. If you really want to kill me, Whitebeard, then come and fight it upright. Taking my son as a hostage is a hero. You're also worthy of being called justice like this. The others spit in cooperation, expressing their disdain. Sengoku and others looked at Whitebeard's provocative complexion, because this was not provoking him, but showing people all over the world. Now Whitebeard is acting so upright. If he really catches Ace to blackmail Whitebeard afterwards, then people all over the world will feel contempt for their marine behavior. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Sengoku said bitterly, and Whitebeard used this method to force them to submit. What a cunning be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. But now that the microphone is on Whitebeard's side, they don't even have a chance to refute. Now Whitebeard can only let them break the black water indiscriminately. But after thinking about it, it is basically impossible for them to catch Ace. Once the conspiracy is exposed, it will be as fragile as paper and vulnerable. So Sengoku did not think about repeating the old tricks. Instead, he has to worry about Whitebeard's side. Fight back. After all, if you know that the other party will attack yourself, who will sit back and wait to die, is the thinking logic of these pirates to act first. Headache. Just after Whitebeard expressed his disdain for Sengoku, the stagnant picture on the Moby D** K changed a bit. The screen turned to the mysterious man before. It was still a familiar dim background, or a familiar mysterious man. Unable to see his looks, his entire face was hidden in the shadows. Seeing Luo Ke's appearance, Ace couldn't help but question, what about the back part of the image just now? Is there anything wrong with Luffy? How is he, Daddy? Who on earth hurt the daddy? Why am I caught by Marine? Ace asked questions like a machine gun crackling and immediately rushed towards Luo Ke. But this is what the Whitebeard pirates, Marine, and the audience watching the live broadcast want to know. However, Luo Ke did not answer their questions. I have no comment on what you asked, but you can guess their ending. Luo Ke's refusal to answer made them angry, but they were helpless, because they don't even know who Luo Ke is, where, or what he looks like, and there is nothing to do with him. But Luo Ke's words changed. This, however, attracted everyone's attention. But what? Ace asked. However, you may encounter these things in future answers, so don't worry. I have prepared a lot of interesting questions for you, waiting for your answers. Of course, you're not only the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and everyone before the live broadcast. The lucky ones who have been selected will be able to participate in the live broadcast of answering questions and get rich rewards after correct answers. Wait, you said that future answers mean that this kind of answer will appear again today? Marco asked. Of course, how can such an interesting thing only appear once? So who will answer the question next time? And what is the problem? Let's wait and see. Luo Ke smiled mysteriously. Couldn't we just let us continue to answer the questions? Ace asked anxiously. This matter was related to the survival of the Whitebeard pirates, and he had to be anxious. No, I'm tired today, so let's stop here There will be opportunities in the future. Congratulations once again to all of the Whitebeard pirates for successfully answering the 5 questions. According to the agreement, you can get rewards for answering these 5 questions correctly. Ace wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Marco. He shook his head. Although the other party's attitude was very kind just now, don't forget how the mysterious man treated him before. This is not a good-tempered person. If you want to evaluate casual, nasty, and arrogant, giving them a feeling of not putting them in their eyes from beginning to end. This live broadcast is not so much an answer to a question, it is more of a game of fun for the other party. Such a dangerous and mysterious guy, they had to deal with it carefully. As soon as the word reward came out, people all over the world were immediately attracted by the mysterious reward. They listened to Luo Ke from the beginning of answering questions about rewards, but they never knew what the rewards were. But now that the other party really wants to give out rewards, they are all aroused curiosity. What will it bring out? Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kaido, Big Mom, Doflamingo, whether big people or ordinary people all over the world have been appetite of this so-called reward and cast their curious eyes. On the moon, Luo Ke said to the system to settle. Just listening to the ding sound, a system reminder came in my mind. This answer is over. This time there are 5 questions. 5 answers are correct. The correct rate is 100%. Reward. Life potion effect. It can increase lifespan by 50 years and at the same time eliminate body injuries. The above are rewards for answerers. Owner's harvest. Life potion enhanced version effect. It can increase the lifespan of 100 years at the same time eliminate the hidden injuries of the body, strengthen the physique, improve the value of all aspects of the body, and obtain the skill after taking it. Life return. Owner's harvest. Senior conqueror's haki. Master's harvest. Seal release progress plus 5%. Luo Ke couldn't help but smile when he saw his harvest. His seal finally started to move. As long as the progress reached 100%, he could get out of this ghost place. As for the life potion enhanced version and advanced conqueror's haki, Luo Ke is also more satisfied. After unblocking, he will go to the pirate world. If you want to mix in this world, it won't work if you don't have the strength. He waited for that day. But before that, he had to work hard to break the broken seal. After a while, Luo Ke came out of the system and then distributed the system's rewards to the respondent. The people of the Whitebeard pirate group and the people watching the live broadcast from all over the world suddenly saw that a potion suddenly appeared in Luo Ke's hand, as if it appeared out of thin air. Then immediately after the potion was thrown by Luo Ke, a magical scene appeared. I saw something suddenly thrown out of the intangible screen on the Moby D **K. It was the potion that Luo Ke had just thrown out. Whitebeard reached out and took it. Everyone looked at the mysterious potion in Whitebeard's hand. Naval headquarters, Sengoku, and other Marines stared at the potion in Whitebeard's hand to see what it was. On Ghost Island, Kaido put down the wine gourd in his hand, looking curious. IWC, Big Mom greedily looked at what was in Whitebeard's hand, and what such a mysterious guy would bring out was definitely not a bargain. Dressrosa, what the hell is it? Doflamingo squinted inquiring. On the mobile, the Whitebeard and Whitebeard pirates also looked at the red potion in their hands for a long time, but they never understood what it was. What is this? Whitebeard asked, looking up at Luo Ke. Life potion. Luo Ke smiled. Don't underestimate this small tube of potion. It can prolong your lifespan by 50 years and can eliminate dark wounds. In layman's terms, if you are 72 years old now, you can return to the body you were when you were 22 years old, and it is a healthy body without any injuries. Of course, it does not necessarily mean that you are 22 years old. Your body at your peak will give you another 50 years to live. As soon as Luo Ke said this, the audience was shocked. A potion that can prolong life by 50 years, a life potion. How can there be such a magical thing in this world? Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the destiny of man. No matter how strong or rich a person is, his lifespan is limited. Even Whitebeard, who is called the strongest man in the world, is now 72 years old. The body is no longer the same as it used to be. Every day, I have to drip to maintain the health of the body and treat injuries. Although the people of the Whitebeard pirates have tried their best to find a way to heal and recuperate for the old man, they can only watch the old man age step by step. They are also very clear in their hearts that the reason why the Whitebeard pirates are the Whitebeard pirates is because they have Whitebeards. With Whitebeard there, they would be the Four Emperors Regiment, but without Whitebeard, they would be without a tree, without soil, a boat without water, and without a backer. They can no longer defend the power of the Whitebeard pirates, and will be devoured by the other Four Emperors. It may end up falling apart and lingering on. Just now, after watching some clips of Summit War, the Whitebeard pirates had this idea in their hearts. The Whitebeard pirates are over. If Ace is dead, Father Whitebeard may also die. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates are dead. What if the rest of the people escape back? They are facing for Emperor's Big Mom, for Emperor's Kaido, for Emperor's Red Hair. Almost every force can bite them. And as orphans, they are powerless. This is the reality of the pirate world, where the weak eat the strong. Therefore, after seeing that Dad was staring at the accident, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates did not panic. It was impossible. They were all thinking that if Dad was 10 years younger, just a Kainu, how could he dare to be so arrogant in front of Dad without hammering him to death? So when Luo Ke threw a bottle of life potion to his father and said that it would prolong his life by 50 years, restore his youthful body, and heal his dark wounds, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was excited. Isn't that what they dream of? As long as Dad is there, the Whitebeard pirates will not be afraid of anyone. Even naval headquarters and the others will rush in. Compared to the excitement of the Whitebeard pirates, the expressions of the Marine generals of naval headquarters changed dramatically. There is nothing worse than this. A life potion that can prolong life by 50 years. And got it by Whitebeard. This is literally the worst of the many bad things that have happened to Sengoku today. Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world. This sentence is no joke. His shock fruit really has the power to destroy the world. Whitebeard alone can easily destroy naval headquarters. This is not an exaggeration. It is a fact. The reason why Sengoku is not too worried and afraid of Whitebeard is mainly because Whitebeard is old and his body can't handle it anymore. Otherwise, going to war with such a man, Marine couldn't bear the price. This is also why Sengoku chose Whitebeard instead of Kaido, Big Mom, or Redhead during Summit War, but Whitebeard. On the one hand, Ace is a hostage. On the other hand, Whitebeard is old, compared to other Four Emperors easier to deal with. Just try to show off the power of Marine. But now the trouble is, Whitebeard has obtained a life potion that can prolong his life by 50 years, which means that even if Whitebeard can only live to 72, he can live another 50 years. And he's Sengoku and Garp. They're the same age as Whitebeard, which means that after they have died for decades, Whitebeard is still alive and well. A powerful Four Emperors is already a big threat to Marine, and a powerful Four Emperors that live for a long time is a huge threat. Not to mention that just now, this Whitebeard had a deadly vengeance with them. Sengoku screamed badly in his heart. All Marine's expressions were solemn, which was very bad news for them. Is there really such a thing as a life potion? Akiji asked, scratching his chin. This is really incredible. Something that can prolong life is already considered rare in the world, not to mention prolong life by 50 years. This kind of thing is probably worth 10 billion and has no market to be looted. However, he was sent out here because he answered a few questions correctly. Is this possible? Isn't it too outrageous? Who is this mysterious man, and how can he have such a good thing in his hand? Sengoku could only shake his head and say, I hope it's not true. However, this is just Sengoku lying to himself. He knows very well that the origin of the other party is probably not simple. He has the ability to predict the future, and he has unpredictable means to broadcast live broadcasts all over the world at the same time. If it was something that such a man came up with, it would most likely be real. Because the other party made such a big battle and took out this thing in front of everyone in the world. It turned out to be fake. Is this possible? Isn't that slapping yourself in the face? However, Sengoku still had a glimmer of fantasy in his heart. Marine's thoughts are similar to Sengoku, which is not a good thing for Marine. In New World, Big Mom, Kaido, Doflamingo, and others looked at the life potion in Whitebeard's hands with greed and desire overflowing. To talk about what people at their level desire most is to live longer. They have worked hard all their lives to get into this family business, and they die of old age before they can enjoy enough. How can they be satisfied? And to restore their primed bodies with more time, they will be able to do as much time as they want. There will be more opportunities waiting for them, and there will be a future when they are alive. Whether it was a big pirate, aristocrat, world aristocrat, or ordinary people, they all eagerly looked at the life potion in Whitebeard's hands. At this time, Whitebeard couldn't believe it. What he was holding in his hand turned out to be a magical potion that could prolong life by 50 years. Is what you said true? Whitebeard's already old and unwavering heart suddenly thumped at this moment, and the long-lost excitement trembled in his heart. He was 72 years old and had long realized that his time with his sons was running out. The more this is the case, the more he cherishes the present time, and he also understands that the future of the Whitebeard pirates will not be the same without him. That's why he intends to recruit talented young people like Ace to join the Whitebeard pirates, hoping that Marco, Ace, Jaws, Bista, these young people can support the Whitebeard pirates after his death. Family. But after all, he still can't worry about them, especially after seeing the situation of Summit War. He is more worried about the future of his sons. He can still support them when he lives, but what about waiting for him to die? He can't imagine, but this is life, so he can only trust his sons as much as possible, which may be the reason why he in the image is willing to sacrifice himself for his sons to escape. The future belongs to the young. But now, there seems to be another future in his hands, which makes him excited. Luo Ke's voice is heard on the screen. Of course it's true. The things I took out were all genuine, and it wasn't anything extraordinary. Saying that, Luo Ke took out a bottle of potion with a darker color than the one in Whitebeard's hand. The bottle in your hand is 50 years old. It's your reward for answering this question. The bottle in my hand can prolong your life by 100 years. Another 100 years. As soon as Luo Ke's words came out, the eyes from all over the world looking at the potion in Luo Ke's hands became more fiery, but the potion disappeared from Luo Ke's hands in the next second. By the way, this bottle of potion can only be used by one person, and only the person who takes the first sip can get the effect, so don't think about mixing it with water and drinking it. Now that the reward has been given to you, do you want to use it? I don't care. You could decide for yourself. However, I still recommend that you drink it now. Now, it is being broadcast live all over the world. Many people know that you have the life potion in your hands. Although this thing is not worth mentioning to me, it is priceless to them, and it may bring disaster to your Whitebeard pirates. Even within your Whitebeard pirates, there may be chaos due to this. Hearing Luo Ke's words, Whitebeard immediately understood what he meant. In the face of life, even his name as 4 emperors can't stop him. After all, there are 3 others like him, not to mention the world government and marine. This behemoth is here. As for what Luo Ke said about the brothers' relationship with the wall, Whitebeard wasn't worried. He wouldn't doubt his son. It's just that external threats do have to be considered. At the same time, many big figures around the world cried out in exasperation. They originally thought that if Whitebeard didn't use it immediately, they would send someone over, or steal or grab the life potion, and now the plan was in vain. Even celestial dragons called CP0 over, but now they can only be incompetent and furious. At this time, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates opened their mouths and persuaded Whitebeard to drink medicine. Dad, drink the medicine now. Dad, drink medicine. As long as you are healthy, we have nothing else to ask for. Daddy, Daddy. The people of the Whitebeard pirates were very excited to persuade Whitebeard to drink medicine. Almost everyone hoped that Whitebeard could regain health and lead them to continue to dominate the sea. Except for Marshal de Teach, what everyone who was persuading Whitebeard to drink medicine didn't notice is that Teach, who had always been showing people with a silly smile, was full of greed and desire at this time. He spent decades on the Whitebeard ship, waiting for his favorite fruit to appear, but it has not yet appeared. And he is 38 years old, and more than half of his life has passed. If he could drink this bottle of life potion, his life would have just begun, and he still had more time to wait for the things he wanted to appear. However, reason told him that he couldn't get the potion. Teach could only look at the life potion with regret and pity, and then return to a silly smile to persuade Whitebeard to drink the potion like everyone else. When Whitebeard heard the advice from his sons, he drank the life potion without hesitation and unplugged it. Although the origin of the mysterious man is mysterious from the conversation just now, the other party can still be believed to some extent. At least what he revealed is basically true. That being the case, he decided to trust Luo Ke once. He really wanted a lifespan of 50 years. Everyone was watching the scene when Whitebeard was drinking. Some people are curious, some are sorry, some are angry, some are worried. However, no matter what their emotions were, the scar on his bare chest disappeared miraculously after Whitebeard drank the life potion in the live broadcast. Not only that, the surroundings of Whitebeard's face have also become lighter, and the skin has become firmer. The most obvious thing is that Whitebeard's gray beard and hair turned pale blonde because of his age, restored his youthful hair color. For a while, people came up in their minds. Now this guy shouldn't be called Whitebeard, but should be called Golden Beard. No matter what it is called, one thing that is certain is that this life potion really works. Whitebeard's body has returned to his heyday, and he is healthier and stronger. He, Whitebeard, came home in his heyday. Whitebeard closed his eyes, clenched his fists, and opened them, and a powerful aura suddenly radiated from him. This is a feeling full of power. Whitebeard can clearly feel that the dark wounds on his body have completely disappeared, and he feels that he is stronger than himself during the strongest period. At this moment, even if Sengoku really initiates the summit war with him, he is not afraid. Sengoku could feel the aura of Whitebeard through the live broadcast. The strongest man in the world was completely back. That life potion was really true. Even if they had guessed the result, when they saw Whitebeard's appearance, Sengoku and the others were still a little unacceptable. A terrible and powerful enemy. Originally, even if the summit war didn't happen, Whitebeard wouldn't be able to live for long. Then there would be no enemies like Whitebeard on the sea. However, the opponent now has a lifespan of 50 years, and such an enemy can live for 50 years if it is not killed. What kind of concept is this for Marine? I think it's a big deal. It must be prepared for this time. If Whitebeard suddenly goes crazy because of the image, then Marine will be in bad luck. 2 admirals must be arranged to stand by at any time to deal with Whitebeard's surprise attack. At the same time, Big Mom, Kaido, Doflamingo, and others saw the changes in Whitebeard, and their greed for the life potion became stronger. However, the one in Whitebeard's hand had already been used, and now only the mysterious man had it. But they don't have any valuable information about the mysterious people. The only thing he knows is that this person will also broadcast live answers, and as long as they answer the questions correctly, they will be rewarded. And this reward included the life potion that Whitebeard had just obtained. Not only that, they also saw the life potion that Luo Ke was holding in his hand, which had double the effect, 100 years. There must be more good things in the hands of this mysterious man. Want to. These 2 words haunted countless people's hearts. At this moment, they wish they could answer the question instead of Whitebeard. Just now, they watched Whitebeard with a joke, but now they regret that their bowels are green. If they were to answer the question, it would be great. However, they don't know who will answer the question next time and when. Luo Ke saw everything that happened to the Whitebeard pirates, including Blackbeard's change in expression. Okay, now that the matter is over, the answering live broadcast will end here. See you later if you have a chance. Wait, when can we answer the question again? We still have a lot to know. Ace asked quickly. Who knows? Luo Ke smiled. He stood up and made an exit gesture. Then, the audience of this live answering question. See you next time you answer the question, and look forward to your next watch. As Luo Ke's voice just fell, the unphysical screen of the Moby D***K in midair brushed into a black crack, and then disappeared into nothing in an instant. Only the members of the Whitebeard pirate group, who looked at each other below, were left. This kind of situation is happening all over the world at the same time, and this live broadcast seems to appear out of thin air and disappear out of thin air. If it wasn't for the people around them to have the same reaction and memory as them, they would even wonder if what had just happened was their own hallucinations. But reality tells them that all this just happened is true. They watched a special live broadcast and also saw a world-class war in the future. Not only that, they also knew many Mysings they didn't know. For example, the son of One Piece Roger is still alive. Dorag, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is the son of the Marine hero Garp. The Whitebeard pirates may be hit hard in the Summit War. Marine Admiral Kazuru may be an ape. Wait. No matter what, this opened their eyes greatly. It turned out that the strong in this world had such a powerful strength, and such battles were taking place in places they didn't know. The heated discussion about this live broadcast and Summit War soon arose among the people, and the heat did not fade for a long time. At the same time, the atmosphere of Naval Headquarters is somewhat solemn. Marine Marshal Sengoku convened a meeting with the heads of the headquarters as soon as the live broadcast ended. This live broadcast has mixed pros and cons for Marine. The good thing is that through this live broadcast, Marine showed the power of Marine to the world without a lot of effort. After seeing Marine Admiral beat the Four Emperors Whitebeard pirates to pieces, those who wanted pirates who go to sea or have gone to sea will be deterred. To a certain extent, this also maintains the stability and reputation of the sea. The bad part is that many bad aspects of Marine have been picked up, such as the wrongful killing of innocent women and children on the island of Badarila. The hero Marine has two grandsons of pirates and is son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. What's more serious is that Marine provoked a Four Emperors out of thin air. Although Marine and Four Emperors were originally enemies, they maintained a delicate balance and would not easily attack each other. However, they did not know how the angry Whitebeard would react later. This is a problem that needs to be faced with caution. It is also a top priority. So Sengoku summoned the generals of the headquarters and immediately transferred the Marine elite to the headquarters after listening to the order, in case Whitebeard went crazy and attacked their base camp Marineford first. At the same time, the investigation of New World will be strengthened, and the latest movement of the Whitebeard pirate group must be closely monitored. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirate group must also be alert to the collusion between the Whitebeard pirate group and other Four Emperors. Especially Four Emperors have red hair. This guy has a close relationship with Ace of the Whitebeard pirates, and the relationship between Roger and Whitebeard is also unusual. If Whitebeard goes to war with Marine, it cannot be ruled out that the opponent will not seek allies. Moreover, the connections of the Whitebeard pirate group are not simple. He and the current Four Emperors Big Mom and Four Emperors Kaido belong to the same pirate group, Rock's Pirate before. It can be said that each Four Emperors is related to Whitebeard. If the Four Emperors are allowed to collude to fight Marine, then the world may really be in danger. Fortunately, Whitebeard seems to have a bad relationship with Kaido and Big Mom. They used to fight frequently because of territorial reasons. But this is not a reason to relax. Sengoku can predict that once Whitebeard really decides to start a war with Marine, then the scale of this war will definitely be larger than the Summit War in the video, and the battle will be even more tragic. It's just that it doesn't matter whether the side that will lose this time will be Whitebeard's side. Originally, Sengoku wanted to arrange for Garp's other grandson, Luffy, to capture this kid and impel down and lock it up for Magellan to monitor closely and solve the problem first. But now Naval Headquarters is too busy to take care of itself, and there is no time to arrange for any headquarter to go to East Blue, so the Marines of East Blue Branch can only stare at Luffy and catch him if there is a chance. P.S. The fourth update asks for flowers and asks for a monthly ticket for evaluation. P.S. Regarding the problem of the watery plot of the video, what I thought when writing this subject is that the answer and the weight of the video are equal. It is not just writing the answer. There's a lot of information, and emotional light answering the question is insufficient. So I put it writing in the video is a supplement. Some people are more interested in images, so the writing is a bit longer. Since it feels watery, I will adjust it later. However, the author has compiled more than 10 chapters, and these 10 chapters are not easy to modify. It takes too much time and affects the following things, so the ratio of the two can only be adjusted later. The number of words in each chapter is so difficult to change, but the number of words in the back will increase. The number of words in each chapter is less, but the daily 4D update is sure. Don't worry. Asterisk. This has been regarded as a relatively sidelined attitude. Now is not the time to catch Luffy, because he has already met Whitebeard, and there is a revolutionary father behind Luffy. Don't miss Whitebeard's summit war at that time, and have a fight with the Revolutionary Army first. The key is that Marine and Whitebeard are still in a state of being triggered. It is not good to set up too many enemies at the same time. It is best to defeat them one by one. Garp has no objection to this either, as he did in the video. He is a Marine, and now Marine is in crisis. He can't leave without authorization. And when the pirate is Luffy's own decision, he must be responsible for his own decision, even if this ending is dead. If that day did come, all he could do would be to watch him finish his last ride. Sengoku is dispatching troops here, and the world government is over there. Holy Land Marineford, Hall of Power. 5 elders also watched the live broadcast. What this live broadcast showed couldn't help but surprise these old people who stood at the pinnacle of world power. A means of being able to broadcast live around the world. The ability to predict the future. And the most important thing is the source of the other party's terrifying news. Because they noticed that a lot of information is actually known to few people, and no one knows it all except themselves. Especially Garp and Roger's last meeting and words, which only this person knows. However, this mysterious man not only knew but also recorded it, which happened 20 years ago. Who the hell is this person? And why have they been lurking in this world for so long, and they have no news at all? Could it be that this person really has the ability to freely travel through the past and future? Thinking of this, the 5 elders felt a shudder again. It had been a long time since they had felt such an emotion. However, this speculation was quickly denied by themselves, because they don't think and don't want to believe that there are such terrifying people in this world, and they don't allow such hideous people to exist. So after the live broadcast, 5 elders immediately arranged for the world to investigate the whereabouts of this mysterious man. But it's hard for the CPs, because they don't even have the slightest clue about the mysterious person. A room, a table, a person who can't see his face, who can find this TM. At this moment, people all over the world are wondering who this mysterious person is. They're also looking for mysterious people. Originally, CP had no expectations of finding the mysterious person, but to the surprise of CPs, the mysterious person was found without much effort, and a lot of them were found. Because not long after the live broadcast, mysterious men who claimed to be doing live broadcasts all over the world appeared all over the world. They claimed to be mysterious men's subordinates who sell answering qualifications, spend money to buy answering qualifications, and then participate in answering questions. If you answer the questions correctly, you'll have the opportunity to get valuable rewards. And because there are so many people who want to participate in the answer, the more money you spend, the greater the proportion. It was an obvious scam that anyone could see through. However, this mysterious person is too mysterious. No one knows his true identity, and there is no way to verify the purchase of tickets. In line with the longing for such a magical item as life potion, many people worry about being cheated and willingly spend money to buy it. Many of them have joined the kings and nobles, and even celestial dragons have been fooled. Then this group of ticket sellers who suddenly appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain was severely arrested by the CP, and they suddenly disappeared without a trace. A hoax that nearly swept the world disappeared without a trace. What everyone didn't know was that the mysterious man they were looking for was on the bright moon in their sky at this time. Luo Ke took the life potion enhanced directly after the live broadcast. After taking it, he not only felt that he had grown taller, but also had a huge improvement in all aspects of his whole body, and he seemed to have endless energy. However, he can only stay in this sealed place on the moon now, and he has no energy to use it. There was no other way. After experimenting with the return of life and entanglement with Conqueror's Haki, Luo Ke had to use the telescope that the system gave him to observe the opposite planet remotely, looking for the next time to ask questions. However, during this period, after the progress of the unblocking, he also learned more about some things. He was not sealed on the moon for no reason. Probably after crossing into this world, in the words of the previous world, he was regarded as an invader by the world will of this world. So he was obliterated and sealed. This is why Luo Ke wakes up and finds that he is in a soul state. But fortunately, a system desperately saved his body, and he activated the system again after returning to his body. As long as the world is affected during the answering process, the system can steal power from this world. The progress of releasing the seal and the abilities and things Luo Ke gained belong to this part of the power. After understanding this point, Luo Ke thought about it. Since he wants to influence the original work, it is clear that the best goal is, of course, to be the protagonist of the One Piece anime. If there is any change in him, it will inevitably cause a subversive change in the original work. The impact can be great. The system indicated that this is indeed a good idea. But there is one thing to note, that is, the will of the world is in a deep sleep state in most cases, unless it encounters an external invasion, such as a translator like Luo Ke, or the protagonist of this world is killed inexplicably, which directly interferes with the world. Things that work will wake up. Moreover, Luo Ke's direct intervention to interfere with the world also risks causing the world to become sober. What happens after waking up does not need to be explained by the system. Therefore, it is best for Luo Ke to influence the world as much as possible by answering questions and steal the power of the world without causing the will of the world. And as the system steals more power, it will make Luo Ke more like people in this world, and the less likely it will be to attract the attention of the world the stronger it will become, and in the end, it will even be able to dominate the world. Follow Luo Ke how to make it. In layman's terms, if you don't look carefully on the outside, it doesn't seem to be different, but in fact it has become Luo Ke's shape, like inside. And after the unblocking progress exceeded 5%, the system obtained new permissions to create his projection in the live broadcast space, but there was no entity, similar to holographic projection. Moreover, the system prompts that as the unblocking progress improves, it will even be able to temporarily block the will of the world to let him out of the seal in the future. But even so, Luo Ke can finally leave here to take a look outside. Since the end of the live broadcast, the Whitebeard pirates has not been whereabouts. Soon after, the Moby D*** case suddenly appeared in a branch of Marine in New World setup in New World. In one fell swoop, the entire branch was sunk, making this branch completely disappear at sea, and left a message to the Marine who is still alive in this branch. This is a warning. If Marine dares to take action against my family, then it will be Naval Headquarters next time. I, Whitebeard, never break my promise. This incident shocked the world immediately. This also allows people from all over the world to truly appreciate the true strength of the four emperors Whitebeard outside of the Summit War in the video. The sentence Sengoku said that this man has the power to destroy the world is true. While the people who heard the news were anxiously waiting for the follow-up to develop into a battle between Marine and Whitebeard, New World seemed to calm down. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku. He was a little burnt by the sudden attack by Whitebeard. Although he had predicted that Whitebeard would not just let it go, he had already arranged the deployment of the elite garrison headquarters in advance. For Marine, however, the size of Marine is too large, and branches are basically spread all over the world. Even New World has several places. The advantage of having more branches is that you can stretch your tentacles very long, making it easier to control the world. But the shortcoming is also obvious, that is, when the enemy wants to attack you, you can't take care of everything for a while. The so-called ignorance of the head is like this. When news came that the New World branch was destroyed, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Because it seems that Whitebeard didn't intend to officially start a war with Marine, but Whitebeard couldn't do nothing. If he didn't do anything, the Whitebeard pirates seemed weak. In the video, Marine is bullied to the head of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard hasn't reacted when he sees this. It will only make the world laugh. However, Whitebeard was also sober. He knew that it was not a sensible choice to go to war with Marine. Even if he returns to his youth, he still doesn't mean that he can knead the behemoth Marine at will. Otherwise, when he was young, he would have overturned Marine a long time ago. Unless he is crazy, fight the Whitebeard pirates and Marine will die together. But such an ending is not good for the Whitebeard pirates or Marine. After their deaths, it was the hungry wolves who were waiting for them to die together. They even want them to go to war more than Whitebeard. In fact, these guys are hiding in the shadows. They can't wait for Whitebeard to fight with Marine. It's best to be clean and the best. Then they can pick it up cheaply, whether it's Marine's corpse or Whitebeard pirate group's corpse are very plump. So even after seeing the scene where Ace was killed and the Whitebeard pirate's vitality wounded in the video, Whitebeard calmed down. He personally led the Whitebeard pirates to destroy Marine's branch near his sphere of influence in New World to show that his Whitebeard pirates were not good for bullying. This is my bottom line. If you have to fight, then I will fight. Sengoku, who is the resourceful general, immediately understood Whitebeard's thoughts when he saw this. So he immediately gave up this branch and only rescued the wounded. Then, through Morgan's in the World Economic News, he condemned the criminal act of the Whitebeard pirate group's attack on the Marine branch and said that Marine would not just leave it alone, and that this group of villains must pay the price in the future. Of course, as for when it will be in the future, let's talk about it again. In this way, Marine also found his face, and Whitebeard also sighed, and it did not cause an irreversible ending. Both parties were very happy, so things calmed down. Although Whitebeard had warned Sengoku, there was always one thing that couldn't make him let go. That's why Ace left alone, but was caught. So in order to avoid such a thing from happening, Whitebeard ordered Ace not to leave his control and not let the Summit War really take place. Ace has always felt guilty about this. Hearing Whitebeard's arrangement, he obediently obeyed without objection, and he didn't want to hurt everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. Everything is developing in a good direction. On the other side, East Blue, on an island, after the video stopped, a certain blonde boy suddenly screamed with his head in his arms. This shocked the people around him, until the boy raised his head after a while. Everyone found that the boy's face was full of tears. This blonde boy is no one else but the brother Luffy and Ace thought was dead, Sabo. A few years ago, he was rescued by Dorag after falling into the water, and then brought back to the Revolutionary Army training, but before then he had never remembered his past, only his name Sabo. He didn't think of it until just now, when he saw Ace fall and die in front of Luffy. Only then did Dorag know that he had never expected that the child he brought back that year would have such a relationship with his son. So he planned to meet Luffy, protect him by the way, let him go to the Grand Line smoothly, and start his journey. Sabo said he wanted to go with him. He also wanted to see Luffy, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. So a ship left here that same day. And in another place in East Blue. See Restaurant Barty. The live broadcast ended in due course. But the situation at the scene was a bit strange. There was originally a battle going on here from the Krieg pirates and Luffy's gang, as well as the chefs of Barati. As a result, he appeared with an eagle eye and then split the Krieg pirate group to a sword boat. But it was not over yet. Zoro rushed to challenge Hawkeye again, but was brutally abused by others. Hawkeye felt that it was boring that Shichibukai abused these dishes in East Blue, so he didn't kill the Krieg pirates and left halfway. Krieg and Luffy were left looking at each other. And one thing happened in the middle. Luffy's ship was stolen by Nami, and now Usopp took the injured Zoro to chase Nami. Luffy stayed here and planned to help Barty get rid of this group of pirates who didn't pay for food, and then brought Sanji into the group. But it didn't take long for the live broadcast to appear. Then there are those things that happened before. After watching the live broadcast, the atmosphere on the scene changed suddenly. Krieg and his gang looked at Luffy a little bit guilty. This guy looked so small and so ruthless. He could go to Impel Down and make gestures with Marine Admiral and Marshal Marine, but he couldn't beat him. What's more, they have such a great background. Marine has Grandpa Vice Admiral, Pirates has the Guide of Four Emperors, the brother who is the captain, the Revolutionary Army, and the father who is the boss. This is so neat. A Shichibukai eagle, I had already cut him down, and now such a fairy appeared. Can't afford to provoke. As soon as the live broadcast ended, Krieg and his remaining men who hadn't been hacked to death by Hawkeye ran away in a boat without looking back. As a result, Barty, who seemed to have had a fierce battle and fought again just now, was quelled all at once. However, Barty's turmoil subsided, but Luffy's psychological turmoil did not. He always remembered the scene in the video just now, where Ace was killed by a Kainu in order to save him, where he looked helplessly at the sky. Even if he was heartless when he saw this scene, he felt pain from the bottom of his heart, even if it hadn't happened yet. So knowing that Krieg and his gang were leaving, he didn't watch them either. He had no intention of caring about these guys. Luffy stood there thinking for a long time, but after much deliberation, he couldn't figure out a way. The matter hasn't happened yet. He can't do anything now, and the guy named Whitebeard, the captain of Ace in the live broadcast, seemed to be angry when he knew about it. He said he would protect Ace and let Marine rush him. So Luffy thought about it, and didn't seem to have what he had to do now. It seemed that all he could do now was to continue sailing, and then he kept getting stronger. When the day comes, he can help Ace. I won't let that happen, Luffy thought to himself. So Luffy, who was sober from his thoughts, went to invite Sanji to join his pirate group. He is going to see, how can there be a good chef missing from the pirate group? However, due to the interruption of the live broadcast, Sanji and Luffy did not defeat Krieg together, and did not deepen their bond, which means that the relationship is not in place. Sanji hasn't agreed to Luffy's invitation for a long time, but he couldn't bear Luffy's hard work, and the boss of Zafu forced him away. In the end, Sanji still agreed to the request to board the Luffy ship, but this also made them waste a lot of time here. After bidding farewell to everyone in Barty, Luffy, Sanji, and others hurriedly chased after Zoro and Usopp, who had left, just when Luffy and the others were chasing Zoro and the others. A lot of things have happened in Kokoja Village. First, Nami returned to the Evil Dragon Park, and then saw the live broadcast with everyone from the Evil Dragon Pirates. The Evil Dragon group didn't know Luffy yet, but Nami did. He didn't expect this guy to come from such a big background, and he was so strong. She couldn't help but regret it. Maybe she should let him help herself destroy the dragon. But now it's too late to regret. But she was not discouraged because of this. Fortunately, she still has a way to save her village. She has raised 93 million Baileys, and short of 7 million Baileys, she can take the village from the dragon's hands. Buy it back, and then everyone will be free. And just as they were watching the live broadcast, an unexpected person appeared, and Zoro was caught by the Murloc. Nami, who didn't want to see Zoro being killed by the dragon, offered to hand this person to himself. At this time, the evil dragon didn't bother to care about Zoro, because he saw a human, Marine Admiral Kizaru, whom he extremely hated in the live broadcast. It was this man who easily defeated him and caught him and impelled down, leaving him with a great psychological shadow. It was Kizaru who made him realize his weakness, so after being released, he ran away and came to this corner of East Blue to avenge mankind. Although he said that the establishment of the evil Dragon Empire will return to the Grand Line to show the colors of the humans. But the slogan is only a slogan after all. It is to unite the Murloc compatriots and have a direction. In fact, the evil dragon knew very well in his heart that their strength would never be able to defeat the monkey who looked like a monkey. So he stayed at East Blue for 8 years. In the past 8 years, apart from expanding his sphere of influence, collecting money, avenging humanity, eating, drinking, and having fun, he didn't do anything else, let alone fight back to the Grand Line. After seeing the image of the dragon, Marine Admiral Kizavakiji, the strength of these human powerhouses, he realized this more deeply. They will never be able to defeat these monsters. However, the more so, the more he hates humans, he hates not being able to avenge his anger on them, and can only find some substitutes to vent his anger. The anger reached its culmination the moment he saw the monkey marine release water to the grandson of the marine hero. The expression of the evil dragon was distorted, and a huge roar came from his mouth. Damn it! He hates it. Obviously, these marines were not merciful when they hunted down their Murlocs. They killed his big brother tiger, and crushed him down and caught him. However, when facing the grandson of the hero Marine, he released the water one by one, especially the monkey Marine. He had experienced the strength of that guy. If he really wanted to do it, that kid would not be able to survive. However, he was kicked to the safest place for treatment. The evil dragon feels that he has been discriminated against and insulted. When these humans dealt with them, they said nothing about justice and mercilessly, but when dealing with their own people, their hand were softened. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The evil dragon was so angry that he wanted to kill at this moment. At this time, the long-nosed pirate whose subordinate said that Song was with Zoro has now fled to Kokoja village. Hearing the evil dragon's mouth suddenly raised an evil smile. Kokoja village? I happen to have something to go there. Luo Ke saw all this in his eyes. Just as he remembered, the evil dragon went to Kokoja village, and Usopp wanted to lead the evil dragon gang away in order not to involve the villagers here. However, it failed and Usopp was caught. However, when the evil dragon brought Usopp back to the evil dragon park, they found that Zoro killed all the Murlocs who stayed here. The angry dragon was about to kill Usopp. Nami cleared away the suspicion. She asked Sting to pretend to kill him and let him play dead and saved Usopp's life. However, the evil dragon took out a treasure map with the address of Kokoja village. Nami felt uncomfortable when she saw this map, because it was the map she drew to hide and redeem the village's money. Nami hurried to the village, but due to the changes brought about by the live broadcast, Nami came a bit late. Colonel Mouse had arrived in Kokoja village. When Nami arrived, Colonel Mouse had asked his subordinates to hide Nami for 93 million. Bailey dug it out. She instantly realized that this was the evil Dragon Master's envoy. She ran back to question the evil dragon, but was mercilessly mocked. Only then did she realize that the evil dragon had never thought of letting her go. She returned to Kokoja village in despair. At this time, the people in the village knew what had happened. Nami's hard work over the years had been exhausted, and the villagers in Kokoja village were unwilling to endure this way anymore. No matter how strong Nami pretends to be strong, how to persuade the villagers that she will raise another 100 million Baileys to buy back the village. Don't do stupid things, just sacrifice in vain. She doesn't want to see them being killed by evil dragons like her mother Belmere die. But the villagers are no longer willing to let Nami suffer such pain alone. They're going to fight to the death with the evil dragon gang. Looking at the backs of the villagers who were determined to find the evil dragon, Nami sat helplessly on the ground, her face full of despair. Who will save us? At the same time, on the beach near Kokoja village, Luffy and Sanji, who had been overdue, also rushed over and ran into Usopp and Zoro, who had escaped. Luffy and the others also heard about Nami from Usopp. Just when they were filled with righteous indignation and were about to defeat the dragon pirates. In a dark room deep in the moon, Luo Ke's mouth raised slightly. Okay, the actors are all here. It's time to start the second live broadcast. Just as the evil dragon pirates were aggressively trying to find Zoro, who killed his compatriots, the villagers of Kokoja village were desperately trying to find the evil dragons. Colonel Mouse was counting the Baileys captured from Nami. Sitting on the ground and calling for help, Luffy and Zoro ran towards the evil dragon park. In the sky of Evil Dragon Park and Kokoja village, an invisible barrier suddenly unfolded out of thin air. Everyone saw a flash in front of their eyes. The evil dragon pirates, Colonel Mouse and his subordinate Marine, the villagers of Kokoja village, and the Straw Hat Pirates all appeared in Evil Dragon Park out of thin air. And around the world, it's just hours from the last live broadcast. There were even people who stayed where they were after the last live broadcast and discussed with their friends excitedly about the unmoving of McZinn they had just seen in the live broadcast. At this moment, they were surprised to find that the mid-air image that appeared and disappeared out of thin air a few hours ago was cracked again. A black crack suddenly appeared and stretched out, turning into a screen that was the same as before. However, at this time, there is no picture playing on it, so it is pitch black. What's the matter? What happened? Could it be that the second quiz live broadcast is about to start? Who will answer the question this time? Could it be me? I want a life potion too. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku had just finished dealing with Whitebeard's attack on the Marine branch of New World, and suddenly got a report from his subordinates that the mysterious black scene appeared again in the main square of the headquarters. Sengoku, who heard the news, couldn't even catch a break, and immediately rushed to the square. And when he arrived, Garp, Akiji, Akainu, and other Marine executives were all present. As for Yemon himself, Sengoku has been kicked to the New World branch to deal with the funeral. There is no other reason, just because this guy is faster. Everyone looked at the shady screen nervously, not knowing what would happen this time. A few hours ago, the live broadcast broke out a summit war. As a result, not only did Whitebeard, who was dying of old age, regain his youth, but also directly blew Whitebeard up and directly sank a branch of Marine. Only the wounded world of Marine emerges. I didn't expect the live broadcast to end just a few hours ago, and the new live broadcast will start again. I just hope that nothing bad happens to Marine in this live broadcast. In New World, the Whitebeard pirates are full of joy and family joy. Father Whitebeard has returned to his youth, and his body has returned to his golden age, which is the best news for the Whitebeard pirates. As long as Daddy is there, then the Whitebeard pirates will be able to stand tall and not be afraid of anyone. Not long ago, they also sank Marine's New World branch, greatly excited the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. This is also an announcement to Marine and to the world that the Whitebeard pirates will not tolerate bullying. After giving Marine a warning, the Whitebeard pirates returned to their territory and started a feast. Such two happy things happened today, and it is not an exaggeration that they should celebrate for 5 days and 5 nights. The members of the Whitebeard pirates who were in a very happy mood happily drank and celebrated on the Moby D*****K. Now that Whitebeard is recovering, he doesn't need any more drips, and he doesn't need to control his drinking. He also lets go. All were elated. But at this moment, the familiar black screen appeared in the air of the Moby D****K. Could it be possible to answer the question again? However, to their surprise, this time there was no enchantment they were familiar with. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates who didn't know what was going on looked at the shady screen. Such a scene happened all over the world, whether it was commoners, nobles, or big figures in the world. They were all brought into focus by the sudden reappearance of the shady scene. Just when everyone was watching, the black screen finally changed, and a different scene from the previous Moby D****K appeared in front of everyone. This is a very ornately decorated place, with villas, swimming pools, and a platform covered with stone tiles for sunbathing. It looks like a luxury villa of some noblemen, and there were quite a few people standing in this villa who seemed to be divided into 3 camps. One side was a villager with a hoe and a sickle. The other side was Marine in a blue and white uniform, and the other side turned out to be a strangely shaped murloc. What made Sengoku Garp of Naval Headquarters and Ace of Whitebeard pirates shrink was that they saw a familiar face among the villagers. This face is none other than Garp's grandson, Ace's younger brother, Dorag's son, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy! Garp and Ace couldn't help shouting. At this time, the members of the Whitebeard pirates who heard the name Luffy and the Marines of Naval Headquarters noticed the boy with the straw hat in the crowd. It turns out he is Monkey D. Luffy. Sengoku's face changed slightly, and brand new, the king of the meeting said. Quickly check which branch this group of Marines belong to, and where they are, do it right away. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Brandy replied immediately. Sengoku's face is very bad. The last time I answered the question, I chose Ace and Whitebeard, but this time I chose Ace's brother Luffy. What is the situation? And what happened here? How could the Dragon Pirate Group be here? Can anyone tell him? At the same time, in the Evil Dragon Park, everyone who was suddenly teleported here was taken aback. This kind of thing will be the same for everyone. They were still running on the road, but suddenly they were put in another place, and these people also appeared in front of them. The villagers of Kakoja Village looked at the fishmen of the Dragon Pirate Group opposite with grim expressions. They clenched their weapons, ready to fight them hard at any time. But Luffy and the others looked around curiously, and when Usopp said that this was the Dragon Pirate Group, they rolled up their sleeves and prepared to defeat the black-hearted group of pirates. Colonel Mouse was still holding the suitcase with money in his hand, looking at this scene a little dazed. On the other hand, Nami was closing her eyes helplessly, and when she heard the noise from outside, she couldn't help but open her eyes and found that she had actually arrived at the evil dragon park. Then I saw this weird scene. The dragon pirates, the villagers of Kokoja village, Colonel Marine Mouse, and Luffy all appeared here. Nami murmured, "Is this a miracle?" When the evil dragon group saw Zoro who appeared in front of them, they were furious. This guy had just slaughtered his compatriots. He had nowhere to seek revenge from him, so he came to the door by himself. Suddenly, he wanted to do it with an angry face. However, before the two sides went to war, at this moment, they both noticed a dark scene in the sky. Then a figure appeared inside. This person was not someone else, but the mysterious person they had only seen in the live broadcast before. Friends from all over the world who are watching the live broadcast, hello everyone, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Anyway, everyone is welcome to watch this exciting live broadcast of answering questions. This time, the people who were selected to answer the question were the people you saw on the screen. They were villagers from Kokoja village. The villagers who were called to their own Kokoja village looked dazed. They had also watched the live broadcast before and saw the answers from the Whitebeard pirates and the terrifying war scenes in Summit War. It's just that they never thought that they would be able to answer the question one day, and still answering questions in front of people from all over the world. Thinking of this, the villagers of Kokoja village, who had just looked angry, were suddenly interrupted in this way. Suddenly, they couldn't catch up with their anger, and then they became nervous and at a loss. There's also Colonel Marine Mouse from the 16th branch of Marine. Colonel Mouse suddenly felt bad when he heard this. He subconsciously blocked the suitcase he was holding behind him, and then waved his hand in embarrassment. Sengoku frowned at the performance of Colonel Mouse. What is this Colonel Mouse doing? Shrinking in front of people all over the world. What kind of body you look like you don't have the appearance of Marine, so that you can support your aura as a Colonel Marine. First, the Whitebeard pirate group was dignified and jewels in front, and then Marine actually answered the question with such a guise. Sengoku felt that his face was lost by this guy. Hurry up and contact me, Colonel Mouse. Let him answer the question right in front of everyone anyway, and warn him that if he loses Marine's face, he will not be a colonel in this branch. Sengoku immediately ordered. And the Straw Hat Pirates from East Blue. When Luffy heard this, he smiled and raised his hand. While beckoning, he said loudly into the air, "Hey, Grandpa Ace and everyone in Windmill Village, can you hear me? It's me, Luffy. Haha, this time it's my turn to answer the question." Garp blushed when he heard this and put a slap on his face. This stinky boy said this in front of so many people. Is this for fear that others would not know that he, Garp, has a grandson who is a pirate? But the others were amused by Luffy, and he didn't expect Garp, Vice Admiral's grandson, to be quite simple. In another place, on the Moby D **K, Ace blushed as tenderly as Garp. Looking at the smiling eyes of his brothers, Ace explained, "My brother has been innocent since I was a child." There was a burst of laughter from everyone. In the video, Luo Ke continued, "Finally, there is the Dragon Pirates from the Grand Line. You are welcome to be selected to answer the questions." At the same time, in the Fishmen Island, countless Murlocs and Merfolk looked at the dragons in the video, including the seaman Jinbei. Arlong, Jinbei whispered he hadn't seen the dragon for many years. From the last time Tiger Boss was killed, the dragon went to avenge the humans, and then was impelled down by Kizaru. Jinbei joined Shichibukai in order to save him, but the evil dragon did not appreciate it, and instead hated Jinbei as a running dog for humans, and the two broke apart. Since that day, the dragon has left the Fishman Island and disappeared. Jinbei didn't expect to see the evil dragon on the live broadcast. During the live broadcast, the evil dragon did not react after hearing his own name, but looked at Luo Ke with an unhappy face because Luo Ke looked like a human being, and he hated every human being, especially the uninvited humans who broke into his territory. Had it not been seen in the previous live broadcast that this human being was not easy to deal with, he would have turned his face long ago. and he could see that the guys from Kokoja village came to trouble him. It just so happened that he saved the time to kill them. Since he came to die, he would do it for you. But what worries him even more is the boy in the straw hat opposite Luffy, who was released by the monkey marine in the image. He is the grandson of the marine hero. In the eyes of the evil dragon, the kid and marine are in the same group. If he could kill this kid, then this would be the biggest revenge against marine. And he doesn't think how strong this kid is. Those marines are nothing more than letting water on him for his grandfather's sake, so they have been in the video for so long. Kizaru beat this kid for a second. It's okay for him to go to him. He was also beaten by Kizaru in the same way. He can't fight Marine Admiral. Can't he kill such kid? You give him water, I won't. Just use this live broadcast to let the world see the power of their murlocs. You guys that Marine can't kill, I dare to kill the dragon. I will prove that fish talent is the most noble life in this world. The evil dragon looked at Luffy with a grin. Feeling the evil dragon's killing intent, Luo Ke snorted, and suddenly an aura enveloped the audience. Suddenly, everyone's complexion changed, and the evil dragon felt a full sense of oppression, causing cold sweat on his face. This is because Luo Ke controlled Conqueror's haki so as not to stun people. It's not enough to delay the live broadcast. If you have any conflicts, wait until the live broadcast is over. Before that, anyone who dares to interfere with the live broadcast of answering questions, don't blame me for being polite. Do you understand this? This powerful momentum suppressed the people present who could not lift their heads, and they quickly agreed. Even the evil dragon, who has always hated humans, endured it. Luo Ke nodded slightly, and then said, "This time we will change the way of answering the question live." Everyone was slightly surprised when they heard the words, and then they found that Luo Ke in the mid-air picture suddenly jumped out of the screen and landed on the ground in front of them. This mysterious person actually came out of the picture. Seeing this scene, people all over the world suddenly stared. The more important reason for them to look carefully with their eyes widened was that they finally saw the true appearance of the face that had been hidden in the shadows in the picture. A young male, about 20 years old, about 2 meters tall, wearing a black trench coat, short black hair, good features, sword eyebrows, and star eyes, looks quite handsome. I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looking a little cynical, and the self-confidence exuding all over his body didn't seem to pay attention to everyone present. It seems to him, this is just a game, all of you have to follow his rules. As soon as Luo Ke's true appearance came out, it immediately caused a sensation all over the world. They never expected that this caused a worldwide shock, forced 4 emperors Whitebeard into their own game, predicted Summit War, and eventually led to the destruction of a marine branch who was so young. All of them were applauded by a young man in his 20s. But in the next second, they gave up this idea because the other party could get a magical item like a life potion. Maybe this is just how he looked when he was young, and he himself was not only these years old. Otherwise, it is impossible to do such a thing. However, Sengoku immediately wrote down Luo Ke's appearance and left a photo. Looks, this is the only clue they can find this man. Everyone in the Evil Dragon Park looked intently at this man who suddenly popped out of the screen. They were also surprised with each other's age, but no one underestimated him because of his aura. Even Luffy, who had been laughing, became serious. He could feel that the man in front of him was very strong. Luo Ke was satisfied that everyone was very obedient and was about to talk when a phone call came in suddenly. Colonel Mouse took out the phone bug that was purring from his arms in embarrassment. Just listen to the phone bug say, "Colonel Mouse, Marshal Sengoku ordered you to answer the questions right before the others, and don't lose Marine's face, or you won't be a Colonel Marine." As soon as the phone bug finished speaking, it suddenly cracked. Luo Ke said to the off-screen audience, "Okay, the words of Marshal Sengoku have been conveyed. I have no objection to your friendly act of cheering. But so far, once the answering starts, I will block any external communication. Don't think about cheating. I will supervise you." Friendly behavior. The people watching the live broadcast were a little speechless, and this Colonel Mouse was about to cry. Colonel Mouse was grimacing. He didn't expect that he was just here to collect money. How could he still encounter such a thing? Sengoku saw Colonel Mouse's performance. His face became more and more gloomy. How could Marine have such a product? Then let me introduce myself. I, Luo Ke, is the questioner and host of this live answering question. And now the answering live broadcast officially starts. There are 5 answers in this live broadcast. The answers are divided into 4 camps: Kokoja Village, Evil Dragon Pirates, Straw Hat Pirates, and Marine 16th Branch. Each camp has only one opportunity to answer each question. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose the opportunity to answer the next question. After the answer to the next question is over, the right to answer will be restored, so please answer carefully. The team with the most correct answers at the end of the quiz will be rewarded. The difficulty of the questions is from easy to difficult. Then please listen to the first question. Question: how did the redhead Shanks lose his left arm? How did the redhead Shanks lose his arm? The red-haired Shanks is the 4 emperors of the New World, right? If he can take the arm of the 4 emperors, this guy should not be very strong. This is the 4 emperors. Whitebeard's presence. They've already seen Whitebeard in Summit War, and it's devastating. The eponymous Shanks should not be far behind. Everyone began to think about which strong person in the world would do it. Naval headquarters, Sengoku, and other Marine generals fell into deep thought, and they had found the answer to this question before. After all, Shanks left a lot of reputation in the New World before going to East Blue, and he got off the boat of Roger, so naturally attention is indispensable. However, to their surprise, such a man returned from East Blue without an arm. This left them puzzled about it. There's a guy who could take Shanks' arm in East Blue? It's not easy. You must know that even if Shanks lost an arm, when he came back from East Blue, he still won the position of 4 emperors in New World with his own strength, and was listed as the 4 emperors with the veterans such as Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido, which is enough to show the strength of its own strength. Who would have done this? Not only Sengoku at Naval Headquarters are thinking about this, but Big Mom and Whitebeard are also thinking about it. If the guy who can take Shanks' arm comes to the New World, maybe the 4 emperors will become the 5 emperors from now on. Those were Shanks with 2 arms. The current 4 emperors Shanks only have 1 hand. Everyone fell into contemplation, but they still couldn't think of any strong person in East Blue who could do such a thing. Suddenly, an absurd thought popped into Sengoku's mind. He remembered that Dorag's base was in East Blue, and Shanks kidnapped Dorag's son. Maybe Drago was thinking of letting his son Luffy become the Revolutionary Army, but he was kidnapped by Shanks to become a pirate. Could it be that Drago blocked Shanks in East Blue when he knew about this and broke his hand? There are many people who have the same idea as Sengoku. Even Doflamingo and Kaido think so. However, they were not qualified to answer the question, so they could only sigh and regret that they thought of the answer but could not answer the question. They also really wanted to get the life potion that Whitebeard got, but it gave a life. But now they can only look enviously at the quartet in the live broadcast. They are really a lucky group of guys. However, Evil Dragon, Colonel Mouse, and everyone from Kokoja Village, who were envied and hated by people, were all puzzled by Luo Ke's question. How did the redhead Shanks lose his arm? How would they know about it? You should ask that redhead. Ask us, where do we know? But not long after Luo Ke's voice fell, Luffy raised his hand very high. I know. Everyone looked over. Luo Ke looked at Luffy and reminded, to answer the question, just say the answer, and then take the answer. No need to raise your hand. Luffy said quickly, answer. Shanks' arm was taken away by the King of the Sea to save me. What is the King of the Sea? 3 question marks popped up in the heads of people hearing this answer. The so-called King of the Sea is what Windmill Village calls the giant loach-shaped sea beast at their doorstep. In fact, this is just an ordinary sea beast, not even sea kings, so how can it be called the title of king? However, this is a lot of trouble for the villagers of Windmill Village, which makes them panic when they go out to sea to fish. But apart from the people in Windmill Village, how could anyone else know what the King of the Sea is? And when they heard that this guy could take the arm of the 4 emperors Shanks, they thought it was some kind of fierce sea kings. There was a heated discussion. I didn't expect that there are such beasts in Windmill Village, and even the 4 emperors are no match. I didn't expect the redhead to lose his arm to save Luffy. No wonder Luffy admires him so much and wants to be a pirate. It seems that there are reasons behind many things that we don't know. It seems that we have misunderstood Shanks. Without Shanks, I am afraid that Luffy would not be able to live. If Garp comes home and sees his grandson being eaten by the King of the Sea, it must be very sad. In contrast, he was only led to the pirates, which was a fortune among misfortunes. Only Garp had a strange look on his face. Sengoku saw Garp's face and asked, "It seems, Garp, do you know what the King of the Sea is?" Garp didn't feel embarrassed to speak ill of the redhead. After all, the redhead was really kind to him. If it wasn't for the redhead, Luffy would have been killed by the King of the Sea. It's a sea beast from Windmill Village. Back then, Luffy was hijacked by a bandit to the sea. If the redhead hadn't rescued Luffy from the mouth of the King of the Offshore Sea, Luffy would have been eaten by the King of the Offshore Sea along with the bandit. It's just that Garp can't figure it out, even if he wants to break his head. You have red hair. How could you be bitten off by a mere Sea King? When your weapon is hardened, the Sea King is afraid that his teeth will be shattered. The redhead was really bitten off by the King of the Sea. And because of this, Luffy's admiration for Shanks reached its peak, and since then, Garp can't reverse Luffy's ambition no matter what. He was also helpless about this. He sometimes wonders if this kid is playing tricks on his grandson and abducting his grandson. But there should be no one in this world who would abduct a child at the price of one hand. No way. Maybe it's really an accident. Garp can only think of this, and that's exactly what Garp has to do with the redhead. After all, Garp really owes the redhead in this matter. Otherwise, the crime of abducting his precious grandson by the red hair is enough for Garp to hunt him down all over the world. That's not killing Roger's love for each other. That's really asking you to impel down. When Sengoku heard Garp's explanation, he thought it was a very ferocious sea beast, and he didn't think much about it. What he cared more about was that the red hair saved Luffy, but he didn't expect that there was such a relationship. I thought that the red-haired hand was interrupted by Drago, but I didn't expect it to be lost for Luffy. Doesn't this mean that Garp and Drago owe Shanks a favor instead? Be careful about this. A revolutionary army leader of 4 emperors, if they have friendship, that is something that needs to be taken care of. Maybe there will be big trouble in the future. During the live broadcast, Luo Ke answered in the affirmative after hearing Luffy's answer. The answer is correct. Then go to the next question. Question: Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, has 2 brothers. Besides Ace, where is his other brother now? There are 4 options here. A. Dead. B. As a cadre at Red Hair Pirates. C. As Marine Rear Admiral at Naval Headquarters. D. Served as Chief of Staff in the Revolutionary Army. Luffy actually has a brother. Everyone was a little surprised to hear this. Could it be that Garp has a grandson? When they heard the 4 options for this question, they were speechless. This option is too stupid. Except for the first one who died. One was the cadre of the 4 Emperors Regiment, the other was the Rear Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, and the other, even more exaggerated, turned out to be the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. What is the concept of the Chief of Staff? The Naval Headquarters? Marshal Marine is Sengoku, and Marine's Chief of Staff is Vice Admiral, which is equivalent to Marine's brain and has the right to influence Marine's decision-making. Although the Revolutionary Army is completely unattractive compared to Marine, the Revolutionary Army is also a force spread all over the world, and it is the #1 enemy of the world government. How could the Chief of Staff of such an organization be a boy under 20 years old? You 3 brothers are too outrageous. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, is outrageous enough. However, other people don't know, but Sengoku knows one thing. That is, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army is really a teenager, but the identity of this teenager is not clear, and he has nothing in appearance. Therefore, he was not exposed to the public to issue a wanted, and he also learned about the situation on the CP side. Could it be true? Does Dorag have an illegitimate child? Sengoku immediately looked at Garp. If Luffy had a brother, then Garp, the grandfather, couldn't have been unaware. The other Marines also looked at Garp, but they weren't as informed as Sengoku. Either he is thinking about who is Luffy's older brother in Rear Admiral, or is Luffy's older brother in Red Hair Pirates. After all, Red Hair went to Windmill Village back then, and Luffy's older brother Ace is now in another Four Emperors Whitebeard ship. And some people are wondering if it might be in the Revolutionary Army. After all, it is the territory of Luffy's father, Dorag. If it is Dorag's illegitimate son, it is not too much to be a chief of staff. But Garp's side, Sabo is Luffy and Ace's sworn brother, but he died 10 years ago. When the Celestial Dragons visited the Goya Kingdom, 10-year-old Sabo didn't know about it and just left home. Go out to sea in a boat. As a result, I was killed by the Celestial Dragons who were looking for fun, and even the body was not found, and I only found out about it in time. Garp's words caused Marine, who was present, to be silent for a while. Or 10-year-olds being bombed to death by Celestial Dragons for fun. Is that too much? Although they had long known that the Celestial Dragons were a bunch of scum, it was inevitable that a trace of anger rose in their hearts when they heard this. However, apart from anger, they have nothing to do, because that is the Celestial Dragons, the world nobles, the masters of the world government, and one of their jobs as Marines is to protect the Celestial Dragons. If anyone dared to hurt Celestial Dragons, even Marine Admiral would go. So even when they heard such a tragedy, they had nothing but anger, regret, because justice was completely out of order when faced with Celestial Dragons. Sometimes they also doubt their own career, but more often they can only let themselves not think about it. Maybe this is life. Sengoku also frowned. These Celestial Dragons really don't do things that people do, but even he is not qualified to care about Celestial Dragons. Now I just hope that Colonel Mouse over there can choose the right answer. But unfortunately, he can't connect by phone here. Otherwise, he can tell the answer directly to the mouse. At the same time, Ace also confessed to the Whitebeard pirates, which caused the anger of the Whitebeard pirates. If the Celestial Dragons kill Ace's brother, that's the equivalent of killing their brother. Angrily, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates wanted to kill the Celestial Dragons to avenge Ace's brother. But this is just a passing word. They can sink Marines, but not Celestial Dragons. Whitebeard remembers that Rock's pirate was supposed to hurt Celestial Dragons, and it was broken up. Moving Celestial Dragons is equivalent to moving the bottom line of the world government, and will usher in a fierce counterattack from the world government and Marine. Even the Four Emperors may not be able to endure this result. This enmity, you have to think twice. Ace also understands this. He has figured it out for so many years. This matter is my own business. I don't want to involve everyone. And I've already thought about it. If I find out the enemy who killed Sabo one day, then I will go and avenge Sabo. I don't want to get involved with the big guys of the Whitebeard pirates. However, Ace's words aroused the dissatisfaction of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, don't you think of us as brothers? If you have revenge, you will take it together. If you are in trouble, you will take us together. Who do you think of us? It's Ace. If you really find your enemy, just tell us and we'll kill you. The business of the Ace brothers is the business of all of us in the Whitebeard pirates. If you say that, you are treating yourself as an outsider. But no matter what they said about this matter, Ace insisted on his own ideas because when he saw the ending of Summit War, he made up his mind not to kill the family of the Whitebeard pirates because of himself. This kind of thing must never happen. But hearing about Sabo from the live broadcast again brought back memories of Ace. Sabo, how are you doing over there? You wait. Your revenge, I will avenge you. At the same time, during the live broadcast, Luffy's face suddenly became lost. Usopp, Zoro, and Sanji looked at Luffy and asked curiously, Luffy, what's wrong? Where's your other brother now? Answer quickly if you know. But seeing Luffy's expression, they vaguely felt that they had guessed the answer. To be able to make Luffy, who has always been cheerful and laughing, show such a sad expression. Perhaps there is only one truth, and that is that his brother is dead. Luffy was about to speak to Usopp and the others, but Colonel Mouse answered before them. Colonel Mouse is now beset by the trouble of losing his job. He always remembered the warning from Sengoku just now that if he didn't behave well, then this Colonel Marine wouldn't be able to do it. How can this be possible? How much money does he make every month from his position? How can he be unemployed because of this trivial matter? But the shrewd Colonel Mouse thought of another point. As the saying goes, fortune comes from misfortune, and misfortune comes from blessing. Although there's a risk of unemployment in this matter, isn't it completely useless? If he could perform well in this live broadcast, he may be able to greatly appreciate Marine who is watching the live broadcast. Maybe he could be promoted to Colonel of the Ministry because of this. Of course, it would be even better if it was Rear Admiral of the Ministry. As we all know, the rank of the branch colonel is lower than the rank of the headquarters colonel by 3 levels. This is a rare good opportunity. When will the members of their branch have the opportunity to meet the marshal again? This is the opportunity. Colonel Mouse has been observing Luffy's performance after hearing the question. Since he is Luffy's brother, Luffy himself knows best. So just stare at Luffy, and that's it. So he immediately thought of the answer after he noticed Luffy's unpleasant face. I will answer. Dead. Colonel Mouse is full of confidence. He may not be as good as Luffy and the others in terms of strength, but in terms of cleverness, Colonel Mouse has not been a fool for so many years, or it is impossible to sit in the branch. Colonel's position. When Colonel Mouse took the lead to answer the question, Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, and the others suddenly changed their faces. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates and the villagers of Kokoja Village glared at Colonel Mouse. Or could they not see that the Mouse Colonel had learned the answer by watching Luffy's reaction? The villagers of Kokoja Village had long been dissatisfied with the Mouse Colonel. They had robbed Nami of the money that Nami had saved for many years, and now they came to grab the answer. How can there be such shameless people in this world? And it's a Marine. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were also very angry, but now that they've already been preempted by the other party, they can't do anything about it. And looking at Luffy's expression, he knew that Colonel Mouse was right. The evil dragon gang showed regret and sneer. Although they were one step behind and were preempted by Colonel Mouse, it was more acceptable for them to ask Colonel Mouse to answer the question than to let the opposite group of humans answer the question. Although Colonel Mouse played a little bit of cleverness, Sengoku was quite satisfied with the result. I didn't expect this Colonel Mouse to be unremarkable, but his brain was still turning quite fast. He is also considered a talent. If he can win the reward of this live answering question, it would be a good idea to promote this guy to the headquarters. Anyway, it gave Marine a long face. Keep up the good work and take down all the topics that follow. At this moment, everyone in Naval Headquarters felt that this was stable. From the angry expression of the Straw Hat Pirates, they knew that this answer was what Luffy wanted to say, but Colonel Mouse took a step ahead. Marines all over the world are very happy and can no longer let the reward of answering the live broadcast fall into the hands of pirates. The last time I gave Whitebeard to Marine has paid a great price. This time Marine must get it. The pirates were a little angry. They thought that even if they gave Straw Hat Crew, they couldn't let Marine get it. The Ghost knows what the reward this time is, and they can't let Marine get it anyway. But for the common people, they're more watching the show, with Marine on one side and the grandson of Garp Vice Admiral on the other. No matter what the result is, it is not very related to them. They are more interested in answering the question and broadcasting the show, that's it. Usopp glared at Colonel Mouse angrily while blaming Luffy for being so obvious, only to be guessed by the other party. Luffy, don't show your expression no matter what answer you hear after that. We will discuss it quietly before answering, understand? Luffy nodded when he heard the words, then pulled his face and made a deadpan expression. However, in the next second, his expressionless face was broken. Answer wrong. Marine loses the opportunity to answer the question, and he can't answer the next question, and the right to answer the fourth question will be restored. Continue answering now. How could this answer be wrong? Colonel Mouse seemed to have been struck by a thunderbolt and was dumbfounded. He looked at Luffy in disbelief. I saw you, a young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, who is acting just now to lie to me, the old man. The Marines at Naval Headquarters were also stunned for a while. They all looked at Garp, and their eyes were, "You bad old man is very bad. And you lied to us?" They just thought that Garp's words felt sympathy and sadness for Luffy's brother. But now they tell me that TM is fake. You return our sympathy and sadness. Garp, what do you say? Sengoku looked at Garp angrily. You old guy is not being honest. Garp scratched his head, also looking confused. I don't know about that. It's obviously dead. Right, Luffy and the others even erected a monument for Sabo. I was sad for a while. Could it be that someone saved me? Already. As soon as Garp said this, Sengoku's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly remembered the other three options Luo Ke said just now: the cadre of red hair pirates, the rear admiral of naval headquarters, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. The rear admiral of naval headquarters was appointed by him personally, and there was no corresponding role in it. Then there are only two other options left. But what made Marine even worse now was that because Colonel Mouse answered this question incorrectly, Marine would lose the chance to answer the next question, which meant that there were only two opportunities left. At the same time, Ace of the Whitebeard pirates was stunned when he heard the answer, and then stood up with a swipe. The stunned look on his face turned into ecstasy in an instant. What does this answer mean? Sabo is still alive. Ace couldn't help laughing until tears came out. No one interferes with Ace. Let Ace feel the joy of this brother's loss and recovery. Luffy was as overjoyed as Ace, but he didn't turn his head around for a while, and only after being reminded by Usopp and the others did he realize that Sabo was still alive. Luffy immediately hugged Usopp and almost broke Usopp. Sabo is still alive. It's great that Sabo is still alive. I just said, how could Sabo just die like that? We also agreed together that we would go out to sea together, and we also agreed to see who would become the Pirate King first. How could he just die like this? Luffy was overjoyed and burst into tears of joy. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were also affected by Luffy's happiness, but now was not the time to be happy. Luffy, think about which of these three options are left, Usopp said. Wait, be careful with those guys on the other side. Don't let them steal the answer. Zoro looked at Colonel Mouse and the evil dragon pirates coldly and said, Yeah, you have to watch out for these despicable guys. Usopp nodded, then pulled Luffy away from them, thinking softly. And Colonel Mouse was about to cry without tears. What did I steal from you? I stole a wrong answer, and as a result, not only did I not answer the question correctly, but I also lost the chance to answer the question next time. The evil dragons were fortunate. Fortunately, they just took a step slower and let Colonel Mouse become the guinea pig first. Now, there are only three answers left, and the probability of them answering correctly has increased again. But which of the remaining three answers is it? Everyone in the Evil Dragon Pirates looks at these three answers to see that anyone is possible. Luffy is the grandson of Marine Vice Admiral Garp, so it's not impossible for his brother to survive as Marine. He also has a close relationship with the Red Hair, and it is reasonable to be a cadre there. And Luffy's father is in the Revolutionary Army, and it is not surprising that he is the chief of staff in the Revolutionary Army. All three answers are possible, but all are uncertain. The possibility of answering the right answer is not high, but the wrong answer not only loses the opportunity for this question, but also loses the opportunity for the next question. The gain is not worth the loss. After discussing with his confidants for a while, the evil dragon decided to let Luffy and the others answer first. When they got the wrong answer, there were only two answers left. The choice should always be the right one. But at this time, Luffy was also a little at a loss. Let him do the problems he knew. He could still handle it. But if he let him choose from unknown problems, it would be embarrassing for him. I don't know, Luffy said, covering his head, but he was already very happy. Knowing that Sabo is still alive is more important than anything else. Just answer the questions, just be happy. Luffy, don't be discouraged. You have to know that you will be rewarded after you get the correct answer. Don't you want rewards? Hurry up and think about it. Usopp shook Luffy's shoulder and said, but he saw what the reward for the last live broadcast was. It was a life potion. That's fate. Unexpectedly, when he encountered such a big scene, Usopp was so excited. Allah Allah, let me think about it. Luffy sat on the ground, holding his chin in his hand and thinking, Sabo and Shanks have never met, and Shanks has already left East Blue when I met Sabo. Can't save Sabo. Unless it was someone who rescued Sabo. The pirates who joined Shanks after Sabo went to sea are pretty much the same. I've talked a lot about Shanks with Sabo before. In addition, Grandpa also knows that if Sabo joins Marine, he will definitely tell me, and Sabo has agreed to be a pirate with me. It is impossible to be a Marine. As for the Revolutionary Army, I really don't know. What the hell is this? I didn't know today that I still have a dad. All I know is this, and I don't know if I ask again. Luffy scratched his hair. He had a headache. It was the most annoying to use his brain. Zoro and the others also knew that it would be difficult for him to make Luffy, a single cell, think about these things, but even then they had gained a lot of intelligence. First of all, Marine is definitely excluded. It is impossible for Luffy and his grandfather Garp to hide from Luffy and Ace. And even if he knows that Sabo has become Marine, he will take the initiative to talk to them and persuade them to also become Marine with Sabo. Only the Revolutionary Army and Red Hair were left. Red Hair was no longer in East Blue at the time and could not save Sabo at all. The only possibility is that Dorag of the Revolutionary Army is left. Dorag is Luffy's father, and his hometown is also Windmill Village. It is not impossible for him to return here to rescue Sabo. Therefore, Zoro immediately looked at Luo Ke and said, "Answer. We choose D to be the chief of staff in the Revolutionary Army." Luo Ke nodded. The answer is correct, and the Straw Hat Pirates will add one more point. Now, they have answered the two questions correctly. Sabo witnessed the burning and massacre of slum people by the royal family of Goa to welcome Celestial Dragon's visit. Because of the disgust of Goa's kingdom, the 10-year-old Sabo decided to leave the country. However, on the day of going to sea, they met Celestial Dragons who were visiting. After seeing Sabo driving the boat, Celestial Dragons came up with the idea of trying the bazooka in his hand for some fun, so he sank Sabo's boat with one shot. Fortunately, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, was on the scene. He rescued Sabo and brought him back to the training of the Revolutionary Army, but at this time Sabo lost his memory because of the shelling, and Dorag did not know the identity of Sabo. Due to his outstanding talent and good mind, Sabo was accepted as a disciple by Dorag, and the 20-year-old Sabo also became the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army and one of the core cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Another scandal about the world government was exposed. Luo Ke's remarks immediately caused a huge disturbance all over the world. In order to welcome the visit of Celestial Dragons, the nobles of the Goa royal family slaughtered and burned down the slums. Celestial Dragons bombarded a 10-year-old child for fun. They can do such evil things. When they heard this, everyone was a little hard to believe, because whether it was the actions of the nobles of the royal family of Goya or the actions of the Celestial Dragons, they had already wiped out humanity. Even a public trial would suffice for such conduct. However, it has been 10 years since this happened, yet they don't know anything. And not only do they not know anything, even the royal family and the Celestial Dragons who do such a thing do not know anything. What about Marine? What about justice? The commoners who knew about this incident suddenly burst into endless anger. However, they couldn't do anything but anger, and a deep sense of helplessness lingered in their hearts. Neither the royal family nor the Celestial Dragons, the world aristocrats, could afford to the commoners. After the anger, they went silent. This is the helplessness and despair in the heart of this world. It turns out that even Marine's justice is unequal between people. At the same time, the expression on Sengoku's side became extremely ugly, and when this kind of thing came out, it definitely slapped Marine in the face. Sengoku is also particularly annoyed. He manages Marine with all his heart, maintains the order of the world, and brings justice into the world. However, the nobles of the allied nations and the Celestial Dragons all slapped him in the face. Where does this put his face? How else does this convince people around the world that their Marines are doing justice? And most damn it, he has to rub the drums for these guys. He really wanted to take all these guys and to impel down, but he didn't have the right to deal with them. On the contrary, if someone dares to hurt them, he will in turn protect them. This situation often makes Sengoku feel that his justice has been insulted, but he is soberly aware that if he wants justice to prevail in the world, he must rely on the organization world government. So in this tangled state of mind, Sengoku endured. This is an idea shared by many Marines. Many Marine generals in this division heard that these were as disgusting as eating flies, and many of them were even very happy. The scandal of these bedbugs was exposed, and more people recognize the faces of these guys. In the future, it is better to avoid walking to avoid getting burned. Marineford, Hall of Power, the 5 elders frowned. This is a huge smear of the world government's face. To smear celestial dragons is to smear the world government. This is a live broadcast for people all over the world. Although they do not take these commoners seriously, they also do not allow the world government's image to be damaged in their eyes. Otherwise, it will be extremely detrimental to the world government's rule. We must find a way to save face. Then what to do? We can't stop this live broadcast now, and don't forget how he did it last time. This made the 5 elders frown even more. After the last live broadcast, in order to prove that the Summit War really happened, this man named Luo Ke even took out images of the past and future. Since he was able to take out these images in the last live broadcast, he is very likely to take them out in this live broadcast. If this is the case, then general denial is not enough. It is impossible for them to give up any celestial dragons. This is their principle and bottom line. No matter how wrong they do, as long as they do not betray the celestial dragons, they must be protected. Since that's the case, then we must completely deny the words of Luo Ke, immediately issue a reward to this man, and at the same time declare to the public that what this man said is all lies, and those images are also fake. There is no evidence that the future in the image is real, and from this point of view, there is no evidence that what he said about the past is true. Must be completely rejected. They thought very clearly that since the images of the future have been exposed, will people who know the future still develop according to the future? Impossible. Therefore, the images Luo Ke took out were a paradox in themselves. The moment he took out these images, the future of this world had already changed. In this case, they have nothing to worry about this so-called stone hammer, because such a future will never happen. He must be charged with another crime, portraying him as a careerist who instigated hatred between the world government and the 4 emperors, try to make money from it, trying to subvert the world government's image, and discredit him at all costs, so as to arouse the public's doubts. When the public began to doubt the purpose of this man, no one would care about the things he brought out. This matter must be carried out immediately. No one knows how many things he has in his hands. If he bursts out, it will be very unfavorable for us. Let CP immediately find out this man based on his appearance and name. I don't believe it. He can really leave no trace. Once found, let Marine Admiral and CP0 capture him alive. Let him hand over the things in his hand, drain all the value, and then kill it. I agree with this approach. Actions against Luo Ke were immediately carried out in CPs all over the world, but they couldn't think of it. Even if they knew Luo Ke's appearance and name, they couldn't find Luo Ke's whereabouts, because Luo Ke is no longer on this planet at all. While the world government was trying to smear Luo Ke, the live broadcast continued on Luo Ke's side. Of the 5 questions, 2 questions have already been asked, and they were all answered correctly by the Straw Hat Pirates. Now there are only 3 questions left. Moreover, because of Colonel Mouse's wrong answer in the 2nd question, Marine will not have the right to answer the 3rd question. Now the initiative of the live broadcast of this answer has been taken by the Straw Hat Pirates. Luo Ke clapped his hands and said, "Okay, then let's move on to the 3rd question. Please listen to the question. Question: who was Luffy apprenticed to after the Summit War? Here are 4 options. A. Marine Marshal Sengoku. B. Red Hair Pirates Captain Shanks. C. Whitebeard, Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. D. Rayleigh, Deputy Captain of the Roger Pirates. Please make your choice. The time limit is 2 minutes. Another question about Summit War. The first to express their joy upon hearing this question were the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, because they found Father Whitebeard's option in the answer. Is this to say that their dad didn't die in the Summit War? He survived. Not only that, but even Luffy was not beaten to death by Akainu's punch, but survived and was accepted as an apprentice by Dad. The more everyone the Whitebeard Pirates thought about it, the more they thought it was possible. This is their father. Even if he was seriously injured, how could he die there? He is Whitebeard. Their Whitebeard Pirates aren't over. For them, this news is already a fortune in misfortune. Fortunately, after Ace, Dad was also buried in naval headquarters. If this is the result, then Marine now knows the news and has to weigh it. This ending in price, is it really worth it for you to launch the summit war? Sengoku and Akainu and other generals were not satisfied with the result. Akainu's punch didn't kill Luffy, but someone blocked Akainu. What they care about more is the options below. If even Whitebeard is not killed, then Marine will not be at peace after a living angry 4 emperors, and Marine will pay no small price. But it's still questionable whether it's Whitebeard, because Sengoku remembers that Whitebeard does not accept apprentices but only sons, and Luffy was accepted as an apprentice by someone on the title. If the title is correct, it means that the person who accepted Luffy as an apprentice should be someone else. Who will this be? Himself? Impossible. Marshal Marine couldn't have done such a slap in the face. Shanks? It's very likely, given Luffy's friendship with Shanks, that Shanks took Luffy as his apprentice after Summit War, which is not surprising at all. Then there's one more left, Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates. This old guy has disappeared at sea since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates more than 20 years ago. It is said that someone has seen this guy in the Sabati archipelago, but sent Marine to look for it, but couldn't find it. Considering that this guy is no longer in trouble at sea, Marine has temporarily given up on his capture. Even if such an enemy wants to be caught, he will have to pay a small price. More things are worse than less things. Sengoku was skeptical that this guy who had disappeared for more than 20 years would suddenly come out and take Luffy as his apprentice. Combining the above 4 answers, Shanks is obviously more credible. Others share the same sentiments as Sengoku. On the Sabati archipelago, a white-haired old man in the crowd watched the live broadcast with some surprise, but he didn't expect to hear his name here. Straw Hat Boy Luffy? Rayleigh said softly. The young man wearing a Roger straw hat squinted his eyes, and a curious look flashed in his eyes. In Evil Dragon Park, the quartet camp as the answer fell into contemplation. Colonel Mouse's side is better, because he has no right to answer the questions now, and the Kokoja village side is completely unfamiliar with these. Those are the big figures in the Legends of the Sea. They're just ordinary people in a small village, and they don't understand at all. Only the dragons and the Straw Hat crew are mainly competing to think about this answer. Luffy is very confused at this time, because the topic is related to Luffy, so everyone else wants to get information from him. However, he didn't know as much as his comrades. Except for Shanks, the other 3 names are the first time I heard today. Who knows who will accept him as a disciple? I really don't know. Let's just choose one. I think Shanks is pretty good. Among these people, I believe in Shanks the most. Luffy said to his mates seriously. Hearing this, everyone felt a black line, and it also made everyone watching the live broadcast feel that Shanks really poured Luffy ecstasy and fascinated the village of Marine Vice Admiral. Garp clenched his fists even more in anger, wishing he could punch the kid to wake him up. Usopp said to Luffy speechlessly, "How can this be guessed at random? It has to be justified. Then there's nothing I can do." Luffy folded his hands and said there was nothing he could do. Sanji and Zoro began to think about the possibility of Shanks. They had all heard of Whitebeard's character, that he only accepted his son, but he had never heard of him. As for Rayleigh, he was a person from a previous era, and he had never heard of it. It seems that only Shanks is more reliable. If this is the case, then even Shanks is good. Anyway, they have already got 2 things right, and it's fine even if they are wrong. The 3 looked at each other and decided the answer. But just as they were about to speak, the other side had been watching Luffy and his gang of dragons speak first. This time they had to speak because if Luffy and the others were to answer correctly, they would answer 3 of the 5 questions correctly this time. So how could they play? And they also came to the answer after analysis that Shanks can't run, and the dragon's younger brother Xiaoba told him that he met Rayleigh 20 years ago, and Rayleigh is no longer in the world. So he should talk to Luffy, it doesn't matter. So after analysis, the evil dragon pirates came up with the same answer as Luffy and the others, and said it before Luffy and the others spoke. Answer: Yes, B. Red-haired Shanks, the dragons said loudly, looking at Luffy and them defiantly as he spoke. This time they won. Usopp, who was a step behind, could only be angry with himself for letting the other party take the lead, knowing that they should speak immediately after Luffy finished speaking. However, to everyone's surprise, Luo Ke received a negative answer. If the answer is wrong, the dragon pirates will lose the right to answer the question. The right to answer will be restored in the fifth question, and the answer will continue. Was it wrong? People who heard this answer couldn't help but be amazed. Even Straw Hat Crew's eyes widened, and they all looked at Luffy. The meaning in their eyes was, "This is the Shanks you believe in the most?" Luffy scratched his head and pouted. "I didn't say it must be Shanks, I just picked it randomly." But isn't that just right? They got it wrong, and now we only have 3 options left. No, it was actually a Usopp. They looked at Luffy like a fool. Since Shanks is not the correct answer, then only Rayleigh is left. Sengoku also realized this. He was a little puzzled. The old guy who has disappeared for 20 years. Why did he appear at this time? Could it be? Sengoku looked at Luffy's hat in the live broadcast, thoughtful. The evil dragon roared angrily when he heard that his answer was wrong, and looked at Luo Ke angrily. How could it not be this answer? I suspect that you deliberately let them answer correctly. Anyway, we don't know what will happen in the future. What are you talking about? Luo Ke turned his head to look at the evil dragon. Is your answer wrong and still don't recognize it? This is my answer, live room. The answer to the question is correct. This is my principle. There is no doubt about this. And if I wanted to, I could disqualify other people and just let them answer. So let me ask you now, every one of the dragon pirates, do you want to continue answering questions? If you don't want to answer the question, then get out of my live room. Being reprimanded by a human being, the dragon's face could not be hung up, especially since this live broadcast was watched by people all over the world, and there might even be fellow Murlocs watching. He immediately blushed with anger. But as soon as Luo Ke's voice fell, an aura pressed down on the dragon and made him unable to move. He gritted his teeth to keep himself from falling. This is about the face of his noble Murloc, and the dragon can only hold on to his words without saying a word, not answering questions. At this time, if he is thrown out of the live broadcast room again, he will lose all face. He can only bow his head to express his willingness to abide by the rules, and keep this grudge in his heart. If there is a chance, he must kill this damn human. Nami watched this scene with wide eyes. She never imagined that she could see such a scene. Before Luo Ke's eyes, the evil dragon who was bossing himself and yelling at the villagers didn't even dare to show any air. Is this a miracle? Luo Ke doesn't bother to care what the dragon thinks. Such scum. He wants to kill, just kill him. But this time he didn't come here to kill such scumbags. The key is to obtain energy, because such scum delays business and is not worth it. Since the dragon wants to die, he can arrange it clearly for the dragon, but he can't die in his own hands. He has not gained much energy. At this time, killing characters in the pirate world at will, it is easier to arouse the will of the world. Note that when the progress is high, there is no need to limit so much. Luo Ke's casual pressure made the dragon unable to move, which made the villagers of Kakexia village look happy and wished Luo Ke would kill the dragon directly. However, Luo Ke did not do this, but continued to start. Answer the question, which makes them quite regretful. On the Straw Hat Pirate side, Sanji quickly replied, Answer. Yes, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh. Correct answer. Luo Ke glanced at Sanji and nodded. Rayleigh found a collapsed Luffy after the Summit War. With his help, Luffy cheered up again and took Luffy as his apprentice. Under the guidance of Rayleigh, Luffy practiced for 2 years and learned from Rayleigh the development, control, and use of arm color, seeing and hearing color, Conqueror's Haki, and developed his rubber fruit to the 4th gear. Great progress. Hearing Luo Ke's words, everyone couldn't help but looked at the guy Luffy and got stuck in his mouth. Armed color, seeing and hearing color, Conqueror's Haki is complete, and Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, teaches one-on-one. This kind of treatment is such an insult. They already knew that Luffy was a bit pervert, the grandson of a marine hero, the son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the red-haired leader of 4 emperors, and the eldest brother of the 4 emperors team leader, the second brother of the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, the hat of One Piece. As a result, a deputy captain of the Roger Pirate Group is still emerging as a teacher. What is the son of destiny? This is called the Son of Destiny. They have been completely convinced such a guy is really stuck with tape. I'm afraid it's not going to be sent to One Piece. Sengoku felt that he had to raise the level of danger for the kid Luffy one more level. However, the more Luffy showed these things, the less moved Luffy. Before an Ace-launched Summit War, Whitebeard was attracted. If you took Luffy this time, you might have attracted Whitebeard, Red Hair, and the Revolutionary Army. This lineup, good guys, naval headquarters is gone. In case that day comes, Sengoku thinks that Luffy can only be executed immediately. It is more difficult to live than to die. There is meaning in saving people, and there is no meaning in saving, but it is estimated that Marine will not be able to explain it in a single sentence. But at present, the only thing that makes Sengoku thankful is that Luffy is Garp's grandson after all. Judging from his performance in a live broadcast, this guy is not like the pure pirates of Kaido and Big Mom, who burns, kills, and loots. More like Roger's kind of adventurers. Such guys actually do less harm to the people. If Roger hadn't yelled so loudly before he died and started the era of great voyages, it is estimated that no one in the whole world hates him. But it happened with such a voice, it almost broke the order of the world. Thousands of pirates went to sea, and countless people suffered. I don't care about the posture of the flood after my death. Roger has become notorious ever since. Sengoku wondered if Roger did this on purpose, in order to divert Marine's attention, find something for Marine, and then give Garp a chance to pick up his wife and children. Anyway, I hope Luffy won't be like Roger Shabby. Gula la la. Ace, your brother is not easy. He can become the apprentice of the man Rayleigh. Maybe in the future, he will become the One Piece like Roger. You have to be careful not to be overtaken by Luffy. Whitebeard laughed at Ace. Ace was also a little surprised at what happened to Luffy. Hearing the praise from Daddy Whitebeard, Ace was proud of being Luffy's brother, but at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a little pressure. But although Luffy is his beloved brother, there's only one thing on his mind now. Father, from the beginning to the end, I think that the only man who can become One Piece is you. Although Luffy is very talented, I believe you will become One Piece in the future. Even if my life is exhausted, I will help you get this title. Ace said, Gula la la la. Ace, it is not important to me that One Piece is not One Piece. You family members are my most important treasures. As for the One Piece, whoever wants to take it will let whoever pick it up. Gula la la. Whitebeard laughed. As his body became younger, his mentality gradually relaxed. He didn't care much about the title of One Piece, and now he doesn't care much. All he cares about is his family. Just when Sanji and Zoro looked at Luffy like a fairy and sighed that they had really followed an incredible captain this time, Luo Ke started to ask the fourth question. Question: 2 years after Summit War, who was the first big pirate Luffy defeated in the New World? There are 4 options here. A. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Buggy. B. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Heavenly Yiksha, Doflamingo. C. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Hawkeye, Mihawk. D. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Edward Weibel. There is a 2-minute time limit, so start answering the question now. As soon as this problem came up, many people in the world couldn't sit still. New World, Dressrosa. Doflamingo was eating melons quietly. As a newspaper reader, his favorite thing to do is to get a newspaper, sit on the sofa, and know the world without going out. Reading newspapers and eating melons is one of his hobbies in life. But after this live broadcast answer, his first hobby has faintly evolved into watching live broadcasts. If anyone in this world knows that McZinn is the best in this world, Doflamingo dare to say that he will do his part. As a former Celestial Dragons, Doflamingo knows many secrets of Celestial Dragons. Besides, he is also a joker in the underground world, with intelligence networks, business networks, and contacts all over the world. It can be said that no matter whether it is Marine or pirate, there is nothing to hide from him, Doflamingo. However, in the 2 live broadcasts that took place today, he learned a lot of news that he didn't even know before. For example, the relationship between Roger and Garp, such as Whitebeard's son is Roger's son, and the future Summit War. Such a multi-pound news made him a professional melon eater, almost eating. However, after eating other people's melons, I suddenly found myself in the melons. What kind of feeling is this? Doflamingo looked at Luffy in the live broadcast. His squinted eyes under the red sunglasses stared at Luffy with a dangerous, sizing, and curious look, as if he wanted to see Luffy through the screen. However, he found that apart from the background behind him that even felt terrifying to him, this kid seemed to have nothing to care about except for being an idiot. Can this kid beat him? What's a joke? Doflamingo felt a little funny himself, so he began to explore who among the other three options gave Luffy the blood of New World. At the same time, Hawkeye, who had just returned from East Blue towards the Grand Line, suddenly heard his name. He couldn't help but think of the kid he had just seen. Can this kid beat him in the future? Hawkeye is not interested in this. If it is the strong, then let's fight. He is more interested in the young man who just said that he would defeat him and become the world's largest swordsman. If it were that young man, he would rather look forward to the young man's growth in the future. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku heard that Shichibukai's name had two characters who were not in the Shichibukai queue. Buggy? Could this be the pirate who was imprisoned and impelled down, just mentioned? This guy will become 7 warlords of the sea in the future. It is not surprising that Shichibukai has a newcomer to join him, because Jinbei obviously betrayed Marine, and Shichibukai cannot keep him after the Summit War. And the bear should have been reformed by the pacifists. It seems that he can no longer be called a human, so it is normal to be replaced. So for the appearance of 2 new Shichibukai, he was not surprised. But the choice of these 2 people surprised her. Sengoku looked at Brandy and asked, "What is his strength for this buggy you said?" Brandy scratched his head in embarrassment. This buggy is offering a 15 million Bailey as a bounty before he is caught, and he is still in the East Blue area. If he is capable, it doesn't seem to be very good. It should be even the colonel in this department is inferior. I guess it's a major at most. Sengoku was a little speechless when he heard that. How did such a guy be called Shichibukai? Is there really no one to recruit in the future? As for another character, Edward Weibel, this is a pain in the hearts of all Marines. Because this guy was attacking the trainee ship led by Zephyr, killing the trainee and cutting off the culprit of Zephyr's right arm. It is also true that Zephyr suffered the second hard hit in his life after experiencing the pain of his family being slaughtered by pirates for the first time. This also made this Marine Admiral, who was once known for not killing, his temperament changed drastically. After that, the pirate guerrilla group was formed to hunt the pirates. As a result, this guy will become 7 warlords of the sea in the future. Hearing this news, Sengoku clearly felt that there was a problem, and there was a big problem. The matter of Edward Weibel and Zephyr's hatred is basically clear to Marine executives. For such a person to become Shichibukai, Zephyr is probably the first person to be dissatisfied. Moreover, Zephyr is basically in the semi-independent stage now, and the pirate guerrilla is only named as Naval Headquarters. In fact, Zephyr is now acting freely. Could it be that? Sengoku's face was slightly dark, and he had some bad associations. At this time, in a certain area of the Grand Line, on a warship, a man with purple hair is watching the live broadcast. This person is the Black Arm Zephyr. At this time, he has not put on the sunglasses with some M********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Shichibukai on, still dressed in a marine uniform. However, his face was blue at the moment, and his eyes were full of anger. That guy will become Shichibukai in the future. What's this kidding? The several options reported by Luo Ke in the Evil Dragon Park made everyone present at a loss. Basically, few are familiar to them. Luffy wondered, that 7 warlords of the sea buggy, wouldn't it be the buggy we defeated before? It seems to be him. Usopp nodded. The only buggy we know is him. That guy has also become a big pirate. Luffy's jaw came out. Not just him. Usopp and the others secretly smacked. Obviously, don't Luffy be weaker. How did this guy become Shichibukai? Is it possible that Shichibukai is like this? Level. Don't underestimate Shichibukai. That eagle eye is the man we met before. He is very strong. Shichibukai is just a name. They're strong and weak. We should not judge their strength by this. Zoro said calmly. he could still feel the pain that the challenge just brought him. It was a crushing power that could not be resisted. This is the world's largest swordsman. Except for the two of them. Do you know who the other two are? Luffy asked, tilting his head. I have heard of Doflamingo, nicknamed Heavenly Yiksha. It is said that he is also a strong man. It is said that before becoming Shichibukai, Doflamingo's bounty was as high as 340 million Baileys. Zoro worked for a while before that. Us bounty hunters are more familiar with the pirate situation. As for that Edward Weibel, he has relatively little information, but his bounty is 480 million Baileys. Zoro said lightly, by the way, your brother Ace has a bounty of 550 million. Bailey. Hearing that Ace's bounty was higher than others, Luffy couldn't help but laugh. These people don't sound like a great deal. It's not as high as Ace's bounty. As expected of Ace, I have already made such a bounty after only 3 years of going to sea. Then I have to cheer, and I can't be thrown too far by Ace. From that look, Buggy is the easiest to defeat by Luffy, followed by Doflamingo, then Edward Weibel, and finally Mihawk Hawkeye. Usopp concluded, so who should I choose? Luffy looked at the others. Although I learned Conqueror's Haki from Rayleigh after the Luffy Summit War, and developed Devil Fruit, the strength has been greatly improved, but it should be difficult to defeat Hawkeye, the world's largest swordsman, and this is not the green algae head. The goal? What did Luffy go to beat him for? Sanji turned his head and glanced at Zoro. Who do you say is the Chlorophyta? Zoro said to Sanji with a blue vein on his forehead. Are there other green algae heads here? Sanji said flatly. Do you want to die? Zoro put his hand on the sword and stared at Sanji. Who is afraid of whom? Sanji also rolled up his sleeves. Why did you suddenly start fighting? Usopp hurriedly ran to the middle of the two to pull a frame, while Luffy watched the interaction between the two with a grin. Usopp hurriedly diverted the attention of the two of them. If this is the case, then we should choose from the remaining three. I think it is better to choose from the weak ones, such as Buggy and Doflamingo. Weak, weak, weak. The corners of their lips twitched when they heard this sentence. That Buggy is fine. It has been defeated by Luffy once, and I have never heard of it, not surprising. But this Doflamingo, that is the world's most famous old Shichibukai, even mentioning the name of this man in North Blue can even stop the child from crying. Even in New World, it is not an existence that ordinary people can provoke. Such a big guy is actually called weak among the little ghosts who even Grand Line. For a while, their expressions are not to mention how strange. New World, Kaido bursts into laughter on the Island of Ghosts, and Big Mom's laughter is everywhere on Cake Island. They never expected that Doflamingo would be so underestimated. When they thought of Doflamingo's Lousy's #1 in the world all day long, no one looked down on the expression, and they didn't know what he would look like when he saw this scene. No, maybe I've already seen it. After all, this is a live broadcast for the whole world, and people all over the world should have seen it. Dressrosa, Doflamingo's face was horribly stinky, as if he had just washed his face from the stinky ditch. This kid, I have to kill you. Doflamingo stared at Usopp's face coldly. Originally, he was still thinking about which guy gave the little devil named Luffy a blood, but he turned his idea on his head. It's really underestimated. The anger that was underestimated came and went quickly, and soon Doflamingo returned to his usual smile. As a big man in the underground world, he still has this point in the city, and he was dazzled by such a sentence or two. It is impossible. But he remembered this offense and prayed that one day he wouldn't fall into his hands. However, Doflamingo didn't take Straw Hat Crew's idea to heart because just the kid Luffy wanted to defeat him. How is this possible? Not to mention that Luffy has studied with Rayleigh for 2 years. Even if he has studied with Rayleigh for 5 years, don't think about it. He is Don Quixote Doflamingo. He has been roaming this sea since he was 10 years old. When he became famous in the world, Luffy was not born yet. After 2 years of cultivating, I wanted to defeat him. This was a daydream. The strength of Hawkeye, he didn't doubt that Weibel had once cut off Zephyr's hand, and he still had the strength. He thinks that this kid probably knocked that Buggy down again. No matter how he thinks it can't be him, is it possible? Impossible. Doflamingo is determined in his heart. Everyone at Naval Headquarters also felt that Luffy probably defeated Buggy. The other three options are still too early for Luffy. They're all veteran pirates at sea. Luffy tried to defeat such an enemy after 2 years of training. It was hard for them to believe. Unless Rayleigh, the master, went there in person. Evil Dragon Park. Now Luffy and the others are discussing about Buggy or Doflamingo. The Evil Dragon group can only watch all this because they didn't have the right to answer this question last time. Colonel Mouse, who got the wrong answer in the second question, finally regained the right to answer the question. However, the Colonel Mouse who was granted the right to answer the question did not dare to answer the question blindly. After the last loss, he decided to act cautiously. He observed for a long time and found that every time the most probable option was often wrong. The least likely option was actually correct. He felt that the Buggy option was a pit instead. As for the other three are terrible, even a Marine in the division had to send Vice Admiral and Marines at the level above Vice Admiral to deal with them. Neither of them was easy to deal with. After thinking about it, he decided to give up answering the question first and let Luffy and the others come first. If he answered incorrectly this time, he would have no chance to answer the question again. Just when Luffy and the others thought they should give up this question and focus on the last question, the villagers in the nearby Kokoja village spoke up. If you can't decide, then let us try and make mistakes for you first. Anyway, we are not interested in this answer. No matter the answer is right or wrong, we don't want to reward us. If possible, I hope that after you answer the questions, you can help us defeat the Dragon Pirates. This is our only wish. The village chief said to Usopp and the others that Usopp was caught in order to lure away the dragon. Otherwise, Ajin would have been killed by the dragon at that time, and they have always remembered this kindness. The village chief's words made Luffy and the others look happy. If this is the case, it means that they have 2 chances to answer the question, and they can choose 2 out of the 4 answers, and the accuracy rate is greatly improved. Colonel Mouse was stunned by their actions. Is that okay? He quickly reported to Luo Ke. Mr. Luo Ke, don't they violate the rules by doing this? This is cheating, outright cheating. He didn't speak ill of Luo Ke like the dragon did. Bullying the soft and fearing the tough was his rule, but he didn't dare to be so arrogant toward the strong. Luo Ke explained lightly. They didn't violate the rules, and each faction has only 1 chance to answer the question. If you're not satisfied, you can also alliance with the evil dragon pirates next to you. Luo Ke's words made Colonel Mouse complain. This is a branch for people from all over the world, and Marine Marshal Sengoku is watching. If he cooperates with the dragon pirates, then even if he answered correctly, he will not be able to return after returning. He eats good fruit. Colonel Mouse could only shut his mouth. At the same time, Luffy and the others discussed how to answer with the villagers of Kokoja village. The village chief stood up and said to Luo Ke, answer. We choose 1,002 ways to make Buggy. Luo Ke denied. If the answer is wrong, Kakexia village will lose the opportunity to answer the question in the next round, and the answer will continue. Sure enough, it was wrong. Colonel Mouse breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the most likely answers are often wrong, so there are 3 remaining. But he still didn't know how to choose these 3, because each of them was outrageous, and none of them looked like Luffy's kid could beat it. This time, not only Colonel Mouse and the others were caught in a tangle, but even audiences all over the world were lost in thought. Isn't it Buggy? Could it be that 2 years of training really allowed Luffy to beat one of these 3 men? Heavenly Yiksha, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, the world's first swordsman Mihawk, and Edward Weibel, who cut off an arm of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. This Luffy is probably even scarier than Ace's growth. At Combelt, Hawkeye squinted. Dressrosa, Doflamingo stood up from his seat with wonder and disbelief in his eyes. And on a certain island in the New World, Edward Weibel and his mother Bajin are also staring at Luffy. Can this kid beat his son? After the mayor of Kokoja village finished answering the question, Colonel Mouse chose to wait, waiting for Luffy to filter out another wrong answer. And Luffy stood up and gave his answer as agreed. Answer: 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. This brat. Doflamingo felt a tinge of anger in his heart. He chose him instead of anyone else. Isn't it obvious that he felt that he was the weakest of the three. To say that he was the weakest in front of so many people was to put him out there. Stomped his face to the ground. Damn it. Just because you want to beat me, it's my fault. Just when Doflamingo sneered at these idiots for choosing him, he heard an answer from Luo Ke that made him stunned. The answer is correct. The Straw Hat Pirates will get another +1 point, and now 4 questions are answered correctly. How was that possible? Doflamingo blurted out, his eyes staring at Luffy on the live broadcast in disbelief. How could this kid beat him? Is this actually the correct answer? Doflamingo couldn't accept this answer. He was so down that he was defeated by a kid who has been at sea for less than 2 years. Doflamingo felt that this was a huge joke. It was unbelievable that he would lose to such a brat. Doflamingo wouldn't believe it if someone else said it. However, the person who said this is Luo Ke. Luo Ke, who has mysterious methods and can easily predict the future, even if he cannot accept it emotionally. His reason tells him that this matter may really be true. He was defeated by this kid. Doflamingo made it to the sofa, put his right hand over his mouth, lost in thought. Why did it become like this? This result obviously blinded the eyes of many people around the world. Even if they don't think Doflamingo is the best in the world, they don't think such a man would beat a young guy like Luffy. Sengoku looked at Garp in amazement and said, "Your grandson? Garp, why didn't you bring him to Marine to train him in the first place? If you did, it might not be impossible to become Marine Admiral in the future." Going to sea at the age of 17, impelled down 1 in and 1 out, 19-year-old New World, Dressrosa Doflamingo, fell directly. Even Marine Vice Admiral deserves this record. However, he became a pirate, which made Sengoku feel particularly sorry. Garp also regretted it in his heart, but unfortunately he couldn't. Luffy was led astray by his red hair when he was only 6 or 7 years old, and he couldn't get it back no matter how he twisted it. As a result, all the plans he had already arranged were disrupted. The culprit of all this was the red hair, but the red hair was still kind to their family, which made Garp angry. The Straw Hat crew got another question, which made the opposing Dragon Gang and Colonel Mouse very jealous, but there was no way. They didn't have any clues at all. Although this is also the same for the other party. It is all something that will happen in the future. But they always felt wrong. Now it's the last question, and it's their last chance. The Dragon Pirates have now resumed the right to answer the question, and Colonel Mouse has not answered the previous question, so he has the right to answer the question now. Only Kokoja Village, which had just formed an alliance with Luffy and the others, lost the right to answer the question due to trial and error. Now, it is equivalent to Dragon Pirates versus Straw Hat Pirates versus Colonel Mouse. This is the last chance. Everyone is determined to win. No matter what, they must choose one. The opportunity to answer questions cannot be wasted. Then let's go to the last question now. This is the last question. Don't miss it. There will be rewards for every correct answer. This is the last chance for those who didn't answer correctly before. The evil Dragon Pirates and Colonel Mouse immediately lit up when they heard the words, which meant that they could get a reward even if they answered only one question correctly. Question: after defeating Doflamingo, Luffy made a lot of trouble in Tado Land. What title did Luffy get for this? There are 4 options here. A. The Straw Hat King. B. For Emperors. C. 5 Emperors. D. The Worst Nova. The time limit is 3 minutes, and the timer starts now. Hearing this unfamiliar place name, Luffy turned to look at Zoro, and they asked curiously, "Wangwatado Land, what is this place?" However, he found that Zoro and Sanji were looking at him with expressions like monsters. Sanji's tone was shocking and unbelievable. He swallowed and said, "The Tado Land of the Nations is in the New World of the Grand Line. It belongs to 4 emperors and is the home base of the 4 Emperors Big Mom." Big Mom? Is she great? Luffy still doesn't understand. Do you think she's on the same level as Whitebeard? Usopp asked. Big Mom's bounty in Marine is 4.388 billion Baileys. He is an out-and-out monster. Zoro's face became solemn. He seems to have really followed a great captain this time. Doflamingo, who defeated Shichibukai, has exceeded his expectations now. He didn't expect Luffy to go to the four Emperor's Big Mom's base camp to make a scene, and he won the title because of it, which is too outrageous. Usopp was scared to cry by this news. He went to fight with a pirate with a bounty of 4.3 billion with his thin arms and legs. Will he die? Will die. Is it too late for him to leave the group now? However, Luffy is a fearless guy, and when he heard the news, he just nodded to show that he knew, and then the desire to fight with him that day came into his eyes. This made everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates deeply worried about the future. Meanwhile, people around the world were barely stunned by the explosive news. After defeating the terrifying Shichibukai in Doflamingo, the Boy in the Live broadcast went to challenge the Four Emperors, the pirate with a bounty of 4.6 billion. It is impossible for them to know how terrible the Four Emperors are, because they have seen the strength of another Four Emperors Whitebeard in the images of Summit War. It can be called destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Not all mortals can do it. And this Luffy can actually fight an opponent of this level. And the most important thing is that he did not die in the hands of Big Mom. Look what options Luo Ke gave. The Straw Hat King? This title will not be mentioned for the time being. For Emperors? A new generation of Four Emperors? Does this mean that he not only went to Wan Guatato land to make a big fuss, but also defeated Big Mom and took the title of the opponent's Four Emperors? 5 Emperors? The original 4 Emperors have added another one, and there is a 5th Emperor at sea. Last is the worst news star. Among the pirates who go out to sea every year are generally called supernovas, and the worst nova is saying that he is the strongest one. These 4 options, except for the first one, the rest represent a good position. It's terrible. It's terrible. They remember that Luffy is Luffy 2 years later, right? That means Luffy is only 19 years old this year. 19-year-old for Emperors? 5 Emperors? They can't even think about it. Gar, you have a big problem for me. Sengoku couldn't help sighing. How could such a genius become a pirate? It would be great if it were placed in Marine. Garp was also particularly shocked. Even he didn't expect that Luffy would be able to collide with Big Mom 2 years later, and it seemed that the result was not bad. He was ashamed of this posture as a grandfather. Regarding Sengoku's sigh, Garp could only smile awkwardly, and he was also helpless. If you want blame, blame Shanks that be asterisk 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 D. However, Akainu next to Sengoku looked at Luffy with a murderous intent in his heart. This child must not be kept. If it is allowed to grow, it will be a threat to the world. On the other side, in the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace first sighed that Luffy was worthy of his younger brother. After entering the New World, he asked 4 Emperors to challenge him, but I didn't expect Luffy to be better than him. When he challenged Whitebeard, he lost terribly. In the end, the entire Pirates of Spades group was included. Although he is now satisfied with the act of acknowledging his father, he still can't help but lament that Luffy is much better than him. Challenged Big Mom, and also won the title. Regardless of whether he beat Big Mom or not, it means that at least he has succeeded in this challenge. Thinking of the 4 Emperors and the 5 Emperors in the answer, Ace couldn't help but smile. It is possible that in the future Luffy and Dad will become the same level. This allows him to put the face of his elder brother. Luffy, you are really stressing me. Ace couldn't help but smile. At the same time, in Dressrosa, after Doflamingo heard this question, his gloomy expression immediately brightened. This kid even hit Big Mom? Ah, that's all right. Even Big Mom can't handle this kid, so it's reasonable for him to be dealt with by this kid. Not surprising, not surprising. Doflamingo felt that he had just lost his face, but he didn't lose it immediately. Isn't this clear? People are enough to challenge the 4 Emperors, and it is only reasonable for him to be defeated. Compared with these, you should be more concerned about what is going on with Big Mom. Dignified Big Mom can't even deal with a kid. The sky fell to the top, and it was Big Mom who was ashamed of this wave and had nothing to do with him. However, the eyes under Doflamingo's sunglasses were still staring at Luffy in the image, and his head began to think about coping strategies. After all, predictions are just predictions, not facts. Since it hasn't happened yet, it means it can be changed. But this kid is not so easy to deal with. A Luffy is still good to say, Anyway, he hasn't grown up, he hasn't worshipped Rayleigh as a teacher, and he doesn't know hockey. But the forces behind this made him feel like a hedgehog. Whoever touched his hand would have to be stabbed. Revolutionary Army, for Emperor's Whitebeard, for Emperor's red hair, Marine Vice Admiral Garp. It is estimated that few people can withstand killing him. Naturally, Doflamingo would not be this bird in the early stage, and Shabi would be the bird in this early stage. Now that there is so much information about Luffy, he is not the only one who thinks Luffy is dead. Marine probably didn't want such a terrible pirate to grow up. It is estimated that Big Mom will not let it go. After this time, Luffy's bounty is estimated to exceed 100 million, such a humanoid treasure still in the seedling stage. There must be countless bounty hunters want to harvest. So many people wanted Luffy to die, and he didn't need to do anything. Watching from the sidelines and watching the fire from the other side is the best choice. Unless you have to do it, don't be the knife. On Cake Island, the Charlotte family gathered together to watch the live broadcast. Luffy's riot at Tato Land happened to be heard by them. They couldn't believe such a ridiculous thing at all. The little devil was afraid that he would not know how to die if he entered their territory. Big Mom almost didn't laugh out loud, and no one took it as a thing. It is estimated that this kid also came to Wongwa for a round, and ran away without encountering his mother. But this matter is known to so many people, it seems that the influence on their Big Mom pirate group is not very good. Mom, do we need to solve this kid first? Parasparrow asked. Well, don't worry. Wait until this kid really comes to New World. Big Mom waved his hand and smiled. Apart from being a monster when she was sick, she was quite normal at other times. Could it be that you are all afraid of this kid? Of course not. Parasparrow quickly denied. That's right. When he really comes to Tato Land, you can solve him. Now this kid is still a kid who doesn't even understand hockey. So, making such a fuss, doesn't it seem that our Big Mom pirates are afraid of him? Do you think he can really beat me? Regarding her own strength, Big Mom is quite confident. She is not the trash of Doflamingo. Doflamingo estimates that even her son can't beat her. This guy's strength is not in her eyes at all. Don't talk about Luffy. Even if Luffy's master Rayleigh came to trouble her, he would have to lie down for her. This is different now. Rayleigh is no longer the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, and she is not the crew of the Rocks Pirate. She is now the Four Emperors' Big Mom. No cat or dog dare to say that she is her opponent. Of course it's impossible. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Who would dare to touch her mother's brows in front of her? This is a death hunting. Haha. And it is not us who is most anxious about this matter. But Marine, why are you so anxious? Do you still want to rush to help Marine solve the trouble? Big Mom smiled cheerfully. Let's watch. See what tricks he can make for emperors? 5 emperors? It's kind of interesting. At this moment, everyone in the Evil Dragon Park is in a daze, and this question is completely beyond the outline. They could barely guess the last guess before, but now it's good. Guessing Mao, whichever is like a correct answer, and everyone is like a wrong answer. Intellectually, they think the title of Straw Hat King is the most reasonable, because the following is not the 4 emperors, but the 5 emperors. This TM is already outrageous, and can't be outrageous anymore. What kind of existence is the 4 emperors? Even Kizuru has to face the enemy in front of the 4 emperors. This means that the guy in front of me can become that level of strength in 2 years. Who is this to lie? If he can become so strong in 2 years, then he is a dragon. Isn't he going to be super god in these 8 years? Where's the use of nesting in the corner of East Blue? I have long since sought revenge for Kizuru. Therefore, the 4 emperors and the 5 emperors were directly excluded by the Evil Dragon and Colonel Mouse, the most likely being the Straw Hat King and the Evil Nova. Among them, they think that the worst Nova is particularly likely because more than 100 million rookie pirates are called supernovas, and if Luffy can challenge Big Mom and not die, it is not an exaggeration to get a worse title. And this idea, whether it was the Dragon's Colonel Mouse. However, Luffy and the others were a step behind, and Colonel Mouse took the lead to answer. He didn't need to discuss with others on his side. He made up his own mind and said what he wanted to say immediately, while Luffy and Evil Dragon also discussed with their teammates. Colonel Mouse said it before they observed that they were about to answer. Answer. Yes, D, the worst Nova. This time, it should be right. Remove the Straw Hat King who looks the most like the answer, and remove the 4 emperors and 5 emperors who are the most unlikely. Then only the worst new stars are left. Not only Colonel Mouse thought so, but even Sengoku of Naval Headquarters couldn't help but admire his choice. When the dragon saw that he was preempted by Colonel Mouse, he couldn't help but glared at Colonel Mouse. However, before he could get angry, Luo Ke heard an answer. Answer wrong. Continue answering the question. Mistake. The dragon was stunned for a moment, and the smile that Colonel Mouse had just shown froze on his face. Wrong. Luffy and the others were equally stunned. Is this answer wrong? If Worst Nova isn't the right answer, what is? Wouldn't it be the 4 emperors, the 5 emperors? If it weren't for the 4 emperors, then the answer would be... The evil dragon hurriedly replied. Answer. A. The Straw Hat King. There must be something wrong with this, the dragon thought to himself. He glanced at Colonel Mouse. Thanks to your trial and error for me. And then looked at Luffy, all accusing Luffy of being unhappy when he did something wrong. He shouldn't be so quick-timed to rush ahead of anyone else and be preempted again. This time, however, it was the dragon's turn to freeze the smile on his face. Answer wrong. Continue answering the question. How is that possible? Evil dragon blurted out. Luo Ke glanced at him and repeated, if the answer is wrong, continue with the answer. Is it really the 4 emperors or the 5 emperors? Don't say that the dragon and the others can't believe it. Even Luffy and the people who are watching the live broadcast can't believe it. Could it be that Big Mom was really beaten by Luffy? The smile on Big Mom's face suddenly faded, her eyes fixed on the live broadcast, but the speed of holding the dessert in her hand was getting faster and faster. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp looked at Luffy like a fairy. Darling, what kind of a mortal are they following? After 2 years of going to sea, he became the 4 emperors and the 5 emperors. This TM One Piece, Roger, is not as fierce as you. Luffy scratched his head. What do you think of me for? Now there are only 2 options left. Which one should we choose? How do we know which one to choose? Don't you know this question yourself? Zoro, who was asked, said suddenly, no matter which one they thought was wrong. At this moment, Nami next to Luo Ke suddenly said to Luo Ke that. Excuse me, can I answer? Luo Ke glanced at Nami and nodded. Of course, your camp is the Straw Hat Pirates, not the Kokoja Village. You can naturally answer. I think no matter how strong Luffy is, it will not be possible to defeat 4 emperors 2 years later, and according to the title, Luffy has only had a fight rather than defeated, so for emperors is impossible. Then there's only one answer left. The answer is C, the 5 emperors. After Nami finished speaking, he fixed his eyes on Luo Ke, fearing that he had answered the wrong question. This answer sounds reasonable, but the reason why everyone didn't choose before was that if Luffy didn't defeat Big Mom, he wouldn't be the 4 emperors, and to be the 5 emperors, he would have to tie with Big Mom, but he would be able to compete with 4 emperors drew a tie, which is also incredible. There is no difference between B and C, but now both A and D have been negated, and only the 5 emperors are more reasonable, so I won't really knock down Big Mom. Everyone waited with bated breath for the announcement of this answer. The answer is correct. Luffy sneaked into IWC in order to save my partner Sanji, and made a big fuss at Big Mom's birthday party. Big Mom failed to stop Luffy in time because of his schizophrenia during the process. Luffy escaped from IWC after saving his partner. However, this matter was deliberately exaggerated by the big news Morgans who deliberately made trouble and called it the 5th emperor of the New World in the News of the World, and the 5 emperors were born. This reason finally let everyone breathe a sigh of relief. If that's the case, it's not particularly outrageous. If Luffy really knocks Big Mom down or draws a tie, then many people in this world will vomit blood. The gap between people is so big. There are even people wondering whether to let Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates Regiment, take half a training course. The effect of the training for the past 2 years is good. For 2 years, you can punch Shichibukai and kick for emperors. This training course is me, and I also attend it. Regardless of the tuition fee, we just want to learn some skills. In the future, let's not talk about kicking 4 emperors. It would be great to be able to play Shichibukai. But now that it's the messing bird maliciously messing up, then it's all right. Big Mom also breathed a sigh of relief and frightened her. She really thought this kid could sit on an equal footing with her. It turned out that it was the Morgans guy deliberately making trouble. In that case, there is no need to care too much. Every year, many self-righteous supernovas come to challenge her. If everyone has to go to death in advance, then she won't even have the effort to eat cakes. Moreover, these supernovae are equivalent to automatic replenishment of fresh blood for 4 emperors. For example, Whitebeard took Ace, a supernova, as his son. If Ace challenged her back then, Ace might be hers. New World is so big. The 4 emperors are basically divided. The new supernovas want to mix here, either kill the 4 emperors or be killed by the 4 emperors and be subjugated. There is no fourth option. Therefore, these 4 emperors are not opposed, but welcome these leaks to send warmth to their homes. Not only was Big Mom relieved, Sengoku and Garp were relieved. If Luffy is so perverted, I am afraid that he will be able to do nothing if he doesn't make a move. The 19-year-old 4 emperors, they are more fierce than the current ones, and they directly rushed towards the grade of the pirate King Roger. Looking at Garp's face, Sengoku didn't want to take a shot at Luffy too much. He couldn't hurt the old brother too much, and he had to weigh the power behind Luffy. When that day comes, then he can only cut the mess quickly. Fight quickly. But by then, Garp estimates that it will be the next Zephyr. Since the names of these 5 emperors were deliberately fabricated, then Luffy didn't defeat Big Mom either. In that case, is it Doflamingo that Luffy really defeated? Doflamingo's face suddenly became difficult to look after hearing the result. Only his shameful world appeared. Doflamingo stared sharply at the Straw Hat Pirate Group in a live broadcast for a while, took a deep breath, and then calmed down. He remembered this, but it depends on Marine's actions whether or not to take action. He won't be the first bird in this early stage. If he becomes the first, then I am afraid that there will be a world where only Doflamingo is injured. At the same time, in the Evil Dragon Park, the last question ended because of Nami's answer. The current situation is that the Straw Hat Pirates group got 5 correct answers, and the other 3 parties got 0 correct answers. This result excited everyone at Straw Hat Crew, and also made the Dragon Pirates and Colonel Mouse very dissatisfied. They felt that there was a problem with this question at all, and it was all related to the kid Luffy. Questions related to me are of course the advantage of my answer. They were very dissatisfied. However, due to Luo Ke's coercion, they dared not speak out because they had tried before, and they were all strongly suppressed by the opponent. You can only keep your dissatisfaction in your heart. The evil dragon was not discouraged. He looked at Nami. He remembered that Nami answered a question correctly, which means she was rewarded. In this case, he can find a way to grab Nami's reward later. On hand, Nami's weakness is the villagers of Kokoja village next to her, which is easy to solve. Not only that, but also this Straw Hat Crew. If others are afraid of the background behind them, then they're not afraid. They are Murlocs. The biggest advantage of Murlocs is that they can go to the sea. The sea is vast. As long as they hide in the sea, no one can find it. When the tiger burned Mariehua, if it weren't for sending the human back to the village, he wouldn't be hit and killed. Once in the sea and want to catch them, don't even think about it. Therefore, he can completely kill and overrun after answering the live broadcast, grab the things into his own hands, and then run away. He also thought about it clearly. After the live broadcast, his position has been exposed. Evil Dragon Park can't stay anymore, so he can only find another place to be a base. No matter what, I have to do the last vote before leaving. There are 5 questions in this live broadcast, and they have all been answered. Congratulations to the Straw Hat Pirates for all the correct answers. You will receive all the rewards for this answer. By convention, before that, I will play video clips related to the topic for everyone. Since there is no direct connection between the 5 questions in this answer, they're not a complete event like Summit War, but a small part of each event, which is not very related, so only part of the image is taken. For now, please enjoy an excerpt from Luffy's Path of the Pirate. At this time, the live broadcast screens around the world suddenly turned black as before. It didn't take long for images to appear on the black screen, and Luffy as a child appeared in the images. I saw a group of bandits came to the village, captured Luffy, and wanted to sell Luffy, who ate devil fruit. The village chief of Windmill Village knew that the bandits came for money, so he offered to spend money to buy Luffy back. Seeing that the bandit was about to agree to the village chief's request, but Luffy, who was not afraid of tigers, said provocative and abusive words to the bandits who caught him, which angered the bandits and wanted to behead Luffy on the spot. At this moment, Shanks arrived here. In order to save Luffy, there was a conflict between the two sides, but the bandit was Shanks' opponent and was directly beaten. Seeing that his own men were defeated, Bandit King Sig took Luffy as a hostage and wanted to escape from the sea, so he rowed a small boat to the sea. Sig, the Bandit King who thinks he's safe, thinks Luffy kicked him into the sea to feed the fish. However, what he didn't notice was that a bloody mouth opened behind him and swallowed him directly. This is not over yet. The King of the Seas who ate the Bandit King rushed towards Luffy again. Just at the moment, the red hair rescued Luffy from the fish mouth and forced the King of the Seas back with his eyes, but he lost himself because of it. Up an arm. Back on the shore, Shanks comforted Luffy and put his straw hat on Luffy's head, promising to meet him at sea in the future and then return the hat to him. After reading the clip of the first question, ordinary people around the world have no idea. After all, for them, even a sea beast like the King of the Near Sea is an extremely terrifying existence. They didn't care too much that Shanks' strength would be bitten off by something like this, but they were more concerned that Shanks didn't feel sad after losing his arm, and instead comforted Luffy. This is too far from the pirates and their impressions, and this is the Four Emperors Shanks, which is too Yasasi. For a time, even passers-by who didn't have a good impression of pirates couldn't help but feel good about this Four Emperors. Maybe there are good and bad among pirates. But apart from the ordinary people who were watching the fun, those who knew what to do were stunned when they saw this scene. Is the king of the offshore such a thing? What kind of giant sea kings did they think they were? That's it. Isn't this an ordinary sea beast? This can bite off the arm of the Four Emperors. Are you sure you're not kidding? If it wasn't for knowing that the video couldn't be faked, Sengoku would have thought it was fake, which is outrageous. Sengoku looked at Garp, a little disbelieving. The king of the offshore sea, you said, is this guy? Garp nodded sullenly, and honestly he didn't believe it either, but Luffy told him it was the stuff. Sengoku thinks he has overestimated Shanks, but Shanks' strength is beyond doubt, and his ability to hit the Four Emperors with just one arm is enough to prove his strength. Sengoku thought about it for a long time and couldn't understand how such an outrageous thing became like this. In the end, he could only think that it was an emergency. Shanks didn't have time to think about it, so he lost his arm. But seeing little Luffy crying so much when he saw Shanks' arm broken, Sengoku probably understood why even Garp couldn't stop Luffy from going to sea. Since the names of these 5 emperors were deliberately fabricated, then Luffy didn't defeat Big Mom either. In that case, is it Doflamingo that Luffy really defeated? Doflamingo's face suddenly became difficult to look after hearing the result. Only his shameful world appeared. Doflamingo stared sharply at the Straw Hat Pirate Group in a live broadcast for a while, took a deep breath, and then calmed down. He remembered this, but it depends on Marine's actions whether or not to take action. He won't be the first bird in this early stage. If he becomes the first, then I am afraid that there will be a world where only Doflamingo is injured. At the same time, in the Evil Dragon Park, the last question ended because of Nami's answer. The current situation is that the Straw Hat Pirates group got 5 correct answers, and the other 3 parties got 0 correct answers. This result excited everyone at Straw Hat Crew, and also made the Dragon Pirates and Colonel Mouse very dissatisfied. They felt that there was a problem with this question at all, and it was all related to the kid Luffy. Questions related to me are of course the advantage of my answer. They were very dissatisfied. However, due to Luo Ke's coercion, they dared not speak out because they had tried before, and they were all strongly suppressed by the opponent. You can only keep your dissatisfaction in your heart. The evil dragon was not discouraged. He looked at Nami. He remembered that Nami answered a question correctly, which means she was rewarded. In this case, he can find a way to grab Nami's reward later. On hand, Nami's weakness is the villagers of Kokoja village next to her, which is easy to solve. Not only that, but also this Straw Hat Crew. If others are afraid of the background behind them, then they are not afraid. They are murlocs. The biggest advantage of murlocs is that they can go to the sea. The sea is vast. As long as they hide in the sea, no one can find it. When the tiger burned Marineford, if it weren't for sending the human back to the village, he wouldn't be hit and killed. Once in the sea and want to catch them, don't even think about it. Therefore, he can completely kill and overrun after answering the live broadcast, grab the things into his own hands, and then run away. He also thought about it clearly. After the live broadcast, his position has been exposed. Evil Dragon Park can't stay anymore, so he can only find another place to be a base. No matter what, I have to do the last vote before leaving. There are 5 questions in this live broadcast, and they have all been answered. Congratulations to the Straw Hat Pirates for all the correct answers. You will receive all the rewards for this answer. By convention, before that, I will play video clips related to the topic for everyone. Since there is no direct connection between the 5 questions in this answer, they're not a complete event like Summit War, but a small part of each event, which is not very related, so only part of the image is taken. For now, please enjoy an excerpt from Luffy's Path of the Pirate. At this time, the live broadcast screens around the world suddenly turned black as before. It didn't take long for images to appear on the black screen, and Luffy as a child appeared in the images. I saw a group of bandits came to the village, captured Luffy, and wanted to sell Luffy who ate devil fruit. The village chief of Windmill Village knew that the bandits came for money, so he offered to spend money to buy Luffy back. Seeing that the bandit was about to agree to the village chief's request, but Luffy, who is not afraid of tigers, said provocative and abusive words to the bandits who caught him, which angered the bandits and wanted to behead Luffy on the spot. At this moment, Shanks arrived here. In order to save Luffy, there was a conflict between the two sides, but the bandit was Shanks' opponent and was directly beaten. Seeing that his own men were defeated, Bandit King Sig took Luffy as a hostage and wanted to escape from the sea, so he rowed a small boat to the sea. Sig, the Bandit King who thinks he's safe, thinks Luffy kicked him into the sea to feed the fish. However, what he didn't notice was that a bloody mouth opened behind him and swallowed him directly. This is not over yet. The King of the Seas who ate the Bandit King rushed towards Luffy again. Just at the moment, the red hair rescued Luffy from the fish mouth and forced the King of the Seas back with his eyes, but he lost himself because of it. Up an arm. Back on the shore, Shanks comforted Luffy and put his straw hat on Luffy's head, promising to meet him at sea in the future and then return the hat to him. After reading the clip of the first question, ordinary people around the world have no idea. After all, for them, even a sea beast like the King of the Near Sea is an extremely terrifying existence. They didn't care too much that Shanks' strength would be bitten off by something like this, but they were more concerned that Shanks didn't feel sad after losing his arm, and instead comforted Luffy. This is too far from the pirates in their impressions, and this is the 4 Emperor Shanks, which is too Yasasi. For a time, even passers-by who didn't have a good impression of pirates couldn't help but feel good about this 4 Emperors. Maybe there are good and bad among pirates. But apart from the ordinary people who were watching the fun, those who knew what to do were stunned when they saw this scene. Is the King of the Offshore such a thing? What kind of giant sea kings did they think they were? That's it. Isn't this an ordinary sea beast? This can bite off the arm of the 4 Emperors. Are you sure you're not kidding? If it wasn't for knowing that the video couldn't be faked, Sengoku would have thought it was fake, which is outrageous. Sengoku looked at Garp, a little disbelieving. The King of the Offshore Sea, you said, is this guy? Garp nodded sullenly, and honestly he didn't believe it either, but Luffy told him it was the stuff. Sengoku thinks he has overestimated Shanks, but Shanks' strength is beyond doubt, and his ability to hit the 4 Emperors with just one arm is enough to prove his strength. Sengoku thought about it for a long time and couldn't understand how such an outrageous thing became like this. In the end, he could only think that it was an emergency. Shanks didn't have time to think about it, so he lost his arm. But seeing little Luffy crying so much when he saw Shanks' arm broken, Sengoku probably understood why even Garp couldn't stop Luffy. At the same time, many pirates all over the world were shocked by this scene. For Emperor Shanks are at this level, this sea beast they punched one. Understand, let's go to Shanks. For emperors, I could do it too. Immediately after the video of the first question was played, the second question also followed. The screen started directly from Sabo's knowledge from his younger brother that he knew that the royal family and aristocrats were going to burn the uncertain terminal outside the wall. When he walked in a high town where the nobles lived, what he saw was peace, as if nothing like this happened at all. But when he asked someone to ask about it, the nobles kept silent about it, obviously. Know this. However, they pretended not to know anything, as if nothing happened, and continued their peaceful and elegant life. The Sabo in the video collapsed. He desperately wanted to go to the uncertain terminal to tell everyone about it and let them run away. However, it was a step too late. The royal family over there had colluded with the pirates and set the fire. The raging flames burned at the uncertain terminal, and people's wailing came in the dark. Seeing this scene, everyone looked ashen, so cruel and extinct. The royal family and aristocrats even colluded with the pirates to do such a thing. These brightly dressed royal family aristocrats are more brutal than wild beasts. Just when the fire was burning and all the residents who were uncertain about the terminal were going to die in the flames. In the dark night, a figure was illuminated by thunder and lightning, and a familiar face appeared in front of everyone, and they all recognized who this man was. The most evil man in the world, Dorag, leader of the Revolutionary Army. When he waved his hands, it suddenly rained, and the flames were extinguished by the rain. The people at the uncertain terminal knelt on the ground and opened their hands, thanking the life-saving nectar. The fire was extinguished. As soon as the picture turned, it was the next day. Due to yesterday's events, Sabo saw the true faces of the royal family and nobles in this country. He couldn't bear to live in a country with such a person anymore, and he was leaving here. Sabo found a small boat and rowed it towards the sea. However, only then did he discover that many people were surrounded by the harbor, looking like a festive one. Just as Sabo was wondering if there was a celebration, a large ship on the opposite side slowly drove over, with the world government logo painted on its sails. At this time, a man dressed as celestial dragons on the deck was looking around with an artillery gun, and then spotted Sabo's ship. It was a shot against Sabo's ship, which directly set the ship on fire. At this time, the CP beside celestial dragons reminded him that he was a child. However, celestial dragons said coldly, "The most unforgivable thing is that the inferior untouchables dare to cross in front of my ship." After talking about this, celestial dragons aimed a shot at Sabo's body. As soon as the picture turned, Sabo's ship had become a wreck, and Sabo, who was about to lose consciousness, was picked up from the sea by Dorag, and the picture was frozen in Dorag's angry eyes. The impact of this video on the people who saw it was not insignificant. First, the nobles of the Goa kingdom burned the slums, and then celestial dragons were sunk because Sabo sailed through celestial dragons. That inferior pariah seemed like a needle pierced into the hearts of countless people who had heard this sentence. Inferior untouchables. Ordinary people like them are not inferior untouchables to celestial dragons. And the lowly pariah is unforgivable and will be killed for passing in front of the celestial dragons. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions suddenly burned like the flames of the uncertain terminal and the sinking ship of Sabo. Why? Why should they be treated like this? Why do they have to be like ants in front of the nobles? Why? Whether it is the royal aristocrats of the allied countries or the celestial dragons of the world government, they can take away the lives of these untouchables at will. Why? Looking at the eyes full of anger after Drago rescued Sabo at the last moment. At this time, they suddenly understood something. Why the son of the Marine hero became the Revolutionary Army. Why the goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government and overthrow the celestial dragons. If their impression of the Revolutionary Army was as negative as the world government's propaganda before, then in the video, the royal family and nobles set fire to the uncertain terminal. Drago summoned the rain to put out the fire. Celestial dragons shelled Sabo, and Drago rescued after Sabo. They instantly realized that the noble and elegant nobles they thought might be inferior to beasts, while the evil Drago they thought was constantly saving the people killed by the nobles. This is the truth that the world government wants to hide. For a while, the crowd was furious, and some people even shouted that they would join the Revolutionary Army and defeat these nobles and celestial dragons. They are not low-class pariahs. Marineford, Hall of Power. The five elders were shocked to see this scene. They were worried that the release of this video would have a negative impact on the world government. Unexpectedly, the Revolutionary Army even appeared in the video. This comparison is obviously smearing the world government and changing the image of the Revolutionary Army in people's hearts. They tried their best to portray the Revolutionary Army as evil and chaotic elements, but now they've been whitewashed by this guy named Luo Ke. How can they bear it? I suspect that this person named Luo Ke is from the Revolutionary Army. The purpose of his actions is to help the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the world government. The so-called answers are all disguise, and this is his real purpose. I can't let him do anything like this anymore. This Luo Ke must be removed. Otherwise, the image of world government will cease to exist. I can't let him provoke the hatred of those pariahs against celestial dragons like this again, where the consequences will be unimaginable. The things that have been decided before must be accelerated. If those pariahs are really convinced that this guy's words are true, then it will be seriously detrimental to us in the future. Once people form the impression that what Luo Ke said is true and that Luo Ke will not deceive people, then this Luo Ke, who is suspected to be the Revolutionary Army, smears the world government and provoke the civilians to overthrow the world government, then the world will not be affected by the world government. The government is in control. In any case, this situation cannot be allowed to occur, and this risk must be eliminated in the cradle. The images of the next 3 questions are relatively simple. Related to the third question is a clip of Luffy during Rayleigh training. And related to the fourth question, Luffy opened the 4th gear and String Fruit awakened Doflamingo's final punch, ending with the Doflamingo line being shattered and the sunglasses broken. The 5th question is even simpler. It simply reveals that the headline on the newspaper is 5 emperors, and then the reward picture has fallen in the eyes of everyone. Monkey D. Luffy, offering a reward of 1.5 billion Baileys. Luo Ke didn't cut out the details inside to show them. It is not the time yet. There will be no surprises if you expose too much at once. Moreover, the 2 things that Luffy defeated Doflamingo and Luffy became the 5 emperors are already very valuable information. As for what happened in the middle, let him whet the appetite of these people first. The wine is more mellow with time. Things are too easy to get, but will not care. What Luo Ke needs is a continuous and far-reaching impact on the world. If asking questions can only make everyone doubtful, and it is impossible to determine whether it really happened, then the bursting of the image is equivalent to putting the facts in front of them for them to see. As everyone knows, pictures may be faked, but images cannot be faked. For this image of the future, everyone who saw was convinced. Unexpectedly, Luffy really defeated Doflamingo. Watching the video develop a 4th gear, Haki surrounded by Luffy, and the other side of the fruit awakened, also entwining the 2 of Haki fighting against each other. The strength shown by Luffy 2 years later is not comparable to that of Luffy 2 years ago, and it is no wonder that it could defeat Doflamingo. This Rayleigh training course is really effective. Doflamingo saw in the video that he used the unique fruit at the bottom of his box to awaken, but Luffy was forced to knock him down, and he was knocked down head-on. It was not a trick. I can't help but sigh. This kid is really pervert. He can grow to this point in 2 years. Do you want to kill this kid in the cradle in advance? This idea suddenly came to Doflamingo's mind. But soon, Doflamingo threw this idea out of his mind. Not to mention the number of thorns on this kid's body. It was definitely a hand injury, and with his pride, he couldn't let himself do such a thing. Because he is afraid that a kid will grow up to be stronger than himself in the future, he will kill him. If this thing is kept in private and no one knows, then he can still do it. However, this matter has been seen by people all over the world. If he were to do this kind of thing at this time, he would undoubtedly acknowledge his weakness to the whole world, and he was afraid of a little devil who didn't even have a 20-year-old. This is equivalent to stepping on your face on the ground. His pride would never allow him to do such a thing. Pirates can be despicable and shameless in other things, but great pirates often have their own arrogance in this regard. Even if it was a sneak attack on Kazuki Oden's Kaido, afterwards, he cleared the matter of his sneak attack. It was Kurizumi's own proposition, not his original intention. When this kind of thing spreads out, not only colleagues will look down on it, but even the subordinates will look down on it. Don't say whether the battle in this video happened in real. Even if it was true, he wouldn't let such a thing happen again. It seems that these years have been too leisurely, and I was caught up by Kid. Doflamingo laughed at himself. Looks like a good practice. If that kid really dares to come to him, then he will get back the face he lost today in front of everyone. Do you really think that your 2 years of training can defeat my 30 years of hard work? Evil Dragon Park. After the video has finished playing, it is time to distribute the rewards. Luo Ke said the settlement to the system. The sound of the system sounded in my mind. This quiz has ended. This time there are 5 questions. 5 answers are correct. The correct rate is 100%. Reward: Marine 6 Styles Training Manual, Constitution Potion *5. The owner gets the reward. Get the Potion of Constitution Enhanced. Get Marine 6 Styles. Obtain the Advanced Armament Hockey. Unblocking Progress, plus 3%. Luo Ke didn't care about the previous prize. He looked at the unblocking progress, and the progress he got was less than the last time he answered the question. Luo Ke thought about why he said it was related to the protagonist this time. The system's replies that Summit War is a very important turning point in the original story, and its importance is extraordinary, so the energy obtained last time is more, the unblocking progress is faster, and the rewards are more generous. The more important the plot in the original, the more energy it gets. Luo Ke remembered this, and then checked the reward this time. The bonus Constitution Potion obtained by the Straw Hat Pirates can enhance their constitution. After drinking it, ordinary people can directly have a superhuman constitution, which is probably equivalent to the effect of CP9 after cultivating the 6th form. With the 6 style practice cheats, you can quickly master the 6 style, and you don't need to practice hard from an early age like CP9. And the specific effect also varies with individual physique. As for the enhanced version of the tube in Luo Ke's hand, it will enable him to drink the Zoan ability after the awakening of the physique, with strong defense, recovery, and physical strength, and physical fitness in all aspects will be greatly improved. After seeing the effect of these things, Luo Ke switched the video to live broadcast. I saw Luo Ke waved his right hand, and an orange potion appeared in the hands of the 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Congratulations for answering the 5 questions in this live broadcast. According to the rules, this is your reward. Everyone's eyes were immediately caught by the potion that Luffy and the others were holding. Because the reward from the last quiz live broadcast was a life potion, which can prolong life by 50 years. It directly restored the 72-year-old Whitebeard to his prosperous period, and his strength was even stronger than that of the year. They were very much looking forward to this moment when the live broadcast of this quiz started. In the end, what kind of reward will this live broadcast be? And will it be another life potion? However, when they soon discovered that Luffy's potion and the life potion were clearly different in color. What is this? Luffy asked Luo Ke while holding the Constitution Potion. Physical medicine, after drinking, can greatly enhance a person's physical fitness level. After obtaining superhuman physique, popular is the case. Make an ordinary person to drink this potion, strength, speed, strength, resilience, strength, and this will greatly enhance the defense. As to how much the specific upgrade vary. In previous life as medicine, each agent only for one person. In addition, Luo Ke hands appeared in a book, then through Luffy. This book is to give you another reward. This is the Body Surgery Practice Cheats 6. 6, also called the Marine 6 Styles, is taught when used to culture Marine and Marine CPCP and body techniques. Each style are very practical, but one all the practice will be very difficult. Even the Marine Vice Admiral are just part of the 6. Only grew up practicing 6 of CP9 will all master. The master of the whole person physical fitness will be over ordinary people. But after you finish school, physical medicine will be able to easily master. When Luo Ke in saying this, the image of the air distribution, and is playing 6 of the various moves. This is seen Luffy. Usopp, they're very excited. I did not expect such a good thing. This is just for them. These adorable new sea is worse than this, especially Usopp. He knew that he was a weak chicken. Strength is far better than Zoro and Luffy. After the battle, after seeing Luffy, to face him from heart made counseling. However, after he saw these rewards, he comfortable with these. Even if he Usopp can become strong. People are watching live to see the 6-show image playback, are not shocked, can fly moonwalk, teleport shaving, such as hard iron body. These moves are really human beings can come out with? But think of those monsters, Summit War version of the Marine and Pirates, they silent. Followed with envious eyes look to the Straw Hat Pirates. As long as they drink a potion, physical body can easily master these skills. It is simply too cool. Especially people CP9 to see this scene suddenly feel the world is not worth it. They snack from so much pain before the master of the things that people drink enough bottle of medicine, which is to hurt people, right? However, these physical medicine for ordinary people, the general strength of the people is the same thing, baby, but for Sengoku, Kaido, Big Mom, these apparent strong enough to read. It is clear that this award not as good as Whitebeard life potion, so to the force. They originally thought if this is the life medicine and these young people do not hurry to use, then you can consider to take it over, but just physical medicine, then it is not so appealing, and this will obviously spend a few teenagers of. They speculated last Whitebeard to award only one, so is life, medicine, the reward apportioned to everyone, so the reward is relatively a bit worse, but just right for these young people, just they need. Potion saying Whitebeard is obtained last time he was most needed. It seems every time the answer will be different because of the rewards and people change, but also give incentives they need. Such a thought, suddenly picking up all of my heart. This is not meant to meet their equivalent of a desire or goal. Increasingly, they expect an answer in their turn-up. At the same time, he took the book after Luffy. Usopp, they immediately look around Luffy. It's 6 cheats practiced together. That was a good thing. They have been shown in the image to the 6 purchased a fiery heart. Luffy is a plump physique will syrup to drink it down. Others' eyes, unblinking stare Luffy. Luffy drink a few seconds. I saw the body is changed. Obviously sublong high before the body's muscles are more evident than strong. The key is, after a drink Luffy put cheats throw, then brush it disappeared in the place. Shaved, he just took a few glances to become the master. Sure enough, as Luo Ke said, after drinking the physique potion, it is easy to learn the 6 poses. This made Sengoku a little jealous. If this thing can be mass-produced, wouldn't the physique of Marine soldiers be improved a lot? Think about it. Marine soldiers are 6-type powerhouses per capita, which is equivalent to every ordinary Marine having the strength of CP9. How terrifying it must be. Marine directly ushered its heyday. Where did this man named Luo Ke get so many good things? Seeing Luffy's performance, the others also took the physique medicine in their hands excitedly. When it was Nami's turn, there was the sound of the dragon stop. Stop it. Nami, give me the physique potion and the cheat book, and I'll give you your village back. The dragon's words stopped Nami from drinking the medicine. She glanced at the people in the village, then at the potion in her hand, and fell into deep thought. If it was before, if she heard this request, she would definitely not hesitate. As long as the evil dragon let go of her village, it would not matter if she gave the physique potion to the evil dragon. But now her mentality has changed. Luo Ke, this mysterious man, suddenly appeared when she was most helpless, and everything that happened after that was like a miracle. She is still holding a bottle of potion that can make herself stronger after drinking it. She could feel that if she drank this bottle of potion herself, she had the ability to change the status quo. However, she is not sure whether she could defeat the dragon. After all, the dragon's strength in front of her was too powerful. So she fell into thinking. The dragon saw Nami's actions and thought that Nami was moved. So he continued, Nami, you can think about it. What will happen if you don't listen to me? The lives of the people in your village are all in your hands. Hurry up. Give me the things. I promise that after I get the things, I will never hurt anyone in the Kokoja village, and I will also return the 100 million you raised before. Nami, what are you waiting for? Just give me the stuff. Looking at the orange potion in Nami's hand, the dragon couldn't hide the greed in his eyes. He saw an opportunity to become stronger. The strength of the Murloc is 10 times stronger than that of humans. If he drinks the physique potion again, his strength will be greatly improved. Revenge is also possible. He wants to become stronger and return the hatred and anger that he has accumulated over the years to mankind. He wants to prove that fish people are the best race in the world. The threat of the dragon immediately caused Straw Hat Crew and the villagers of Kokoja village to glare. This guy even dared to threaten Nami with the lives of the villagers in Kokoja village at this time. It is tolerable, which is unbearable. Nami, don't believe him. He is lying to you. Yes, Nami, you don't have to sacrifice anything for us anymore. From now on, you just have to take care of yourself. We won't drag you down anymore. He wants to kill the evil dragon. Even if he comes to kill, we won't give in this time. Luffy and the others pointed to the dragon's nose and said, "Don't think about it. This time we will defeat you and won't let you do evil here again." Seeing that the contradiction between the two parties was on the verge of breaking out, Luo Ke suddenly spoke. Quiet. Everyone suddenly closed their mouths. Luo Ke glanced at the evil dragon group. In my live broadcast room, it is forbidden to fight. You have to wait until the live broadcast is over. You have to deal with it yourself, but now everything is up to me. Luo Ke didn't speak loudly, but after hearing it, it gave them hard to refuse. No one talks anymore. Luo Ke immediately looked at Nami. This is your reward. You have the final say on how you want to use it, but I suggest you use it now. Although this is not a good thing, if you keep it, you might be able to use it in the future. Cause trouble for you. It's not just the guys on the other side. You should understand what I'm talking about. Nami nodded when he heard the words. Now the whole world knows that they have got rewards. If they know that they have physique potions in their hands, and it is useless, then there are probably countless guys who want to become stronger. Then it will be troublesome. Nami didn't hesitate anymore and drank the Constitution potion decisively. The 5 bottles of physique potions distributed have been used by all members of the Straw Hat Pirate Group. Those who saw them could obviously feel that after drinking them, the vitality radiated from them was obviously stronger than before. Seeing that the last bottle of Constitution potion was used by Nami, the dragon's eyes were red with anger. Damn it, this was originally his thing, but it was snatched away by these humans. The opportunity for him to become stronger and his revenge are now all in vain. He looked at Straw Hat Crew and the people in Kokoja village with murderous intent in his eyes. Even Luo Ke, who stopped him, was dissatisfied to the extreme. At this time, Luo Ke saw that the matter was almost over and it was time to end, so he was about to announce the end of this answer. However, at this moment, the evil dragon eyes watched the hard-won answering live broadcast about to end. Now the Straw Hat Pirates have obtained this precious physique potion, but he hasn't got anything. And he didn't know when he would meet another opportunity like this next time. He couldn't accept that it would end like this. I have something to say. The evil dragon interrupted Luo Ke's opening. Luo Ke looked at the evil dragon and wanted to hear what he wanted to do. He is very clear about the end of the evil dragon. Originally, the evil dragon could not beat Luffy. Now Luffy and the others have taken the Constitution potion, and their physique is comparable to CP9. It's not something the evil dragon gang can handle at all. It's destined to be knocked down. The ending will only be worse than before. By the way, let me listen. Anyway, now that the answer is over, I still have some time. I don't think this answer is fair. Why? These questions are all related to that Straw Hat boy Luffy. How can we know about him? This is an unfair answer from beginning to end. Now that so many people all over the world are watching, wouldn't it be ridiculous for you to make an unfair answer live broadcast? I believe that many people in the world are as dissatisfied with your questioning as I am. If it is really a fair live broadcast, then some questions that we all know or don't know will be asked. This is fair. After what happened just now, the evil dragon understood that it was not a wise thing to conflict with Luo Ke, so he could only start from the live broadcast and find the problem of the subject itself. And he had long been dissatisfied with this topic. It had nothing to do with him, and it was all related to the guy opposite. How do you want them to answer such questions? Upon seeing this, Colonel Mouse also raised an objection. I also object. In the first question, how did the red-haired Shanks lose his arm? Except for those present, who knows how it was lost? This is clearly for he answered the question alone. On behalf of Marine, I question the fairness of this answer. Oh, what do you think? Luo Ke glanced at Colonel Evil Dragon and Mouse strangely. That's right. Colonel Mouse and the Evil Dragon looked at each other and said at the same time. At this time, everyone who watched the live broadcast had the same idea. Although they hated Dragon's behavior of threatening the girl with the safety of the villagers just now, he had to say that his question was somewhat reasonable. Even Sengoku couldn't help but nod. Indeed, this topic is really biased towards Luffy and the others, and it is not friendly to them, Marine and the Dragon Pirates. If he can get a fairer chance to answer the question again, he thinks Colonel Mouse should be able to answer the question correctly on behalf of Marine. In this way, Marine can also obtain this physique potion and then take it back to the scientific unit for research to see if it can replicate mass production. This is also a new opportunity for Marine. Then he heard the answer that made his eyes shine. In this case, I will give you a topic that suits you separately. Luo Ke smiled, but did not refuse. Colonel Mouse and the Evil Dragon suddenly showed ecstatic expressions. It's still a quick answer. You can answer all 4 camps. As for the reward, it will still be a physique potion. If you answer it correctly, you will be given a bottle. If you can't answer it right this time, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Luo Ke, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. When Colonel Mouse and the dragon heard that the reward was still a constitution potion, their eyes suddenly lighted up. The evil dragon looked at the 6 physical skills shown in the video and was greedy. He was excited when he thought of drinking a physique potion to obtain such abilities. Colonel Mouse was thinking that if he could bring back something like this for Marine, he would definitely be appreciated by Marshal Sengoku, and he would be promoted to Colonel at that time. It would be possible without Rear Admiral. This is a must-have opportunity for both of them. Then, the overtime for this answering question officially begins. Ask, what did the Dragon Pirates do after they came here? P.S. Fifth, ask for flowers and tickets. P.S. Today's update ends here. The book will be on the shelves tomorrow. Please subscribe. It will be updated with 20,000 words on the day of the shelves. Let's talk about the update schedule after the shelves. The daily update after the shelves is about 12,000 to 15,000 words. The better the score, the greater the motivation of the author, considering that some people said that the number of words in each chapter is too small to read. So after that, the number of words in each chapter will be increased, and the number of chapters updated every day is about 4 to 5 chapters and above. So simple. Evil Dragon's face was full of ecstasy when he heard the question, and he hurriedly answered before everyone thought about it. Answer. After we came here 8 years ago, we first occupied the village of Kokoja and charged the human beings here with protection fees of 200,000 baileys for adults and 100,000 baileys for children. Those who could not afford the protection fees were killed. Saying that, the dragon's face showed a sinister smile and looked at Nami maliciously, deliberately poking Nami's sore foot in revenge for not giving him the physique potion just now. At that time, Nami, her mother, couldn't afford the protection fees of these 2 little devils, and she was directly killed by me because she was Marine and wanted to resist. In the end, in order to protect the people in the village, this kid joined me in the pirate group that killed my mother and enemy, and also agreed with me to buy the freedom of Kokoja village with 100 million bellies. Of course, this is cheating on this kid. How could I let such a talented navigator go? I didn't expect this kid to believe it and go to raise money stupidly. I know where her money is hidden. Money, huh? After that, I also expanded to nearby villages and towns and brought more than 20 nearby villages under my sphere of influence. If anyone in any village can't pay the protection fee, the entire village will be killed. I take this money to build my dragon empire in East Blue and sooner or later conquer the world and turn all human beings into my slaves. Only fish are the most noble race in this world. Is this answer enough? Do you want me to continue? The evil dragon said it like a treasure, and he didn't feel any guilt in his heart. For him, Human beings are all enemies and the targets of his revenge, and he can't wait to spread the word about it everywhere to vent his inner anger over the years. He had accumulated these words for a long time, and this time he had the opportunity to say it in front of all the human beings in the world. Get angry. Be fearful. I want to give back to you all the anger and pain I have tasted before. Wait for 07. When I get the physique potion, I will show you the true power of Murlocs. The dragon is not afraid at all. Anyway, when the time comes, he will kill all the humans in front of him. He hides in the sea, and no one can catch them. And he can continue to take revenge like humans and let humans live in his fear. The words of the evil dragon immediately angered all the people watching the live broadcast all over the world. How can this be done by a single person? Even the worst scum can't do such a thing. Countless people criticize the evil dragon, and they wish to kill this guy on the spot in the live broadcast room. It's not that they haven't seen pirates do evil, but the evil done by this dragon has exceeded their imagination and exceeded the bottom line of their tolerance. Except for Roger, this is the first time that so many people hate the same pirate. He directly replaced the most disgusting pirate today, the red-haired pirate who abducted Luffy to become the current #1. In addition to the anger, there are more people who are wondering, why has the dragon been able to reign in this place for so long? For 8 years. Didn't Marine discover it in 8 years? Why can they sit and watch the evil dragon pirates do bad things here for 8 years? What the hell did Marine do? Naval headquarters. Sengoku and other Marines dripped with gloomy water on their faces. Why did no one tell me that the dragon pirates have been doing evil in this place for 8 years? What is Marine in the local branch doing? The headquarter has issued so many salaries every year. Is it possible that Chengdu has raised a group of wastes? Brandy, find me the colonel in charge of this area. You must give me an explanation. Sengoku roared angrily. Marine's face was lost, and East Blue was not the place where monsters like New World gathered. It is beyond Sengoku's imagination that this kind of thing can happen. He must dismiss the colonel of this branch. Brandy pointed to Colonel Mouse in the live broadcast. The branch in charge of this area of Kokoja Village is the 16th branch, and the person in charge is Colonel Mouse. It's him. Sengoku looked up at Colonel Mouse in the live broadcast. When the answer is over, contact him immediately. I want to ask how he is in charge of the 16th branch. Sengoku pressed his anger and said, also, immediately order the arrest of the dragon pirates. We can't let them go anyway. We must give the people an explanation. The evil dragon was guilty of public anger this time, saying this in front of the people of the world. If Marine can't arrest the evil dragon gang this time, then Marine's face was shaken vigorously with the toilet vibrator, and it was the toilet that had just passed the toilet. Marine's prestige will disappear. The words of the evil dragon immediately drew the anger of Straw Hat Crew, and Nami was so angry that his face turned white. These things are scars. Tear it apart and sprinkle salt on it. If the eyes could kill people, the dragon would have died 10,000 times. However, the evil dragon didn't care about Nami's murderous gaze. On the contrary, he felt very happy. He deliberately mentioned these things to revenge Nami for not giving him the physique potion. Not only that, after he got the physique potion, he wanted to kill all the people in Kokoja Village under her nose. Let her taste the fate of betraying him. However, the Colonel Mouse next to him felt a little uneasy. Although the question raised was indeed related to them, it was a question that they all knew the answer to. But these things cannot be said. The evil dragon ran away as soon as he slapped his ***, but he could run away, but the monk could not run away from the temple. He is a colonel in the Marine branch. He looked at Luo Ke and faintly found a trace of joking and malice in Luo Ke's eyes, and he suddenly felt a little flustered. The evil dragon's performance, which was not ashamed but proud, refreshed Roger's bottom line for this guy. Rog did not embarrass him and announced the answer readily. The answer is correct. Congratulations on your answer. Then come to the second question. Rog looked at Colonel Mouse this time. Colonel Mouse seemed to have guessed what Rog was asking, and his face was whiter than a piece of paper. No, I have no objection. Please stop talking. Colonel Mouse looked at Luo Jiang and begged. The reaction of Colonel Mouse immediately made everyone who saw this scene feel very strange. What's happening here? Just now this guy was still clamoring that the topic was unfair and asked to replace it with a topic they were familiar with. Why did he suddenly beg Roger not to ask? What happened? Sengoku saw this scene and faintly guessed something. No, Sengoku had a bad feeling in his heart. When other Marines saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. When Nami arrived at Colonel Mouse, she realized what Luo Ke was about to say. Seeing Colonel Mouse's arrogance in front of her before, but now her face was pale, there was an unspeakable joy in her heart. It turns out that you also have a day of fear, afraid that the scandals you have done will be made public. The good and the good repay the evil and the evil, not when the time has not come. This day has finally arrived. She looked at Rog again with gratitude and excitement in her eyes. Originally, she thought that today would be the end of her and Kokoja village, but she didn't expect this man to suddenly fall from the sky when she desperately asked for help and reversed everything. He also announced the evil deeds of Colonel Dragon and Mouse over the years in front of the whole world. If there is a god in this world, then it must be this person. Thinking of Luo's body full of mystery and incredible means and abilities, Nami's eyes on Luo Ke suddenly turned into worship, and Shinaime's face fell on Luo Juni's face. When Luo Ke heard Colonel Mouse's begging, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Do not want? Didn't you take the initiative to propose this before? I agreed with your opinion, and now you refuse. Are you playing with me? Luo Ke's tone suddenly fell cold. This is my live broadcast room. I have the final say, and I am just meeting your requirements. This question is related to you, so please listen carefully. Colonel Mouse looked at the man in front of him with horror, and he realized how stupid his previous actions were. From the very beginning, he showed an unquestionable attitude. Even Whitebeard did not show any face. He actually jumped out to speak to the evil dragon gang, doing meritorious service in order to be greedy for that bottle of physique potion. It's over. Everything is over. In the desperate gaze of Colonel Mouse, Luo Jiang slowly asked a question. Question: why did Colonel Mouse appear here for what? The time limit is 10 seconds, and the answer is started. After hearing this question, Colonel Mouse suddenly slumped on the ground. Sengoku saw this scene and didn't know what happened. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Sengoku gritted his teeth like a roar. All Marines almost guessed the answer, and their faces were not pretty. Now Marine's face was lost to the whole world by this scum. Evil Dragon Park. The evil dragon didn't bother to care about Colonel Mouse's mood at this time. His only goal is to obtain as many physique potions as possible. After hearing the question, he spoke faster than anyone else and said, Answer. Colonel Mouse came under my orders. Shut up. Colonel Mouse yelled at the dragon, trying to stop him from answering. But the evil dragon ignored Colonel Mouse. They just used their relationship. After today, he will leave here. Colonel Mouse has no value to him. Who cares whether he is dead or alive? Sacrificing a rat colonel for a bottle of physique potion. This transaction is too profitable. The evil dragon looked at Colonel Mouse jokingly and continued. Nami and her 100 million Baileys are about to be collected. In order to prevent this guy from getting out of my control, I asked Colonel Mouse to go to the place where Nami hides the money and confiscate the money. 30% of the confiscated money went to him. Hearing that there could be tens of millions of Baileys in his hands, Colonel Mouse came immediately. The box he was carrying should contain the money stolen from Nami. Asterisk hole. I will tell you 793 to shut up. Colonel Mouse explained to Madare in a flustered manner. This is all nonsense by the evil dragon. I have never done these things. As for the money, I received a report and someone saw it. The pirate hid the money there and confiscated it in the past, which is not what the evil dragon said. Before Colonel Mouse finished speaking, the evil dragon sneered. I'm talking nonsense? Mouse, you can't be honest. How much money have you taken from me in the past 8 years? If you, the Colonel of Marines' 16th branch, hadn't provided cover for me, how could I comfortably grab money here? Thanks to you. It's a pity that we won't be able to cooperate anymore in the future. Don't worry. When I conquer the world, I will thank you very much. If you were still alive at that time, huh? The dragon laughed. After the dragon finished speaking, Colonel Mouse was paralyzed on the ground as if he had lost his soul. He knows that he is over. His life is over. Even if he can survive next, Marine's arrest will be waiting for him. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku's face is so gloomy. Scandal. A scandal that shocked the world. Colonel Marine and the pirates joined forces to rob civilians, which was a huge blow to Marine's face. In the future, how to make people believe in Marine. What a shame. Why is Marine out of such a scum? Sengoku feels that his head is going to be blown up by the B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Before he felt that this guy was a little clever and considered a talent, a fart. If such a scum is in front of him now, he must give him a shock wave and kill him on the spot. Immediately, order the dismissal of Colonel Mouse from the position of Colonel of the 16th Marine Branch. Release him wanted, and quickly arrest him. Yes, without a doubt, today is Marine's darkest day. The face that Marine has lost in the past 2 decades hasn't been as many as today. Since the live broadcast of this answering question appeared, Marine has been in a passive state, and everything has been picked up. Sengoku faintly felt that if the man named Luo Ke was allowed to continue doing this, Marine's situation would be even more embarrassing. Damn it, Sengoku stared at Roger in the live broadcast. The incident between the evil dragon and Colonel Mouse was exploded and finally made the villagers of Kokoja village, who had been oppressed by them, let out a sigh. But this was not enough because now only Colonel Mouse has accepted the punishment, and the other evil dragon is still no. At this time, the evil dragon looked at Roger, waiting for his reward. The answer is correct. As for the image, I'm too lazy to let it go. It's not a good thing worth reviewing again. Then, according to the agreement, I'll give you a reward now. Hearing the words, the evil dragon's eyes glowed, and he finally got it. When Rog waved his hand, there were 2 bottles of potion in the dragon's hand. The color was orange, but the color was much lighter than the physique potion that Luffy and the others had just drank. But the excited dragon didn't notice this strange at all. Everyone in the evil dragon pirates looked at the 2 bottles of potion in the hands of the evil dragon, and their hearts were also hot. 2 bottles meant that they could be used by 2 people. The evil dragon must use 1 bottle, and the remaining bottle. Several officials of the evil dragon pirates looked at evil dragon eagerly, waiting for whom he would choose. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the evil dragon actually opened the corks of the 2 bottles of Constitution potion at the same time and poured them into his stomach together. Rog watched the dragon's movements and the stunned expressions of the officials of the dragon pirates. Good guy, just eat alone. This boss is insane. The people from Straw Hat Crew in Kokoja village looked at the dragon with some concern. They knew the effect of this Constitution potion. Originally, they who drank the Constitution potion had far surpassed the evil dragon, but now the evil dragon also drank the Constitution potion and also drank 2 bottles. Can they still beat it now? Usopp and their faces showed a trace of worry and caution. At the same time, people who are watching the live broadcast have a better understanding of Luo Ke's style. They thought that the dragon and the mouse colonel questioned him, so Luo Ke deliberately asked such a topic to expose their scandal. They thought Luo Ke was just using this to punish them, but they didn't expect that Luo Ke actually gave out rewards. Although this person is casual and tough, he is very principled. And many people can't help but worry about Luffy and his companions and the villagers of Kokoja village. Whether the dragon who has become stronger after drinking the potion of Constitution will retaliate against them and kill them. From the dragon's answer just now, they could not wait for the dragon to be caught by Marine immediately. And when they heard what the dragon and the mouse colonel did to the villagers and Nami of Kokoja village, they felt even more sympathetic to Nami and the others. Seeing that they are about to regain their freedom, and now they are facing a catastrophe, many people can't help but worry about them. Deep Sea, the Fishman Island. Jinbei clenched his fists and looked at the dragon in the live broadcast, his face full of remorse and guilt. He shouldn't have rescued the dragon back then. I didn't expect him to do this, and he actually killed so many people's lives in East Blue. It can be said that the evil dragon's mistakes, he has to bear half of the blame. Jinbei gritted his teeth and thought, "Evil dragon, if you really are so obsessed with understanding, then let me end you with my own hands." This is the only way he can think of now to make up for the mistakes he made back then. The evil dragon swallowed the 2 bottles of potion and suddenly felt a steady stream of power coming out from all over his body. He could feel his body getting stronger. Is this a constitution potion? A glint of greed flashed in the dragon's eyes. If there is more, then he can become stronger. Even conquering the world can be achieved, and there must be more of this kind of stuff in that man. The idea of killing people and overcoming good sprouts in the evil dragon's mind. But reason tells him that this person is not an opponent in front of him. The evil dragon looked at Luffy and the others. To be precise, it was the 6-type cultivation secret book in Luffy and the others' hands. Luffy and they got 2 rewards for answering 5 questions correctly, a 6-type practice cheat, and 5 bottles of physique potion. And he only had 2 bottles of potion. It seemed that Roger didn't plan to give him more rewards. In this case, he could only grab it from Luffy and the others. He is bound to win these magical physical skills of 6 forms. Rog saw that things were almost done, and the 2 sides were ready for the final battle. And he doesn't even need to think about what the outcome will be. Then the live broadcast of this answering session is almost over, but I believe everyone is also looking forward to the next situation. So the answer is over and the live broadcast continues. Next, I will not intervene in any party. Just be an unsentimental anchor and broadcast the battle between the Dragon Pirates and the Straw Hat Pirates for everyone. Rog then gently jumped to the side, leaving the field for Straw Hat Crew and the Dragon Pirates. The villagers of Kakoja Village and the Marines who came with Colonel Mouse hid one after another. They were not able to participate in the next battle. People who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but nod happily when they heard Roger's words, and were very satisfied with Luo Ke's arrangement. They are all looking forward to whether the evil dragon will win or the Straw Hat Pirates will win next. Seeing that the 2 sides are about to fight, if Roger shuts down the live broadcast at this time, they will be angry to death. Fortunately, Luo could not do this. Everyone stared at the 2 parties facing each other in the live broadcast, all looking forward to the battle. This includes big players such as Sengoku and Doflamingo. Regarding the future of Luffy, this kid has not even appeared in East Blue, but his deeds have spread all over the world. They also want to take a good look at the current strength of Luffy. During the live broadcast, the evil dragon swelled abnormally at this moment. After drinking 2 bottles of physique potion, he felt that he was stronger than ever. He even told his subordinates to step back to see how he abused and killed these humans. The people of the Straw Hat Pirates group are standing by like enemies. They're not sure how strong the dragon that drank 2 bottles of physique potion is now. I saw the evil dragon grinning twice, and then took out his weapon, a large knife full of jagged teeth. Then quickly rushed towards Luffy and the others. Everyone in the Dragon Pirate group could obviously feel that their boss was several times faster than before. The huge saw blade ran towards the 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates in a state of overwhelming momentum. However, several members of the Straw Hat Pirates also acted quickly and immediately activated the control and disappeared within the attack range. The evil dragon continued to chase with his sword, staring at Luffy and constantly attacking, while Luffy kept dodge, inadvertently flashing past the dragon's saw blade like thin paper. Everyone knew that this was paper arts among the 6 styles. They didn't expect that Luffy would be the master by just reading the book. This made the evil dragon more eye-catching 6 styles, and then the attack became more fierce, the attack became more fierce, and the movement became faster. However, the others who watched the dragon fight Luffy felt that something was wrong. How could it feel that the dragon's current strength was not as good as Luffy's, and he didn't even touch Luffy's fur? This feeling is felt not only by people who watched it live, but also by people who are watching the live broadcast. How is this going? The more the dragon fought, the more impatient he became, because he found that he didn't touch the opponent at all, but the opponent seemed to be at ease. He didn't know that Luffy was trying paper arts with him at this time, and when he tried it, Luffy also found that the dragon didn't seem to be as strong as he thought. Immediately, in the neutral position of the evil dragon's shot, he directly punched the evil dragon in the abdomen. He didn't even think that he could hit it, but he just wanted to fight back no matter what. As a result, the evil dragon was directly punched and knelt on the ground, pointing at his stomach. His face was ugly. The evil dragon felt as if he was hit by sea kings just now before he could react. The dragon struggled to stand up and slashed at Luffy with a knife, only to be grabbed by the saw knife and saw countless phantom fists smash down on his face. Rubber machine gun. The dragon seemed to have turned into a sandbag and was beaten by Luffy's fist. By the time Luffy finished his set of punches, the dragon was already lying on the ground covered in blood. At this moment, he was full of doubts, confusion, and anger. What happened? What happened? He has obviously drank 2 bottles of Constitution potions. Why is he inferior to Luffy in terms of speed and strength? What is the problem? The dragon struggled to get up and looked at Luo Ke. Why can't I beat him? Why am I so much worse than him after drinking 2 bottles of Constitution potion? Luffy also stopped and continued to attack. He also felt that the dragon on the opposite side seemed a little too weak, and he couldn't keep up with him in terms of speed and strength. Rog laughed when he heard the words. The reason is very simple. 1 bottle of Constitution potion can only be used by 1 person, and only 1 bottle can be used by 1 person. Drinking too much is ineffective. Have you ever seen someone who ate 1 devil fruit eat a second one? You don't think that as long as you drink a few more bottles, your physique can become infinitely stronger, right? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Then don't cultivate it all, just drink the medicine. With such an idea, it is no wonder that it is still so weak after so many years. Rog's words made the dragon blushing, but he was still not satisfied with the answer. Even if only 1 bottle is effective, then why do they drink 1 bottle? And I also drink 1 bottle? Why am I so much worse than them? Luo Jiang looked at the dragon with the look of an idiot. You don't think the Constitution potion you get is the same as the Constitution potion they get? What? The dragon uttered in astonishment. You're so old, so naive. Roger shook his head with a smile. Do you think you can get the same reward for any question? Don't you know there's a saying? How much you pay, how much you get in return. What kind of value is the question? What kind of reward will there be? You don't think the things you did in East Blue are on the same level as the Shichibukai and Tado land that you mentioned in the previous question? No one really thinks that way, do they? No way. Rog's strange words made everyone watching the live broadcast laugh, especially when they saw that the dragon's face was originally bruised by Luffy, but now the color is even more exciting. When Doflamingo and Big Mom heard Luo Ke mention that they also looked at the dragon with disdain. This guy thinks too well, and put him on the same level as them when he colluded with Marine in East Blue to rob civilians. If the dragon dared to appear before them, they would have to turn the shark into a grilled fish. Who does this look down on? Just because you are worthy to compare with us? A guy whose bounty isn't as high as his head, that's all? Hee hee. However, this also gave many people another piece of information. That is, the reward given by Luo Ke is related to the question raised, and the more valuable the question, the higher the reward. It's no wonder that Whitebeard had obtained a potion of life before. At that time, it was either Roger or the war between naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, which was enough to affect the future direction of the world. No wonder the rewards are so plentiful. But what Luffy and the others got was a potion of Constitution. Although it wasn't bad, it was far worse than a potion of life. At this time, Luo Jiang, who was in a live broadcast, had a bottle of potion in his hand. It was orange, and the color was darker than what Luffy and the others drank before. If you want a better reward, I have this here. The effect is even better than what the Straw Hat Pirates took. For the sake of understanding, you can think that as long as you drink this bottle, you can get 4 emperors. Kaido's physique. As soon as Rog said this, the whole world was shocked, and countless people's eyes were on fire, and their greedy eyes almost penetrated the screen. What did they hear? 4 emperors Kaido's physique. Drinking this bottle of Constitution potion can even get this Constitution? In this sea, everyone who has heard of Kaido basically has a consensus. That is, this man's physique is really as strong as a monster. There are even rumors that the Four Emperors Kaido's body is so powerful that it is immortal and can recover no matter how seriously injured it is, possessing terrifying strength, defense, resilience, speed, vitality, physical strength. Immortality is of course impossible, but this can also reflect the strength of his physique. Compared with Kaido's physique, the enhancements Luffy and the others obtained just now were like pediatrics. Almost everyone who heard this sentence was dumbfounded by this bottle of Constitution potion. The value of this bottle of medicine in their hearts is not even lower than the life potion that Whitebeard obtained before. One is life, and the other is a powerful strength of the Four Emperors level. The evil dragon stared at the potion in Luo Zhang's hand without blinking, with two words written in his eyes, wanting. Luo Ke threw the potion that made people all over the world hot and put it back. The more valuable the question, the better the reward. Before you teach me to ask questions, it's best if you're worthy of yourself. Of course, I don't object to you jumping out and questioning, but I suggest you look at the person over there before jumping out. I would welcome such a guy to come out and make everyone laugh. Rod pointed to the mouse colonel over there. Now he has really become a rat that everyone shouts and beats. Rod's words shuddered the people who heard it. The so-called public execution was nothing more than that. Some people seem to be alive, but they are actually dead. It can be said that life is worse than death. Seeing Rod's understatement and welcoming the next victim on stage, everyone suddenly felt alarm bells. You're afraid it's not the devil's ghost. The battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Dragon Pirates was temporarily suspended due to Dragon's questions and Roger's explanation, and then Roger returned to the spectator mode. At this time, the fish people of the evil Dragon Pirate group hurriedly came to help, and a less fierce battle took place between the two sides. Soon the fishmen of the Dragon Pirates were all overthrown by the Straw Hat Pirates. Even Usopp and Nami, the weakest of the Straw Hats, have killed several of them. Through this, they finally realized that they are really different from before. They have become stronger. The evil dragon group was knocked to the ground, as did the boss evil dragon. But this time, he was taught another lesson by Luffy without the previous tool. Now he is more miserable than before, and he can't move. Can only watch it all. Nami looked at the dragon lying on the ground like a world away, and now she can't believe it is true. Not long ago, she was in deep despair. Now the dragon has fallen to the ground, and even she has participated in the battle against the dragon gang. All this must be given by the man opposite. Nami gratefully glanced at Roger, then looked at the evil dragon on the ground. Recalling the scene of the death of her adoptive mother Belmere in her mind, Nami picked up a knife at the evil dragon, and anger burned in her eyes. She waited for 8 years, and finally waited until this day. She wanted to avenge Belmere personally. However, she put the knife on the neck of the dragon, but she did not do it for a long time. She hasn't killed anyone yet, so she can't do anything. Even this kind of beast couldn't do it. His hands kept shaking. Rog saw this scene on the side and thought about it and decided to push her. The evil dragon was already a dead person in his eyes, and he didn't plan to let him go. I think it's better for you to be cruel, and don't let the tiger go back to the mountain. 8 years ago, the evil dragon was impelled down by the yellow ape. Marine wanted to win over the Fishmen Island, so he recruited the seaman Jinbei as Shichibukai. Jinbei and the evil dragon belonged to the Pirates of the Sun before, so they asked Marine to let them go. The evil dragon requested to join Shichibukai, so the evil dragon was released from impelled down. After the evil dragon came out, he hated humans even more, but his strength couldn't be mixed in the Grand Line again, so he came to 420 here. If you don't kill him today, then maybe he will come back in the future, and more cocoa will appear in the village at that time. Not killing is a kind of kindness, and killing is even more kind. Luo Ke said. Nami's eyes became firm when he heard Roger's words, and a cold light flashed across the dragon's horrified eyes. Seeing the evil dragon was killed, Luo also felt that there was no need to stay. So he said goodbye to the audience who was watching the live broadcast and shut down the live broadcast. His figure also seemed to be in the evil dragon park. Nami just came out of the emotion of successfully avenging his mother, but found that Luo was no longer in the evil dragon park. She was still thinking of thanking him well. If it weren't for Luo Ke, she wouldn't be able to avenge Belmir herself. Unexpectedly, I missed it like this, and I don't know when I will see you again. Next time you meet, you must say thank you personally. Nami looked at the empty sky and thought. Although the live broadcast has ended, the impact of this live broadcast is far from over. Many people were very happy for the dragon pirates to subdue, especially after seeing Nami personally avenging the enemy for his mother. The anger in their hearts was finally released. Evil has evil retribution, and the evil retribution has finally come. Countless people thanked Rog for bringing justice to the village of Kokoja, and Marine's performance in this live broadcast was much uglier by comparison. Not only did Marine not play a role in defeating the dragon pirates, but it was also revealed that Colonel Marine colluded with the dragon pirates to bully and loot the village of Kokoja and nearby villages for 8 years. In such a comparison, many people are dissatisfied with Marine. He didn't even find out that his colonel colluded with pirates to do evil for 8 years. If it wasn't for this live broadcast, I'm afraid this tragedy would continue. This incident of Colonel Mouse also made countless Marines feel angry and ashamed because of this. Such people are also Marines like them. What made them even more angry was that the guy had disgraced Marine. Immediately after the live broadcast, Sengoku started to save face. First, he arranged for Marine to go to Hokoja village to deal with Colonel Mouse. The impact of this incident has already been caused, and Marine's image can only be restored by severely punishing this guy. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, their wanted notices were also issued, but they did not publicize them with great fanfare and only issued a bounty. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates performed well in this live broadcast, but Marine was the one who performed badly. At this time, Marine also went into trouble with the Straw Hat Pirates, which would arouse public disgust. But there is one more thing Sengoku cares about than Straw Hat Crew. That was the 5 elders who gave the order. They asked Marine to issue a bounty to Luo Ke, offering a bounty of 1 billion yuan. Suspecting that he was a revolutionary army person, he smeared the world government and Marine through live answering questions. At the same time, he maliciously induced the people, provoked trouble, and intended to launch a rebellion against the world government. In view of the above behaviors, it is decided to launch a warrant against Rog, and also stressed that Marines around the world were asked to clarify one thing. That is, all the questions, answers, and images released by Luo Ke are maliciously fabricated, not real or future events. And there is no evidence to prove that what Luo Ke said is what will happen in the future. Roger's 2 live broadcasts are closely related to One Piece Roger's son Ace and the Revolutionary Army leader Drago's son Luffy. It can be concluded that this guy has a close relationship with the Revolutionary Army. All of this is for one purpose: to help the Revolutionary Army smear the world government and Marine, try to subvert the world order, and turn the world into chaos. Don't be taken advantage of by people with ulterior motives. Everyone must not believe the words of this person, and once you find a trace of this person, report it immediately, and you will be rewarded for reporting. Seeing the 5 elders' order, Sengoku immediately understood their intentions. The 5 elders tried to portray Rog as a sinister image hostile to the world government and Marine. In this case, Luo Ke's position is not neutral, so what he said is naturally not credible. In other words, it is to make people doubt what Rog said and to grasp the initiative of the people over the fishing reels. Sengoku had long anticipated this. Today's 2 live broadcasts have smeared the image of world government and Marine to varying degrees. The first is to expose the behavior of Marine and CP on Batteril Island. And then there was the matter of burning down the slums in the Goa Kingdom of the Allied countries. Then there is the incident where the Celestial Dragons abused the pariah and did not take the lives of the commoners seriously. Finally, there is the matter of Colonel Mouse of the Marine branch, who colluded with the pirates to rob the people. All of these have caused huge damage to the image of Marine and world government. Even this smear is true. But that's out of the question for the five elders. Only the world government has always smeared others, but no one has ever smeared the world government. But just today, it really happened. And it happened 2 more times. Crucially, the five elders have so far not had a single clue of the man named Roger. He seemed to appear out of nowhere. Appears suddenly and disappears suddenly. He seems to know a lot of things and has a lot of magical things. Such a very mysterious and complex existence is obviously good for the five elders. Out of control means danger, and danger means must be destroyed. This world does not allow such a cow to exist. So after the live broadcast, the five elders didn't care about Roger's son Ace, or even Luffy, who would cause a lot of trouble in the future. What they care more about is the man named Rock. Now the actions of CP and Marine are basically focused on him. The person has to get out, act, early, or get under control. Now the world has been badly affected by him for world government and Marine. The five elders can't imagine what horrific future this uncontrolled man will create over time. It can only be a disaster to keep a guy like that. In fact, Sengoku's idea is pretty much the same as that of the five elders, and Rog's now manifested power is out of control and is indeed a threat. So Sengoku is considering whether to win or choose to suppress. A wise person will not easily put others in the position of the enemy, especially in the case of determining whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. But now that the orders of the five elders have come down, there's only one way to go: to suppress. He, the Marine Marshal, had to obey the orders of the five elders in the end, and his opinion really didn't matter to the five elders. Sengoku could only sigh, hoping that the five elders' decision was right. What this man named Rog showed now seems to be extraordinary. If he really becomes an enemy, I am afraid it will not be easy to deal with in the future. However, the five elders also have their own considerations. Regarding the identity of Rog, the five elders should not be groundless. They are indeed worried that Luo will be the Revolutionary Army. When it comes to the Revolutionary Army, the world government has to fight to the death, because there's only one organization in the world, the Revolutionary Army, that has come to overthrow the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Be strong first. Soon, the announcement of the reward about Luo Ke was distributed to each branch, and then each branch spread to the nearby villages, towns, and cities. It didn't take long for the statement that Rog was a revolutionary army to spread in the various alliance countries. For this statement, the people not only have no doubts, but on the contrary, they believe it very much. Because they can clearly feel the dissatisfaction with world government and celestial dragons from the video after watching the live broadcast, although this dissatisfaction is expressed through Dorag's perspective. However, if Rog is not opposed to the world government, it will not allow such images to be broadcast widely. Publish the ugly face of celestial dragons. So they accepted the fact that Roger might be a member of the Revolutionary Army very quickly. And the celestial dragons in the video really disgusted a large number of civilians. They have long heard that celestial dragons don't treat civilians as human beings. Seeing this scene, it is false to say that it is not angry, but out of the world's fear of the government. Not everyone has the courage to be a revolutionary army to overthrow the world government. Therefore, more people can only keep anger and hostility in their hearts, and then secretly cheer for the revolutionary army in their hearts. As for the announcement, Luo Ke said that the problem and the image that he took out are all fake. This is when the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. People who have watched the live broadcast basically have a hard time believing that this is a fake, at least about what happened in the past. Excluding the case where the party's Ace and Luffy are actors, it can basically be determined to be true. As for the predictions and images about the future, this is uncertain. Some people believe that some people doubt it, and some people think that what the announcement says is not unreasonable. After all, this is too unbelievable. It cannot be ruled out that it is a conspiracy of the Revolutionary Army. Those things are deliberately fabricated. After all, no one knows what will happen in the future because the real future has changed after these futures were announced. With these things happening, Rog, a name that hasn't been long since appearing, has become a hot topic among people all over the world, but more people talk about what he has in his hands. Some people even wonder if he is the new One Piece. Those things are brought out from the big secret treasure One Piece. After the second live broadcast of answering questions, more and more people are looking forward to participating in this live broadcast of answering questions. This reward is really fragrant. The following day, the World Economic News published several noticeable things. The first is the first. The mouse colonel who was in collusion with the pirate has been arrested by Marine and is now being sent to Eni's lobby for trial. It is expected that in the future, the former Marine colonel will spend the rest of his life in Impel Down. Then came the second case. Haisha Jinbei resigned to the world government and publicly apologized to the residents of Kokoja village and 20 nearby villages. The government did not reply to this at the moment. The third case is that Sabo, chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, was officially wanted for a bounty of 620 million Baileys. The newspaper also seized Sabo's family, which belonged to the noble family of the Goa Kingdom, reflecting that Sabo's experience should be true. And this has aroused people's anger even more, because even a nobleman Sabo is called an inferior untouchable, then ordinary people like them can be regarded as humans. In the eyes of celestial dragons, are they not livestock? And the fourth one is still related to the Goa Kingdom. The royal family and nobles of the Goa Kingdom jointly issued a condemnation to Luo Ke, who slandered them for slaughtering civilians, and said that all this is pure slander. Their Goa Kingdom is the cleanest country in the world. It is impossible for such a terrible thing to happen. It is the conspiracy of the Revolutionary Army. I hope everyone will not be deceived. In addition, Luffy's bounty was unknowingly turned into 100 million in the corner of the newspaper. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is naturally the front page headlines. Luo Ke, who is suspected of being a Revolutionary Army cadre, is wanted for a reward. Bounty, 1 billion Baileys. This is the rare first time that the bounty has exceeded 1 billion Baileys, which once again caused a sensation in the world. At the same time, the announcement issued by Marine was also published in the newspaper. Rob went back and slept well after the live broadcast. I woke up and found that the whole world was targeting him. To be precise, 5 elders was targeting him and also issued a wanted to him, claiming that what it said and the video it played were fake. This uncle can bear it, but my aunt can't bear it. How can a guy who eats let someone smash it? Rod's principle is tooth for tooth and eye for eye. So just on the second day, the third live broadcast of the answering questions began immediately. And the location of this third live broadcast is the Holy Land, Marineford.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.